Maybe that was like the norm in the 80s. The Tom Clancy books weren't every year.
Oh, really?
So there was a couple of years and you didn't know. They come next year, the year after.
So is there pressure that comes from? Does it come from the publisher? Does it come from you? Do you like make hay while the sun's shining?
I think maybe there's a little bit of that, but I think it became expected for recurring characters. So it became Clive Cussler. Maybe it was one of the first to start doing it with the Dark Pit series that he started. I think the first one was back in the 70s, early 70s. Passed away a couple of years ago, but he started doing them more frequently. And then Tom Clancy was every 2.5 years, and then we got up to the late 90s. We have Daniel Silva book a year. You have Vince Flynn book a year until it became something that was normal, and now people expect it. So I think it's more of that than anything else.
Yeah, people get hooked on a character. They want a new book every year.
Yeah.
Like Granny does a new Rayman every year.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what the audience expects, and it's fun. It is. It's a timeline that you can hit. 2 a year would be difficult to do. That would be extremely difficult to do. Yeah.
Does anybody do 2 a year?
I think there's a couple guys who have died. But I think when you get a little, maybe like John Grisham, kids out of the house, that sort of a thing.
Right.
You don't do all the other things.
Trying to avoid the wife
podcast. Good words. But I think you can get to that stage where if you're not doing a podcast, if you're not doing social media, you're not writing a blog, you're not updating your website, zero of those things, but you love to write, and all the kids are out of the house, and you already have established a readership from the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s, when there were less distractions, didn't have all these video games, didn't have social platforms, didn't have YouTube, didn't have on-demand, any movie ever made you can have anytime. So that's essentially what you're competing with books. So you read less now. If you have that base established from like a John Grisham, then he can do 2 a year. You get 2 John Grisham books every year, every now and again. I think Michael Connolly does the same thing, but they're not doing the other things. They're not doing that podcast. Scripts.
Yeah, especially like the script. I mean, how much time does it take, or how much time do you have to spend working on the terminal list?
A lot. So the first one I was the learning. I was new to Hollywood, so I was learning, but Chris Pratt wanted to be involved, Antoine Fuqua wanted to be involved, showrunner David DiGilio wanted to be involved. So, but essentially I'm learning, seeing how this adaptation to film works. And now, after that, it was a few-year process. Now I can add more value this time around. This time I'm involved in all the casting, which I wasn't before, other than Chris. So this time I'm involved in all the casting, all the creating the show with David DiGilio, writing the outlines, going to the getting those things going.
They nailed it, man. That show is as close to the actual book as you're probably ever going to get without it being like 100 hours long.
That's the thing. People get upset that there wasn't to the scene or that scene, or these characters get morphed together, or that sort of thing. Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, wow. No way. That is. How do you
flip the clipper like this?
Oh, that's out.
That's pretty dope. Built in, so you never have to wonder if you have a clipper.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and shout out to Foundation Cigars.
Oh, look at that. Jones cigars right there. I love it.
And they're good. I was very skeptical.
I got you. I did a whole cigar lighting scene in this book. I have my favorite chapters. Previous book was James Reese talking to Caroline Hastings, who's the matriarch of this Hastings family. Just a conversation, so not no one's getting their head chopped off with a tomahawk and like that. It's just a conversation and passing on of wisdom. And I did that again this time with the patriarch. And so Jonathan Hastings talking to James Reese, and they go through a cigarette, like old school, the way you would have done it back in Africa, in Rhodesia back in the day. And James doing a lighting it, learned from Jonathan's brother, and was then Mozambique.
Yeah, people get real dorked out on how to light a cigar. I have had conversations. I've done it the right way. I've done it the other way. I can't do it. I'm too stupid. So it's like the same way I feel about wine. I am never going to be a wine connoisseur. I like a nice glass of wine. If someone tells me what the good stuff is, I'll drink that.
Yeah. But you can tell the difference, though.
Oh, yeah. I have my friend Matt is like a real wine connoisseur, though. He has like a cellar in his house, and he puts on his reading glasses when we go out to eat, and he goes over all the different vintages. He knows exactly what the fuck he's ordering. I don't know what I'm ordering. I asked the lady at the.
Yeah, that's what they do. They're supposed to know all that stuff.
Like a full body Cabernet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I put some wine in these. I like to do that. Like we've been food. Ian Fleming did it. Kind of like my knob is my 007th books. There's a lot of the references to Bond in here. And
really?
Some that like the most casual watcher of a film will get, and some that probably even the most ardent fan won't get. So there's something for everybody that I put in here. But,
so that's your seventh book?
007.
Yeah, that's an accomplishment. 7 books.
7 books.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
I just think about how many hours just sitting in front of the computer.
Oh, my eyes are gone. I mean,
do you still use a laptop? I would encourage you to not.
I need to not.
Yeah, you know why? For the keyboard. Yeah, the keyboards on the MacBooks suck.
Yeah.
I do most of my writing, even when I write, I either write at home on an Apple with it's a really nice keyboard. There's a lot of trigger travel and it's ergonomic. It's separated. Or I have a ThinkPad. I don't know if you ever use one of those Lenovo ThinkPads. The keyboards are superior to the Apple ones. First of all the keys have like a little dip in them. Yeah. So your finger settles into that little valley. And then there's a lot of travel. It's like 1.8 millimeters. One of the things I have is 2.2 millimeters of travel. So as you're typing, you're feeling it. Don't go so crazy that they want a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. You have a really good one anyway. Actually, I wrote a movie about feast on. Somebody sent it to me.
Good job. Experience.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
Experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Well, no, the character, I get down there, probably just building up. Like, he knows that he has a star in his head. Right. The whole series, or every episode. But it's funny that there were people like, please don't smoke in here, or Mr. Columbo, Lieutenant Columbo, he's always being like reprimanded for it. I forgot. And he's always really, he's always like, oh, sorry. That was an interesting character, right? Because he was like this bumbling guy who was actually not. He was kind of setting you up the whole time, letting you underestimate him, acting like, oh, pardon me. But another thing, he's always about to leave. Yeah. He's like, oh. And he's aesthetic. And like the other day, I'm watching this episode that Jonathan Jimmy directed, Steve Spielberg, like all of these directors start to cut their teeth in on episodic things like that. But there's probably telling cool way everyone looks. But one other funny thing about it that I've noticed is always starts with a murder. And usually, a lot of times in the arc of the story, someone shows up to the crime scene. Usually whoever did it. So, but they're never upset. There's never someone that really, what happened here? Your uncle's been murdered. Oh, I didn't do it. You know, it's kind of like how it starts instead of some dramatic, like, oh my God. How could this, no one's even defend. They're just like, okay, well, you're bothering me now. In cop shows, you can always tell police, even SVU, they're always like, I've had enough. Can you guys leave? And they leave. I'm like, I never go. No. It's weird how many of those shows there are where they catch the bad guy. Like, that is, it's like something that I guess people with anxiety need to let them feel like if someone is a bad person and they do commit a murder, they're going to get caught. Like, are the interest in those kind of dark scenarios, you're only interested in them when there's justice at the end? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, for sure. Like, because anything nebulous or whatever is like too real. Yeah, there's those shows, and then there's medical shows. Remember when there was a time where like every other fucking show on TV was about.
Yeah. And the only one that I really remember is Quincy. So Jack Cluckman yelling at everyone, he's yelling about the sandwich, he's yelling about the blood sample. When we were kids, we were hardcore. We were in, that initial phase of American hardcore punk. Because we had just missed out the, 77, 78, 79. And there was an episode about the LA scene. And Quincy goes to the punk club. Oh, you see what you kids are doing to yourselves? Loud music and the anger, the pills or whatever, And there was a thing when we were kids. There was a song. I forget which band did it. But if you were fake, if you were Quincy, because they took the way people look Quincy or whatever. That instantly became
a fake punk.
Yeah, bullshit.
When you started out, what was the inspirations for your band? What were you guys into?
I mean, it's hard to untangle because my dad was a singer, and he was my dad's kind of a strange guy in general, a lovely guy, but dynamic to say the least. But he had in the late 50s called Boom a Dip Dip, like a top 40 kind of record, and a couple of subsequent sort of rock and roll singles in New York and stuff. And then when that kind of pales out, and then he moves back to Atlanta, and he immerses himself in the folk music scene. He was signed to a label called ABC Paramount. So by the time I come along in '66, it's he's not doing it anymore.
What was he doing?
He was Schmata guy. He was in the middleman. He was like Willie Loman, He was in the garment business. My grandfather, Ike Robinson, they were in children's wear. My dad was in women's wear, and then ended later back in children's wear. But the one thing around the house that I remember, earliest memories are him filling out his guitar and singing folk songs. And just, I don't know, I'm a dyslexic person, and so you know what I mean? So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but there was something about always singing these songs that would open up stuff for me. Almost like being high and not in a psychedelic way, but in a way that it changed the space. You know what I mean? And records started doing that to me very early. And that kind of is where, so it's kind of, we think it's normal. Other kids' dads aren't playing old folk songs at the house that I know. But by the time Rich and I, we're kind of like angst-ridden suburban youth. For some reason my parents decided to move to the suburbs, financial reasons, general apathy, ready to, begin the mound of resentment and regret. I don't know. All the things the suburbs represent me. I would say, for me, there was a television show, and do you remember Night Flight on USA Network back in the early days?
I remember the name, I don't even remember.
Yeah, it would be it would come on at midnight, and it would be concerts, and films, cool, probably the first time I saw Eraserhead, or Rude Boy, the movie about the Clash, and, Decline of Western Civilization, punk things, and new wave things. I always had an interest in stranger things, and things that weren't normal, or, Mr. Roper and Three's Company, or whatever, you know what I mean? And they had a show that came on at 2 in the morning in Los Angeles called New Wave Theater, and that was huge. Being a kid in the suburbs in Georgia where, it's still pretty much like that band, all the people in that band, Alabama, they wear trucker hats and flannels and beat you up because you have a Ramones record or something. And that's how it was. Wow. So this show was like a real beacon of, my mom was like, oh yeah, Peter Ivers. A very interesting character, Peter Ivers.
Well, the material is servicing many incarnations tonight. Here is 45 Brig. He's a
45, yeah, so this is what I'm really into. Don Balls is the drummer in 45 Grave, is in the Germs.
Not a happy childhood amongst them.
No, but I don't know, but they really made amazing, beautiful, cool outsider art. And, I think something that we have a hard time understanding in this day and age is art that's made because of the visceral interaction with you and other people. It has nothing to do with I'm going to be a big right. I mean, fuck, I'm like one of the last, the Black Crowes, we have to be one of the last bands of the time where we kind of felt it was our duty to never truly give in to the other side, you know what I mean? And kind of understand this us versus them idea, you know what I mean? Or vibe is something that's inspiring and something that, like, I was always interested in counterculture, and anyone, again, that's like why the algorithm maybe isn't as perfect or it never will overtake everything because there's always going to be the one person who's like, I'm going this way. That's not enough for me, deep dive people. And so we kind of found ourselves in the crosshairs of this kind of stuff. The Cramps, we were in the Cramps, the Gun Club. So, and then REM comes around, their first record, Chronic. And so my dad, my mom and dad had a lot of records, maybe 250 records, 300 records, which was a lot of records back then. Bluegrass records, Lester Flatmore Scruggs records, or Mose Allison record, Jimmy Reed records, Johnny Guitar Watson, and then they had, Buffalo Springfield records, and Bob Dylan records. I mean, that's big. For millions of people, but something as a kid that I knew no other kids would know. You guys want to come over and listen to records? I'm going to put on, the times they are changing. I'll be like, again, beat up. But that kind of stuff catapults us into. Then punk rock comes along and it's like, oh, anyone can do this. You don't have to be. We'll figure it out later, what talent or whatever. You know what I mean? You just want to plug in and start going, doing horrible things and trying to be. You know what I mean? Because think about it. Now you go to, now people walk around in Dead Kennedy t-shirts and it's like, oh, cool. But back then, Dead Kennedys made people, like the name of that band, the Circle Jerks, it's like the names of these bands made people upset. Right. And legitimately though. Instead of posturing. That's a lot of what's going on today with Dead Kennedys t-shirts. But I mean, I think inevitably anything like that, I mean, Edgar Allan Poe was that in a literary way in the, the tail end of the Victorian age, but now he's just like a thing hanging in some goth kid's car, like an air freshener or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. Things get swallowed up and regurgitated.
Yeah. Well, so there's always going to be adherence to, what most people are interested in and what's popular. And then people that are trying to mimic what's popular so that they can become popular. And then there's always legitimate counterculture where people are just like, I don't buy with any of this. And I'm looking for something. Yeah. Looking for something real. It's raw. And I think that's going to accelerate with AI music and, all this electronic music and as you were saying before, stuff that's sort of created to beat the algorithm. Yeah. There's strategies accessible rather than just expression that resonates with people. The beat, in a way. I mean, someone took a band like Alan Vega and
like suicides, like someone, the no wave music in New York in the late 70s. Someone took a chance and said, yeah, I was thinking about how weird was that, like bringing that into a studio where who was just in here, fucking 38 Special or some shit, you know what I mean? And then it's like this or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a cool thing about early, like the first Sex Pistols record, the Clash record's a little different, but even the Dead Boys or bands like that, like a lot of those early punk records and a lot of the post-punk records, those bands, they're not making records trying to sound, I can make a record sound like I Don't Give a Fuck or something, or my garage band. Well, you can do anything now with like a button, and people, and I like lo-fi shit too, of course. But back then, these bands, they're not making lo-fi records. They're in just, like, that's a real band but with great gear and people who are making, like, records that we would think are sonically, like, oh, that's correct.
Right.
And then you have, like, these punk people in there just, like, you can't turn it up all the way while we're doing that.
Wasn't this sort of rebellion? You guys had, like, a falling out with Cop, right, when you were on tour? Wasn't part of it something about corporate involvement?
Yeah, we were always. And it's funny, I just saw Billy Gibbons a couple weeks ago. We've been friends for many years. Massive ZZ Top fan. I mean, those records, especially the early records, they just sound delicious. You know what I mean? And what is it? Which one is it? Is it Rio Grande? I don't know. One of those records where you open it and there's like a giant plate of Mexican food. Like growing up in Atlanta, like that was, I didn't know what that was. You know what I mean? Like you can get that. We had barbecue and we had soul food. We have our own regional culinary identity. But to see stuff like that, I was like, wow, I gotta try that. But no, I mean. I don't even know if ZZ Top, where they were in their career, if they knew anything about like these guys that were the opening band, except for the fact that in the music business at that time, when you're still selling records, you're selling 250,000 records every week or whatever for a couple of years. So be kooky when it was a thing. But they were sponsored by Miller Lite, and I just got into this thing. So we'd go on stage and do our thing. There's big Miller Lite posters all over the state or whatever. And I got in my little troublemaker mind, we're the Black Crows, you know what I mean? No one gives us money. We don't drink this beer. No one gives us money. I'm standing under this sign because I want you to know that no fucking beer company sponsors music. No one owns us. No one, you know what I mean? Naive sort of thing. I don't know. And brother and I talked about it a lot. And as we got older, especially since we stand back, really positive place. I realized that part of that we were involved in, that's what we really, like, I describe it as like a quest for fire, where you have to keep the fire burning in that little thing, and then you cross the swamp, and they don't want it at the end, it's all together. That's kind of how we felt, in a weird way, about everything that was out of, one minute you're in control, kid, we're writing songs, we're in control of that. I'm in control of, like, this is what we're doing. This is how we look. This is what we are. And then you're in the grown-up world and you've made people tens of millions of dollars. And I'm hardly a savvy business person. Could be. I never would be. It wasn't in the cards. And so part of it was like being difficult, being compliant, trying to keep this pure, and that's still summer of '89,
Rich was 18, I was 23 when we made our first record.
Just a young rebel.
Well, the other thing is, you remember rock and roll was culturally and socially its place and its importance and its reverence was a lot different than today. I think one thing I think is cool about hip hop is the hip hop stars have taken over that kind of attitude.
Yes.
Which when I see their fashion and I see, there's lots of hip hop. And I'm 57. I like what I like hip hop records. When I hear new things that I like, I'm like, okay, so they're singing about drugs, they're singing about sex, and they're singing about, maybe I can't really identify with the violence. I'm not sure if some of this, but that's another form of rebellion.
Hip hop is interesting because there's not a source. Like the hardcore hip hop artists are very small. And the lyrics are rough. They're very hard lyrics. But yeah, these are lyrics that get millions and millions of views. You can't say millions of sold albums. That's kind of be the weirdest thing to watch the sale of albums evaluate.
Not just the sale, you're absolutely correct. Not just the sale, but the meaning of a record. Like, and again, in the big scheme of things, the record business isn't as old as, say, the writing or whatever. But in the way that we would listen to music, and you would, there's a company that would find talent and put that whole thing. But yeah, making a record and saying, okay, we're songwriters. This is our latest work. This is what we've been working on. This is our craft, and this is our talent and our poetry and this is what we want to say. Now it's like, an album, Like, I personally think that it's still an important medium, and I've yet to give up on it. You know what I mean? If they said, right, you know what I mean? That's what Rich and I've always done. It was one of the only things, again, that way we could experience the world through that. Because he's crazy as me, just doesn't, it's not crazy, but I mean different,
right? People still want to listen to actual vinyl. They still want to listen to actual album. And there's a lot of reminiscing people my age that were around music.
Richard's not, and it was weird. Maybe that's because my mom had a lot of records, but my wife and I, we just moved just around the block, and we've been together 7 years, but we dropped our record. I don't know, 4,000 records in storage because we don't have space. Wow. And but it's funny because no matter what, I see a record store, I'm going in, and I can however many years of my records, I know what I'm looking for. And I don't buy records online. I still like to come. I don't know. I like to. I'm like a kid, and I've been looking for something, and I see it, and I get a shot of orphans. I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm looking around like, oh my God, it's weird. It's geeky stuff. It's nerdy stuff. But the record store was really important to me as a person, a musician, because before you could go on your phone or before the algorithm, whatever, like, there's another person that looks cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they have Chelsea boots on, or like a cool band T-shirt. In the suburbs back in the 80s, it wasn't like, you know what I mean? If you saw someone, you took the chance to be like, go to their house and look at their records. You know what I mean?
And it's funny that it's still that way. You know what I mean? I have so many friends in my life, and we're friends because of records. You know what I mean? And it's like my wife and I DJ all the time in LA, carry our records around.
DJ?
Like, yeah, my wife's name is Camille, so we have the best DJ name ever, the Captain and Camille. We do, yeah, concerts and bars and parties and gigs and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
When did you start doing that? DJ.
I started like, well, back in the 80s, everyone used to take a turn playing records at the pizza called Fellini's in Atlanta, where, as my dad referred to them, dirtbags and lowlifes. So everyone in a band. But then in the early 2000s, a friend of mine that worked at the great record store, Other Music, we started doing these nights of playing like a lot of weird folk. It's a kind of genre, and we love those records, and we call Grooves Galore. And yeah, and just when I wasn't doing the Black Crowes, I had this band called the CRB. We were like a little psychedelic rock group that toured around and a bunch of records. But we played 2 sets a night, kind of like Grateful Dead, like very heady, trippy. So, but the CRB, and especially in California, we always have friends DJ the shows. The doors open until after the show, in between sets records. I don't know, it's just something we've always done, and my wife used to DJ very much.
Is it just something you enjoy?
By the way, if I could make money doing it, I would never do it. If me and Camille could just play records, I would be the happiest person.
You would stop performing?
No. I love singing. I love being in a band. You know what I mean? I love, it's changed a lot, like anything else, and travel and everything. But personally, it's yet to beat the adventure out of it. You know what I mean? You never know. Same thing about wine. I could go online and buy whatever book or record I want right now. Anything, almost anything you can imagine. You know, is available. But you know, I know when I'm in Denver, I'm going to this certain bookstore, and I know that they have really curated things in there that I'm looking for. I can wander into, you never know who you're going to meet. You never know what you're going to eat. You know what I mean? The laughs and it's still a lot of stuff out there for someone like me. A lot of real experience. Yeah, that are good and human.
Yeah, human experience.
Yeah.
And that is what live music, live performance is all about, right? Music is great. Live music is really special.
I tell you, the pandemic was for the world, and it was for artists and musicians. We had no government bailout for the guy who is playing guitar or whatever. But as hard as it was, one of the worst parts of it to me was not just being able to do what we do, but not going to see bands. You know what I mean? I have a label called Silver Arrow, and we've been doing this for a few years. Black Crowes records come on Silver Arrow. Different. I'm always going to see bands. You know what I mean? We go, whether it's the Rolling Stones or whether we go see a band at a club in LA. And I'm always looking for new, things to people that are interesting. If I can help them out in their careers. A lot of it is with very young artists. I want to put them in the studio. I want to give them good experience. I want to give them a great record deal because we'll change the model. But to do that, you have to go out and get in it. You know what I mean? And we always laugh. Like, is there anyone older here smoking weed? You really is what, freaky dude who still goes.
Why people let it go? Why should
I mean, LA right now is a great time. I mean, there's a lot of good music going on. There's a lot of bars where, we know if someone plays great records, we'll go listen to them play records. You know what I mean? There's a lot of good record people, bands. There's a lot of cool. It's very alive.
no kidding?
Like, what part
development?
I mean, it happens all over, but especially more downtown and east.
Downtown.
I mean, yeah, you have to survive getting into the place.
But that's probably something that adds to the appeal.
You know what it does? And it's funny, because I had a nostalgic moment about when we started talking about, look, man, don't get me wrong, my parents did the best they could. They were just fucking people, too. But part of the other part of adventure and the other part of being interesting at night, New Wave Theater, my mom's like, they all look like mental patients, just like you know, like, but was, to go to downtown Atlanta in the 80s was dangerous, too, during the crack epidemic, and it was a violent place, and we were, obviously we were white kids from the suburbs traversing like this urban place to get into underground clubs to see these people. That added to it. You know what I mean? It added, and just the aesthetic. You know what I mean? I was obsessed. I still am obsessive, influenced by the beat writers and beat culture. And so for me, like, Jack Kerouac isn't writing about the suburbs. He's writing about Mexico City or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, all the Gregory Corso or Allen Ginsberg, all these poets and people are writing about that don't seem to be happening in called five. You know what I mean? So a certain angst is cultivated.
Yeah.
That the only thing that can satisfy that would be something that I felt was gritty and real.
Well, there's something about if you can. I haven't been to downtown LA to see music in quite a while. That's the last time I went there. I saw Gary Clark Jr. at this very small place with maybe just like 200 people. Late show. And here we see Gary Clark Jr. play Midnight Rider. And it's so special.
Yeah.
No one there.
And you survive. And you get out of here. Where's the car? Hearing about that, and I get it. But I sit on it. I read buried material. One thing that comes up is humans are dangerous, and places where there's shit ton of them are usually pretty gross and dangerous.
Yeah.
It's
just a numbers thing, right?
It's like a numbers thing. It's other things, ills as well, that are hard for us to do. And look, if we're lucky enough to be walking upright and somehow mentally stable, right? But I think cities have always been dangerous places.
They certainly have.
Ancient Rome was a dangerous place.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so wild. We were just in Sicily and we went to Palermo one day. Have you ever been to Palermo? That's wild. Yeah. That city is like an electric wire that's got sparks shooting out of it and you can't get a hold of it. That's where my grandfather's from. Yeah, Palermo. Yeah.
We went to Italy. One of the most interesting things.
Is this water?
Yes.
Cheers.
One of the most interesting things is just Italy in general. It's like every time I go there, I'm like, like they fucking know how to relax. People know how to relax. Like with the way they sit down and eat. No one sits down and eat for 40 minutes. You sit down and eat for 2 hours.
French people haven't done that pretty good. Yeah, and they have pastis. Pastis is an aperitif from the south of France. You ever see this Ricard? Marseille is famous for pastis. It's all Mediterranean culture has an anisette-based drink. Italians have sambuca, the Greeks have ouzo, arras, these people. There's all sorts. South of France, they drink one. It's a little more sophisticated, more herbs and things in it. Yeah, you always know in France someone from Marseille because they always have pastis in there. It's a high alcohol level. You put it in ice and dip it with water and makes it all milky color. Genius.
It's just only have a certain amount of time on the planet, and they've chosen to live their time in a more relaxed manner, more community-based. Sit around.
Do you think that any of that has to do with their raising a certain a middle classness or lower middle, you know what I mean? It's like the working, even a blue collar way, I think. You know what I'm saying? Whereas here it seems it's been stripped away from something to be proud of, unless it's kind of in a way distortedly proud.
Yeah.
Distortion of what that could be.
Right. Yeah. Well, here it's supposed to be your main goal is to get the diverse Yeah. Your goal is not to exist in that and just accept it. This is life. That life is you have money for food, you have money for your house. Like you're
If you look at like media, like sitcoms from the 70s, whether it's Archie Bunker or whatever, like they're just people with jobs, and even Taxi or Barney Miller or whatever, you know what I mean? And now it's like it turns into Full House, where somehow all these people, these kids, live in this amazing house and everyone has clean clothes. You know what I mean? It's like there's no struggle. When it's not just recognition. I think it's not celebratory. It's just like, man, this doesn't make the man, right? What my material things don't make me. It's who I am, how I feel, what I've learned.
That's a big problem with what we're told in Western culture. That the goal is to acquire things, to achieve a certain financial status. Then you have made it.
I get it. Pastis doesn't grow on trees. You know what I mean? I gotta pay for that. But it's not that.
You know what I mean? It's not. It's just there's a distortion
about that though. Like when we were kids, and like I said, I made the choice in my life. Mom and Dad, we were middle class people, but I made the choice. When I said I'm not going to university, I'm going to be in a band. My dad, that was like the last dollar I ever saw. Not even like, hey, you know what I mean? And but I made that choice. That choice wasn't made for me, right? You know what I mean? And within 2 years, I'm on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, and we're out of it. You know what I mean? It's a record. I get that. You know what I mean? But it's not lost on me, but it gets back to where we started talking about. There will always be a part of me that is making music because it's really maybe the only place where I'm truly free. You know what I mean? I have the freedom. You know, it's funny. I tell the story. We were on Saturday Night Live 2 times. The second time was on our second on our show. It was the #1 album. Our new single was Sometimes Salvation. We're going to play one of our big hit records at the time, called Remedy. And we had just written this song called Nonfiction, and I was like, let's play Nonfiction. And it's funny because it's different as my brother and I were like, yeah, fuck it, The guy, whoever was the music guy, he was like, you can't do that. And I was like, well, I mean, we want, I think. I was smoking weed in the dressing room. Like, dude, John Belushi OD in the bathroom. Like, what do you call the cops? I told him, call the cops. We get arrested and Saturday Night Live for smoking weed would be bigger than this. But the guy, now that I'm older, I realize I'm really being just harmful to my kid. But he goes, you're making a big mistake not playing this thing. And I said, okay, well, here's the deal. You're on this show next week with some other fucking band. And then the next week after that. And then the next week after that. Well, this is my band. So let me make the mistake. I'm not going to let you tell us what to do. And if it's a mistake, then we'll fucking eat it. And I'm still here.
Where's he?
Well, it's funny. Someone told me he has a fucking credit. Did not like our attitude. He was on a podcast about Saturday Night Live or something and said we were the worst people he ever dealt with in his entire career. And I was like,
the worst how?
Because we didn't do what he wanted.
not what you're supposed to do with art.
Especially when you're young and you're still like the fire is like so intense. You know
That's
what I mean?
always the problem with executive mindset, right? Somebody produce your character. He just wants everything to go according to this very specific plan they have laid out. And you're trying to take an artist, and first of all, just trying to take an artist and making them sing one song. It's kind of crazy, right? It's like,
Yeah, I mean, I think we see that now. You know, we see people are like, I'll do it. You know what I mean? There's someone who's ready to jump up and do anything. And I think that's been a part of showbiz. But that's kind of what we were saying before. I think the talent show thing, you know, the vote for me.
right.
You know what? No one was voting for us.
Right.
We were unvotable. And that was part of the reason that we were drawn to these characters and these people and these other outsiders, these other whatever kind of spectrum we're on or whatever that's different. That we were like, you know, music to us represented everything anti-vote for me.
But didn't it feel weird to transcend that and become mainstream massive?
Yes. It's so
Because
weird.
like, what is the juxtaposition? I mean, it has to be so strange. You're rebels, and then all of a sudden you're the number one fucking band in the world.
And then it was tough. It was maybe tougher for me because I was more boots on the ground in the scene and with people, and I was like, especially in the 80s in Atlanta, it was like, you know, major, anyone who signs with a major label, man, fuck that, you know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, you know, like power to the people or whatever, you know, and then it's like you're on MTV 30 times a day, and then, you know, in between fucking Toyota commercials and Snapple or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, so, and it's weird because our politics are so in line with so many of the, like, the alternative politics of music, the way, you know, that would like the grunge or whatever, you know, so, you know, I'm the same age as all of the grunge bands, but I don't exist in the 90s in the same way. We weren't, you know what I mean? Like, we were doing something. But it is funny, like, with, you know, people, no fucking label is signing Kurt Cobain. As a matter of fact, Kurt and our generation of people, we were talking about compliance and defiance. You're making a mistake. Fuck it. It's my mistake to make. It's my band. It's my art. And people we make, and my kind of generation, it's not about being old. Now I think there's so much compliance. Oh, okay. Cause any trouble. Well, you know,
this is we're all just now with social media and all the different avenues for communication. So easy. I shouldn't say easy because it's rare but common. It's like it's more highlighted which way you can go to achieve success. Do you remember that famous time where Kurt Cobain and Nirvana were playing and they were forcing them to lip sync?
Yeah, yeah.
And so, what did Kurt do? Did he start reading out of a book or something like that? Like, he did a bunch of wild things?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
see if you can find that, Jamie, because it's kind of hilarious.
yeah, I know.
Nobody did that at the time. And they were telling them, no, you can't play live. Yeah, here it is. Set to perform the recent single Smells Like Teen Spirit, the British music chart television program Top of Pops. Time to show the policy requiring artists to sing live vocals over pre-recorded backtracks. As you would expect, Kurt Cobain and his bandmates would not go without having some fun. So they started fucking around in the middle of this song. Well, the result was, and still one of the greatest middle fingers to live performances ever. The band literally made its own shred band.
Yeah, because you have to sing the live vocal over the track. They start fucking around and coming up with great.
Yeah.
I mean, we loved the Replacements. You know, that was like a band. Like, their being on Saturday Night Live was a disaster. But we thought, that's our band. You know what I mean? I remember every fucking person that we knew in Atlanta that Saturday night that the Replacements came on and made TV on Saturday Night Live. We almost were at parties and watching it and getting completely shit-faced. Watching, they like shaved their eyebrows off and shit and were rolling around and changed clothes. And people were like, oh dear, you know. We were like, yeah, cheering it on. Like, that's how you, that's it. Isn't that part of one of the goals is to be that pain in the ass to the, and who are you being a pain in the ass to? Some authority. something that says you can't do that or this is the way it goes. And that changes, But I think as a youth, that's definitely something I'm not feeling with a lot of bands. I mean, I think it's there in my punks, but they're not getting access to it. Green Day still.
The carrot is still dangled right in front of everybody's faces so close now. Especially with people that make it independently through YouTube, TikTok, and all these different venues. There's just so many different ways that someone can become massively successful now.
See, this is where I become the time traveler. I am from the last century. I get it. I find I don't. I think a guy smashing his nuts on a rail on the skateboard is as funny as anyone, but I've seen it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like Steve Coogan or something. You know what I mean? Like the craft and like subtext and like all this other weird cerebral stuff with comedy or whatever. I just don't. I will never. I guess it's just me as well. The things the cinema that I enjoy, the books I read, the records that I listen to, there is all of them. If there's one thing in common about it,
that for you, and you can't put it down, and you keep going to it, and you overconsume.
And at least when it's just visual, you don't get a big stain on your shirt.
But you get a stain. I think you get a stain on your brain.
soul.
Yeah, I really do. I do. I think so much of what's going on today, like even if I just waste 10 minutes scrolling through TikTok, when it's over, I just feel like, what am I doing? Like, why am I fucking paying attention?
I don't have any. I never did any of that.
You know, Facebook, Twitter, nothing.
No. I mean, the band has one, I guess, but
That's perfect.
But I don't personally.
Good.
I never tweeted or any of that.
Good for you.
And it's funny, my phone, like, I'm still this way. You want to, my best friends, like the 3 or 4 people in the world that, like, I'm super, the closest people, we talk on the phone.
Yeah.
Like,
I love talking
for hours. You know what I mean? About whatever. So it's, I get it, but I don't. Yeah, I'm one of those older people.
Well, you developed in a different time. It's kind of fucking bizarre.
I can't imagine spending your life grown ass people spending all of their time playing video games. That's a real thing.
Well, at least that's exciting.
It is?
Yeah, video games.
Why does it give you a shock?
No, some video games are 3D sound and graphics.
Really?
Running through corridors, people chasing you. It's very exciting. And it hits all of your dopamine receptors. And all right. Video games are pretty fucking amazing now. But it's just the world that we're living in today it's not designed for human beings. It's designed to capture human beings, capture your attention. It's not like if you're spending your time going from coffee shop to a restaurant to a bookstore to a record store to a live concert,
to an art gallery.
These are human experiences. If you spend your time arguing with people on Twitter all day, nothing is more depressing to me than seeing old rock stars argue about politics on Twitter. It is so goddamn depressing watching rock stars virtue signal and attacking people personally for having differing political and then looking at their timeline, realizing these fucks are addicted to this shit. They're doing this 5-6 hours every day.
Get off my lawn!
Yes, get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn! I mean,
it's rock stars. Like, good lord, man. You have friends? Like, get out. Get out of the house. Stop doing this.
We just, it's funny, we were gone for 3 months. We get to stay on this latest tour. We played a lot of new songs from our latest record. It was amazing. And we finished in Europe. And my wife and I stayed in Sicily and went back to London at the end. And I've been doing it for 35 years of that. 1990 was the first time I go to Europe. And it's still like, I don't care. 35 years, it's a lot of shows. I don't care if I wake up and I'm tired. And we have friends all over the place. Which is a beautiful thing. Friends in Amsterdam, friends in Paris, friends in London, friends in Madrid, friends in this. Yeah. But we're constantly out doing. You know what I mean? There's no way we're not hitting the town in any town and finding what it has that makes maybe it unique or special, whether that's taste, touch, or whatever. It sounds silly, but like I said before, there's still adventure in the world. And I'm not talking about jumping out of an airplane adventure or that just stimulus.
I think it's cognitive nutrition. I think it's actually good for you to experience different cultures and see how people hang out and see their restaurants
and you see everyone's doing the same shit. They just styling it a little different.
Doing it in a different way, but it flavors your understanding of human beings.
That's why my very, very special place, the thing that I love almost more than any other thing, is Jamaica.
Really?
I was lucky enough to have a dear friend introduce me to Jamaica almost 30 years ago. And I have friends there, and I have a whole life there that has nothing to do with anything other than Jamaica shit. And I go to the country, and we have like a country kind of life there, by the ocean and no resorts,
The food there's
amazing food in
Jamaica. So delicious.
And you have to get out there and eat it, and they have like anything else, the fruits there, the vegetables there, the seafood, and they say in Jamaica, a goat in Jamaica only has one bad day, man.
It's not even a bad day. It's just a quick moment. One bad moment. That's a wrap.
One bad moment, and the rest we're all happy with.
Yeah, and the rest everyone's eating. Yeah, that's one of the things I loved about Anthony Bourdain's show. That he would go and really immerse himself in these cultures, eat their food, hang out with their chefs, and hang out with the people, and get toured. Someone would take him on a tour around the town.
You know what happened too? Sometimes he would be tired. And hung out.
Oh yeah, most of the time.
But again, I'd have people. I get it, man. Everyone has stuff they can say, "Oh dear, I don't know. I better get to." Like, okay.
If you enjoy what you're doing, being tired is not that bad. If you enjoy what you're doing, okay, so what? Just get up, have a coffee, and go.
And I bullshit you not. If for some reason I had to get a quick 20, 25 minutes, I could curl up right there and do it, and he wouldn't even know I was doing it.
I believe you.
That's like expert. That's 35 years of being on the road.
Knowing how to power nap.
I gotta get out of be in an intersection, waiting and going around with my pants down by my ankles.
I've learned how to sleep in planes. I get on a plane and almost always on my clothes.
Me too. I annoy every single person on the plane.
Yeah.
How's he especially big? And she's like, what?
Why did you fall asleep that quick?
Even with my Jamaican dog in my lap, we brought it when my wife and I were married in Jamaica, and we have a little street dog that we brought back.
Oh, that's cool.
Mammy Longface. Yeah. And so Mammy, she's 35 pounds, but I can even sleep with my Jamaican street dog on my lap.
That's cool. So Jamaica's your spot, huh?
And they just got hit very hard with this hurricane. So my friends are okay and stuff, but everyone's really shooken up over it in Jamaica.
That's scary shit, man.
And it's been they haven't had something like that since 2007. This was worse.
I saw live footage of it. Live cell phone footage of it. Unless you've experienced that live, when you've been around the sky, and the sky becomes an angry monster, and everywhere around you is dangerous. Winds 20 miles an hour.
I've never been. I was in a tornado in Atlanta in the early 70s, and that was. I was probably too young to be traumatized, but I remember feeling my parents' trauma about this thing going over our house.
It's fucking terrifying shit, man.
When it was over, though, when you were a kid, it was like a big. The world was one big pine snap jungle gym. Because you're climbing in all the fallen trees and pine. The thing was like a U and some giant pine trees smashed. So it was like a surrealist thing too as a kid. You're like, wow, everything's shaken up.
Yeah, it's also a lesson in the temporary nature of things. Look out and think, this is my lawn, this is where the cars park, this is how things are. And then all of a sudden the guy's like, not today, bitch. Let's throw a tree through your fucking house.
What was that commercial that said Mother Earth gets angry with? It was like shampoo or something. then it was like, oh, they have experience. Oh, yeah, I remember that. It might be something stupid, but it's true. And then you have to do it. I mean, we should. Well, Katrina is still something like, I live near one of the most special cities in the world. It's still amazing. It's still vibrant, dynamic, alive. But I think the scars of that place, I'm still there. I mean, that was devastating.
Yeah, unbelievably brutal. I mean, when hurricanes hit places and devastate, it takes decades to recover, especially without aid. And then sometimes it's like the people that are there, they just don't want to deal with it. So you realize that you're in a place that this happens, and there's other places where it doesn't happen. But there's a humbling attached to nature in that way that I think. Like, I grew up in Boston, and there's something to the people that live out there that understand that every winter it's going to get so cold that you could die outside. That's a reality that no one in LA experiences. In LA, it's like earthquakes, fire, floods, zombie apocalypse. I get a little bit of that, but you know how to get away from that. It's not going to overcome very high things that have the securities. The fires are wild. I was terrified in LA. We were in the valley. Yeah. 3 separate times. Last time, 2 houses across the street from my house burned to the ground. It was wild. It was wild going through your old neighborhood, seeing just house after house, in which 40 houses in the neighborhood that were burnt to the ground. We were in Marin County, Northern California, and out in a place called Lagunitas, and once this is 4 or 5 summers ago. And we just, kept fit in the car, guitars, there's one guitar I just can't live without, some picture, you just kept both our cars filled because you're out, just ashes falling in the air. Scary. Well, when it goes bad, it goes real bad. I was filming Fear Factor once it's about an hour and a half away from LA, and the fires get so bad we had to stop shooting and drive home. And on the way home, we were off the 5 freeway. On the way home, the entire right side of the highway for an hour was in flames, like completely in flames, like a Lord of the Rings movie. Like you're waiting for demons to ride horses over the top of the mountains. There's something about those kind of scenes that's like, it puts you back in check. That's like, maybe the things you're concentrating on aren't all that important for real. I think it also touches us in our animalistic DNA of like still being that person, these people, again, it's quest for fire, being these people who are really not just completely immersed in their environment as well. Yeah. That it's still like in the way, I guess, there's an instinctive thing in those moments that it has to be the exact same chemical reaction in every human being. Any expanse of time that we've been like this. Yeah. When we were in Sicily, I guess it was at a restaurant there. There's one today or last night. That's what I was seeing. When we were there, we were at near this one island that had a constant eruption at nighttime. You could see the red, just the red blowing up off the top of the mountain. So I've never really got close to something like that. Like have you ever done a tour in Hawaii? We fly over in a helicopter. Yeah, Hawaii's wild. They're not wild because it's growing every year. The lava is constantly flowing in the ocean. You can literally watch the island expand in real time. You fly over in helicopter, so you fly over looking at the lava. Is this it? Mount Etna, look at that. This is not to be confused with regular. Yes, the Sicilians think of themselves very differently. Look how beautiful that is, man. God, that's so fucking cool. We visited one day, too. I did that as a kid, and it's still one of the coolest. But I was like, it's funny when I look back, they have like up the streets, they'll have like a fountain at the end of the street, and when you want to come and you can see
people lead hand, and there's like an indention. Water, and I just put my hand on that. As a kid, just like I almost couldn't stop like thinking about that. Mm-hmm. I do that all the time. I do that with my kids, and I'm like fucking around, like shake the hand. I shook Barry's hand. Bo Diddley's hand. Yeah. I shook Little Richard's hand. John Lee Hooker. They're all like, I did. That's a guy. It was his handshake was like amazing. It was just like he touched my hand. It was just like a cloud. It was like pillow. And it was early days. We headlined the Memphis Blues Festival, and he went on before us, and I was like, I just don't think that's right. Right. I know we're selling a lot of records, but it's crazy. That's totally hard. Never get out of these blues alive. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, he was cool. Yeah. That's amazing. Hey, you ever met anyone that just like you're like, I can't believe I'm talking to this person? Yes. But one time it was Dr. J. I was at some party in Vegas. This is back in the 90s. Or something. And I was standing outside. I was at the Hard Rock. And this is the guy's name, Steve Wayne, who owns the thing, the Hard Rock Wayne. Yeah. Or something. He owns a bunch of those. Yeah, this was 30 years ago. And I was there, and he was like, oh, hey, Chris, you ever meet Julius Erving? And I was like, I loved Dr. J so much growing up, you know. He and George Gervin were my heroes. I played basketball. He was just so cool, you know, and he was like, hey, man, nice to meet you. I was like a little kid, you know, I just couldn't believe it. I met Dr. J. Dr. J's hand. I got to throw him in there, too. Wow. And the other one would be Robert Altman, the director. Oh, really? I met Robert at a party. I was at a party.
I love when it does that.
Donatello. Versace party in London. There were a bunch of everyone sat down at a table and you know, and different things, and I was just like, oh, there, and he was with Richard E. Grant. They were making Gosford Park. Richard E. Grant also I was impressed to see and meet because of the film With Nail and I is one of my favorite movies of all time. And there's With Nail, you know, like there he is. I mean, it's Richard, but there's Bob Altman, who is, you know, lord of my imagination, and you know, one of the best films, my favorite film, some of my favorite films of all time. And so after the dinner kind of like is less whenever people are up talking to other people, I just go over to him. I'm like, you know, I would be a little bit timid or shy in that situation. And I would never think anyone, I still to this day never imagine anyone knows who I am or what I do. It's a good way to go through life, actually. Yeah. Yeah. And then you find out most people don't know who you are going forward. I go over and I introduce myself, and I instantly recognize that he smells like weed. Like, you know, got a roach in his pocket or something. And I'm like, Bob, are you holding? He goes, yeah, you want to get stoned? I was like, yeah. So he pulls out a joint, and like we're sitting there, and we're just talking about weed. And, you know, he's like, it's hard to get, I get this from California, you know, and I was like, oh, man, you know, and we smoked a joint and talked a little bit about music and jazz and London, and that was kind of it. And he was like, oh, you should come by the office. And I never took him up on it, like the production office, just because I felt out of my depth, you know what I mean? I should have. But that was like one of those things that I will always remember. It's interesting when you meet people that were heroes. They're human beings. They're just normal. And then you realize, like, especially in your case, like, you become that to other people. And then some kid will come up to you, like, Chris Robinson? Yeah. And you're like, yeah, I'm a fucking normal person. Just a person. But to them, you're the Black Crows. You're not a normal person. Right. You're a fucking god. You know, it's weird. You're an inaccessible
plateau of society that very few people ever experience.
I think music is a part of that as well. You know, like you said. I mean, and there will always be. I don't know. I think that there's a connection in creation, art. Where does the idea come from? I mean, I think there's people who can manipulate that and make like, I'm going to make a pop song. It's going to sound like this. I'm not saying that it's not special, not good, but then I think there's other things that I'm not using it in a Christian way or whatever, but there's a divine spark of something that happens or whatever drops in your lap, imagination. The muse, the muse is real. I think, and what I do believe about the muse, and I consider the muse a female present, a female, most dynamic. Yeah. And I feel that the muse, at least the muse that I suppose, it's very jealous. And I don't mean it in like a possessive way or anything weird, but just like the second your devotion is turned somewhere else, the muse could leave. That might be a superstitious historic soul, however you're showing or whatever, but I honestly believe that. And it makes it difficult in life because life isn't just the dream world that I live in, imagination, and the ideas have to come from something. Singing and dancing, and you have to have ideas. What is this? For me, I've always had to be involved with every aspect. The album cover, the fucking laminate, everything has to fit into a world that I can feel like I want to inhabit. Something that's comfortable and interesting. Yeah. And I think if you remove, so it's not just the musical part of the muse, it's the whole thing. And I think if you're like, if my reverence for that goes away, and even in the slightest, I feel that she will turn her back on me forever, and nothing, no more poetry, no more music.
Well, you're probably right, because let's assume the muse is real. The muse would probably reserve its greatest inspiration for its most devoted followers.
I think so.
Yeah, the most devout followers are the ones that are going to be adherent to a ritual, on the computer, however you write, and just like,
I can never write lyrics in lips. Never do.
Anybody write lyrics on screens?
I think,
Like a lot of artists that you know?
Yeah. Interesting. I think a lot of hip hop people write rhymes.
Yeah, no,
I've known a lot of rock and roll people who were like, hey,
The phone thing's convenient. I transfer all my books because occasionally I'll write something on the phone. The best thing about the phone, honestly, is like sometimes I have an idea. Maybe I've had a couple of cocktails too, which is like, memory is slippery. When you're drinking with friends, you're having a good time, but you have an idea. I was like, run into a bathroom stall, with a voice recorder and just say it.
I do that too. I do the voice recorder as well for fucking around with guitar and something that I like.
Mm-hmm.
Or when Rich and I are writing something too, like if we're not. But I've never had a home studio.
You want to go to a place?
I want to go to a place, and I like. Part of my thing is I like everyone's contribution. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, in the Black Crowes, Rich and I write songs, but the contributions can be musical, or it could be anything. I mean, sometimes the engineer and the producer and the band,
It's the vibe those people need.
and it's all about circulating and making something everyone in on, like an old submarine or something, like a big depth starship. Everyone has a job to do, so you don't. Right. But I think that's important for me. Like I love Prince is one of my musically. I mean, there's an argument made that maybe Prince was the baddest motherfucker alive.
Definitely.
I don't know, because there's people who can write, there's people who can play, people who can produce and record, people who can dance and sing and perform. I did it all at it.
Yeah.
Every musical instrument.
Yeah, he's insane. And he was so different. I remember when the first album came out, it's just that picture of him with his shirt off, with his hair, and you hear the songs, and I'm like, wow, this guy's out there.
Yeah, the second record, Prince.
Is that the
The first one's called For You, and there's a picture of him kind of like.
It's For You, is that one with Soft Me Off?
No, that's
Oh, okay.
For You, the first single is Soft and Wet, which is before Jack You On. It has to be Soft and Wet. And I always laugh because I was, by the time we're in the suburbs, I live in Atlanta. I'm obsessed with black radio at the time. Only listening to B103 FM in Atlanta. My first concert is Dave and Cool and the Gang and Sky at the Harmony. I'm going to see The Time, Vanity Six, SOS, Lakeside, Cameo. Morris Day. Yeah, that was one of the best concerts I've ever seen. At that time in my life, and only listening to that radio. So the first Prince single comes out, and it's Soft and Wet. It's a great song. And like funky and cool, this little kind of disco breakdown in the middle, roller skating shit in the middle. And I'm like, I didn't really know what Soft and Wet was. And I was like, is this a washcloth? And he left in the bed. What is it?
Yeah, he was a character, man.
I never met him. I saw him. I only saw him at concert once.
Really?
And it was fantastic. Amazing.
He was doing a residency once at House of Blues in Vegas. Yeah, but it was like really late at night. I had to do something. I passed out. I was dead.
Because he would do the concert and then go play another 8 hours.
Yeah, well, he was going up really late. It's like it was after midnight. I was like, I got shit I have to do tomorrow. I can't do this. I can't be that tired. To this day,
it's funny, the other person I met that took me very much at ease, but when I first said hello, I was told 3 times was George Jones.
Oh, wow.
I met him at the Ryman Auditorium after Johnny Cash passed away.
It's like meeting Jesus.
I got ushered into this dressing room when I was a guest. Chris Christopherson was there. I was amazed to meet him. And I'm like, Joe, awesome right there. And end up talking to him, and he was really, really sweet, man. Wanted to talk about Kansas City Chiefs. He loved the Chiefs, and I used to watch football back then. And but I always remember, he was taking over for Johnny Cash, singing. I think it's Johnny Cash. Maybe it was Waylon. I don't know if I'm saying it right. The Highway. And he was the damn on the Columbia River. The lyrics even, I'm a damn builder. And Chris was like, man, he goes, I don't think my fans are fan. I'm a damn builder. I mean, he just kept on. It was so funny, and I was like, oh, man, I got to be in there. But the other funny part of that is, they were like, Chris, we take a picture with George and Chris. And I'm like, I'm getting my fucking picture taken with George Jones and Chris Christopherson.
That's pretty wild.
It's just like coolest thing. And I'm like in the middle. And I'm like, man, this is the coolest day ever. Then the door opens. My ex-wife was there. But then the door opens, and Al Gore gets in the picture. It ruins it. Get out of the picture. How did he get in there? I don't know.
Start talking about the climate.
But that was his initial climate thing. But I'm like, let's talk about your wife telling people what they can listen to. To get out of here. Who are you?
Yeah, people forgot about that. She was it actually helped out because when they put the warning label, everybody wanted a warning label one.
I never even got a warning label.
Oh, I remember when NWA had the warning label.
I mean, all of them. But I'm like, you guys are really seriously upset about the band Lost? I mean,
it's really ridiculous now in hindsight. But I remember I was in high school at the time. Big thing.
Well, they're telling you what to do again. You know what I mean? And a lot of it was racist.
Yeah. What was like like when rap music was really starting to emerge, and those lyrics were so shocking, like early Ice-T, Ice Cube, all that stuff.
It happened with rock and roll. You know what I mean? When
Elvis
kids,
Presley, they wouldn't let him shake his hips on TV.
I mean, it happened with Chuck Berry too. You know what I mean? There's that the initial phase of the cosmic fucking blood and brimstone of rock and roll is in pretty quickly when it starts, and then you turn into like the Paul Pat Boone sort of style until the Beatles really come back around. I mean,
Right.
you know, you have lots of cool records in between there, but they're small.
But it's interesting like that where things come in waves. They come in waves of great artists for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I think. I mean, at least if you look at like when I look at my age people, we were close enough to the Beatles and close enough to the Sex Pistols and close, you know what I mean? That shit's long gone for a lot of younger people. It's time moves on. You know what I mean?
I have to ask you a question before I forget. Did Rick Rubin try to get you guys to change the name of your band?
Yes.
Did he really try to get you to change your name of the band to KKK?
I know that the king of yoga, whatever the fuck he's selling, whatever his, but under that beard, that guy, and it's funny because good for Rick Rubin, whatever, he can do whatever he wants, he has very little, but he did say that's a true story. Well, so kind of like, it was unimaginably offensive, unimaginably. Why would you say that to us? You know what I mean?
Explain the conversation. How does it happen?
Because I think, well, we were called Mr. Crow's Garden. It's a book. It's like a children's book from like the 20s called Mr. Crow's Garden. With an E, so it's a name. You know, I think it was Mr. Crow. And we were kind of, like psychedelic, like it was our, that was the name of our. So when we made Your Moneymaker, a few years had gone by since we first were Mr. Crow's Garden. Now we don't sound like that. And George Trikulias, our producer and our A&R guy and our lifeline to the music business, to the world, signed us. He was like, we got to change the name. So there was a little bit of time before we said we were Black Crows. And that's when Rick interjected that's what he was. Because we're Southern. Aren't all Southern people fear-driven, ignorant bigots? Isn't every one of them?
But he didn't say it that way, right?
So he said it like, it'll be cool. It'll be like controversial. I'm like, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So and how did he bring it up? Like, I think this is a cool. You're from Cobb County. We're not from there, but we're from Atlanta. By the way, it's fucking hard to get it to change Wikipedia. They're like, me and Rich are born in Marion. We're from Atlanta, Georgia, Atlanta. And I was like, my grandfather was born in Atlanta in 1906. You know what I mean? So it's hard to get that to change. But he was like, oh, so you live in Cobb County, COBB. We should change it to Cobb County Crows. K. And we were like, that's so foul and disgusting.
It's such a crazy idea to not have like context to it. Just to imagine that you're going to call a band the KKK. Like, what the fuck? Cobb County Crows actually sounds cool. It C's. It was the Cobb County CCC. No problem. Great name. Nothing wrong with it. You probably would have achieved the exact same success as the Black Crows. But
I don't know, because the poet in me and the armchair occultist would believe that the only way we achieved what we achieved, became what we became, because of some reason. Also, leaving the E, that was the one thing that I said. So, and by the way, leaving the E was also great, and it's still great to this day. Someone requests something or wants something from you, and they misspell it in the band. We're like, could have killed it there. Right there. You know what I mean?
to that conversation.
I can't imagine it
Especially,
either.
you know, for clarity.
I don't hate Rick Rubin or anything, but
He's a
he
genius.
did
He's
say
a
that.
fascinating guy. He's a very interesting data, intrusively embedding itself in his mind and then coming out of his mouth. I just can't
I
see
mean, to
how
be honest, I found a lot of especially in this, when our first record came out, and we were on tour and we're working that record, and I'm the one that has to get up in the morning, and we're in Cleveland, now we're playing Cincinnati. I have to go to 10 radio stations in Cleveland, Cincinnati, and shaking and talking, sell the band. I meet all the local promo people, so they pick you up and stuff. And most everyone was really super cool, and they would be the people that could give you drugs and pay for drinks and stuff. And but wow, I would be driving in the car with some of these, and they'd be like, "Must be tough being." I'm like, well, talking down to me, like, you don't know me. Because I'm Southern and I'm a musician, doesn't mean that, talking down to me like I'm stupid or something. Like, whoa.
They say, like, must be tough and what?
Well, like, you're from Atlanta, like, do they have schools there? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, just kind of patronizing me or thinking that everyone's supposed to go, there's that thing here, no place is damn, you know what I mean? Like, we're not from Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. You know what I mean? You don't know what books I read. You don't know what I'm into. You don't know anything about me.
Well, there's always been a deep history of prejudice about people in what they would call the flyover states. The arrogance of New York and Los Angeles. And, you kind of
These are the flyover state people talking to me.
Even worse. There's some people that accept Chicago a little bit, Detroit a little bit. But the reality was, it was about the coast. And everything between the bullshit and
as if everyone in Rochester, New York, had like a PhD in French literature.
By the way, that used to be kind of true when you would go on the road. Not true, but you would notice a marked difference in the awareness, if you were talking about anything out of the ordinary, the awareness of people's, what they knew in certain cities and certain places in the country versus what they knew in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
There was a difference.
I mean, they would,
they weren't sophisticated. Yeah, they didn't know. But I mean, that changed with the internet.
Everyone has exactly
you go to fucking Cleveland, Ohio, you go wherever. There's fucking people that get it. They get it.
Remember when Ben Hicks used to just look at the audience and go, oh yeah. A lot of people started.
Oh, you're right. I mean, it's called his flying saucer tour. Flying saucer. Weird little out of the way.
What's that record called? Minor or something?
A minor?
Is it A minor?
I don't remember.
I don't know what key it's in, but I mean, I still put that on. It's
fantastic. Change comedy. Made people want to become profound. It was change comedy from just a bunch of stuff to laugh at to stuff that made you think about it after you're done laughing.
I think George Carlin had that as well.
For sure. Yeah, for sure in a different way. But, Hicks was more psychedelic inspired. And
He's a rock and roll, thing in him that, for lack of another description,
yeah, it's right. It's the right way to describe it. I can't see why. Luckily.
In a way, he understood what a great underground band means.
Oh, yeah. What it meant to him. Yeah. He was an artist. He wasn't trying to conform to whatever the stereotypical guy that's going to get sitcom act is creating. Yeah. But there's not a lot of those.
Is it worth it? Is sitcom worth it?
It doesn't exist.
No, but I mean for those comics that took that route.
You know what? It was the golden carrot. It was the thing that they held over all of our heads that if you develop an act that can be converted into a sitcom, all of a sudden you're Tim Allen and you have $50 million or you're Jerry Seinfeld or you're Brett Butler or you're Roseanne Barr. There was a few of those people. Yeah. There's a bunch of people that had managed more obscure shows that you forgot about, but they made a lot of money as well. And it was this thing, get on a sitcom and then also like my friend Kevin James, that was his thing.
Right.
That's how we got through it, and that was the magic portal to wealth, and it also fucked up a lot of people's acts because there was a lot
That's
of
what I mean.
really
Like
funny
after
comics.
that,
Yeah.
now you're kind of stuck
Mm-hmm.
in.
Censored.
Yeah, and now the things that you want to say you can't say.
They This is the saddest thing. I know some of the great comics of like the '90s that are ruined because they self-censor now because they sort of developed this act for television, and then once they were on television, they got all that TV money. They wanted to keep it coming in, so they never really branched out into more offensive subject matter or just more provocative. More provocative.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think irreverent in some ways. I mean, and you feel free to let everyone else.
Yeah. The problem is you're never going to make everybody happy, and now way more people have an opinion they can express, like because of social media. Everyone can express their opinion. It's not as simple as to get the favor of a reviewer. Like someone who's cool, who really likes bands, comes to see, oh, Bob's here. It's fucking cool. He's going to review our show. You're like, you kind of trust Bob. Bob was a good guy. He really loved music. He wasn't trying to tear things down. Those guys don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
You know, now what everyone's trying to do is get people on social media to like them, and we're not mad at them. So when they put out a special, you see
Not be bad at that.
yeah, you see these, which as a
The
comic,
role of the artist sometimes is to make your audience mad at you, to challenge them.
yes,
I mean, not, you know what I mean? It's like, God, how many things in life like that I didn't like at the time that I finally found my way through later and be like, oh, of course, thank you. You know what I mean? Like of course, that's the natural, progression. It's the natural. But by the way, not everything is supposed to be like you were saying. And I guess that's where we are with this social media. Nothing can have that sort of mystique around it anymore because it's forcing too much out of someone. You're expecting too much from someone to either follow you and or understand, get it, or accept it.
yeah. Well, it's just a foolish pursuit. The pursuit of other people who you don't even know. Their love and attention, and you'll morph, change, and adapt whatever you try to produce in order to gain their favor. That's a fucking folly. That's such a foolish way to interact with human beings. And whatever you create, it's not completely results.
I mean, you can see when.
Yo.
I think you're starting to see culture.
How you living, pimp?
There you go. Marcus was like, yo, where the fuck's Rob? Yo, this guy's been sleeping every fucking time I tune in. I scream at him like, Rabbi, wake the fuck up. Passed out. Doesn't matter what time I check. 7 a.m., 4 p.m. Why are you sleeping so much? I thought you're literally dead. I'm like, this guy fucking dead. Not moving. What the fuck happened?
I'm so glad you're back. Thank you for joining. Welcome. We have another friend here. I think he's sleeping. His name is Arnold. I stay up all night with people fucking all over the world, dog. So glad to have you here, El. You're amazing, and this is gonna be your new home. So you should know I missed you a lot. I'm glad that you're here. Okay, so what do I have to tell you? Have you seen my kickbox? I think you have, like 100 times.
So I think kick
My
platform.
my kickbox.
No, Rabbi, I have not seen your kickbox. Please explain.
Dog, I've shown you these 100 times, haven't I? Haven't I?
Yo,
Haven't I shown you these a bunch?
are you still making those videos?
No. The reason why is because I did the biggest creator. Okay, so if you've seen that, then you've seen my kickbox. It's been a while, but it's not been that long. Can you hear me?
There's some strange echo in here. Also, what the fuck is up with this Discord, dude? There's like about 80 billion channels. I can't type in like any of them if I want to listen to James Brown. This is fucking James Brown. There's like a bunch of random. It's like the most schizo thing I've ever seen in my life.
I love it. That's what I want. I want it to be as random as possible. Okay, so you can type in a channel called Free Speech and also in the self promo. Additional, and you should just know the reason why you can't type in anything is literally people put videos of men self circumcising themselves, and it's really bloody and it's nasty, and they'll post it everywhere. So I just they post terrible things. So
Where's the free?
it
Am I right? I don't. It says I don't have permission. Is there like a verification thing?
no, in free speech you don't have ability to look in free speech.
I mean, there's just a billion channels,
Yeah, look through them,
and they all.
and you're gonna see free speech channel. It's very close to ChatGPT. It has newspapers by it.
I don't know where the fuck. Is it towards the bottom?
No,
Middle?
it is just a moment. I'll tell you where it is.
Like, there's so many fucking channels.
Right, it's content. It got something for everyone in there, baby. All right, it is in the section entitled Other. There's a part that says Adult, ChatGPT, Mishpacha, Contact Information, Self Promotion, Free Speech Channel. Look in the chat for all of these. All of these have information in the chat. So press the chat and you can find new shit. In every single one of these, you can look in the chat. Do you know how to look in the chat?
Yeah, you press the little bubbly.
And you can see what's going on there. But click on all of them for like all the music ones. It'll give you the rank of the best rappers of all time, the best classic rock of all time, the best video games of all time. It'll give you blurbs about a lot of stuff. Then if you go to the Reddit section, the Reddit section's huge. Reddit section has every 10 minutes it updates everything on Reddit. So you literally never have to go to Reddit anymore. You could just check out that section. It's fucking amazing.
Who set this up? Did you do this?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say if Bravo or where the fuck is Caspian Sea or.
You want to know where Caspian Sea is?
My TikToks. Not in jail.
Yeah.
Oh. I thought you know that you didn't get acquitted.
Get acquitted. No. Okay, so here's what happened. Which it was I think maybe the best thing that could have happened for him. So, well, maybe. Okay, so here's what the deal was. I'll just tell you the whole thing. I don't tell everybody, but like you know him, and I'm sure he'll tell you. And it's not like it was a secret. It's very public. He talked about it a lot on this. So, but normally if somebody shared something like this with me, I would, even though I'm like live streaming, I would keep it a secret as best I can. Okay, so here's what happened. He was at his parents' house last November. He was invited, and apparently they got into some kind of verbal altercation or something. The police were called. Police came and told Caspian Sea that they were going to cite him for trespassing without intent to burglarize, something like that. And then he said that he wasn't leaving basically. And when they told him that they were going to arrest him to leave the property, he went limp. So then they additionally charged him resisting arrest. Even though he went limp, it's not like he was throwing fists or swinging or kicking. No, he just went limp. But by going limp, that's considered also resisting arrest as opposed to just like. And he was like, like where you don't walk with them to the squad car, you just drop to the ground basically and play dead, like so that they have to drag you out basically. Does that make sense? Okay, so then he had to spend a little time in jail. The judge told him Like he had to stay away from his parents for like 45 days, and um, he was getting probation. And basically, his probation consisted of like having to take random drug tests and um, just like keeping himself out of trouble. All right, so then I met him. Well, he was watching me for some time, but I just didn't know it until he came into my stream and started talking one day. And then I invited him in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. And that's how I got to be friends with him. He told me that he needed a job, and so I was able to get him a job or help him get a job. Like he got the job, like I put him in a good position to do it, and he couldn't hold that job because he was on probation, and there weren't any exceptions to this. Additionally, he was having to do random drug tests for the whole year, and it just got to the point where when you're trying to find a job or you have to go to a job and you just started, and then you have to say, hey guys, I have to leave early tomorrow. Randomly, you have to randomly tell them this because you're being told randomly that you have drug tests, and so you have to say to them, hey, I'm on probation. I need to leave at whatever time to be able to go take this drug test. A job doesn't want to hear that from you. They're going to be like, that's not excused. That's on your own fucking time. Don't do that on our time. But the thing is, the state of Nevada is very strict, and they say you have to do this. So what does he end up having to do? He has to go take drug tests. So this happens uh, basically until recently. Then I told him, like, dude, try to. He's like coming to the point where he doesn't have anywhere to live. He doesn't have any money. He doesn't, he's basically up a creek. So I say to him, look, dude, try to reunite with your parents. Like maybe you just had a bad night in December, and maybe they'll be willing to help you. So he calls them and he reunites with them to some extent. I'm just trying to get him a place to live so he's not homeless. And he's like, we had really good talk, and they said that they would get me a lawyer to help me with some of this stuff. And I'm like, okay, so they basically put you in jail, and now they're gonna get you a lawyer to help fight it. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. Are they gonna let you live at their house? And he's like, we're working on it. So that happened until like the beginning of July. That's where we were. Where it looked like he was gonna. Absolutely, absolutely. You got it. I'm glad you're back. Excellent. Shout out to L, baby. L's the man. I'm not. I'm here. Yo, how are you? Hey, hello. Exocore, how are you? Everybody wants to know where L is. L, living like a pimp. L stands for living like a pimp. Pimp, 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 pimp. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Time when L Dog had to take a shit. Everybody remembers. And then Rabbi was singing, looking at Los Pollos TV addressing allegations, New MILF Manor episode with his dad. I don't know what Los Pollos did, but I'm glad I don't have to address that shit. L's dog is taking too fucking long. L's dog is taking too fucking long. Everybody knows L's dog is taking too fucking long. Yo, dog. How are you? Yes, you can. Just one moment. Let me switch devices. Can someone drag my other account into here, please? Hey, thank you so much. Hey, I appreciate you calling me a little bitch already. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. Excellent. Hey, E-Girl, how you doing today? No, I want to know how E-Girl's doing. How are you? Yes.
You know that Exodus Apollo is not your friend. Don't get it confused. Trust.
Okay. Word. Thank you. How are you?
You're definitely falling on common ground, so like a bit more of an understanding. So I don't need to say nothing to Rabbi, but if you guys do, that's all for you. Exodus, if you allow this man to take forth of your content, and he's been doing this for 3 years, and you're larger than him, then I don't respect that, but I still love you as a person. You have to understand what the fuck you're doing on literally what you do. Everybody else coming at brain is trying to content. You know, trying to leech off of everybody that's been working hard on Kick. Like I grinded from 1 follower to now.
Congratulations.
And I make followers have more viewings and all that shit than you do.
Phenomenal.
And you've been doing this for 3 years. So go ahead and get
Hey, Conscious, I completely understand. I would be really annoyed with me as well. You're right. You do a lot of hard work grinding it out. I don't sit there and only spam one person. I spam the entire platform indiscriminately. It's not personal to anybody. I'm just recognizing that what you said is correct. Why? Because I want world peace. I want world peace, and I don't have another way to be able to advertise it.
You can't argue with lying world peace.
All right, I am.
That's why I asked you what was your content. Is it based off other people's content? Because we create content, and you're trying to reach off us. And it's like, what do you do with content?
Why so aggressive? I just want to make friends on the internet just like anybody else.
Bro, you use other people for content. You come in people's chats, have your bots raid our chat every single day.
I'll teach you how to stop that if you want. I don't have it programmed to be able to whitelist people. But if you'd like to know how to stop it, I can tell you it's the same thing that I said to people yesterday. Turn your followers only on and make your chat 2 minutes and you'll never see one of my bots. Simple as that. Now, can we be friends?
Rabbi, I've seen your chat even know I had that on. That isn't.
And so, do you think I could get you?
I will, sir.
And so, do you also think that could I get easy terms?
Probably some point, but I have no problem with what you're doing. This is the internet. Yeah, just understand what I'm saying.
I hear you, dude, and I agree with you. I'd be really annoyed too.
Internet, bro.
I agree with you.
As a creator, but I'm asking you, what is your content?
I'll tell you right now.
And you
It's 24/7 IRL for the last 3 years. I do some IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, Disneyland, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. I've also watched every major motion picture that's ever been created on this. I've listened to every major audiobook, including the major religious texts of the world, and also every major music album. What I've done is try to make this a complete compilation of the world's media over the course of 3 years.
Being silent.
believe in the future, and you believe in the future that you'll be based off how long you've been doing this.
I don't know if I necessarily want to sell it. I want to give it to the world.
I'm asking.
So I'd like to give it to the world.
And will you profit off of it?
Perhaps in other ways through endorsement deals, yeah.
No. There was a lot of the internet and making people feel better. Oh, this is Kick, this is YouTube, this is content. Will your content benefit you, not no one else? You said you want world peace. I understand that, and I don't disagree.
Okay.
Will it benefit you in the end?
Will peace benefit me in the end?
Do you know what you're doing right now?
Mm-hmm.
This is my question, bro.
Okay.
Do you know what you're doing right now as your content? Will it benefit you in the end? You as a person, you in reality, fuck everybody else. I understand you're worried about you as a person, you in your reality. You're gonna die alone, bro. Do you know that? You're born alone and you're gonna die alone. No one else is gonna die with you unless you take them with you. So, will it benefit you?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. That's an assumption, right? You don't know 100% that it will?
No one knows anything in the future for sure.
Bro, listen, I know if I grind this content that I'm doing as much as I'm doing and people that fuck with me, as long as we're all gonna grow profitably based off the data of other people growing the same way.
Word.
So what data are you going off of?
I have more data than any creator on YouTube. So it'll be able to be studied.
Are you done, or are you the first person? Is my question. That was my opening question. Are you the first person to do what you're doing?
No.
Or has somebody else done it?
Other people have done similar things. No one has the amount of data that I have.
So you answered my question.
I did answer your question. Do you have any other questions?
So you believe that the data you withhold and all the things you benefit you in the end?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Yep.
Not even sure.
Again, we're going in circles here.
That is my problem with you. That is my problem with you.
I don't know anything for sure in the future. Dog, I think it'll be okay, but I can't guarantee it.
Based off what? Statistics and data.
The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's most valuable resource. Bill Gates stated in the 1990s that content is king. Essentially, whatever person has the most amount of content out there may essentially be king of the media in the future. And if you create a lot of content, that also creates data, obviously, and they're one and the same, which means essentially you're creating your own resources. And as the Economist magazine stated, no. It's not Jeff Bezos. Dude, you don't know a lot about how finances work if you think Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or Bill Gates are the richest people on earth. No, it's most likely Nathaniel Rothschild.
Oh, that's why you named your name after him.
No, that's my last name.
My last name's Bauer.
Oh, excellent. So you know the connection. If you're not familiar, in the late 1700s, the Rothschild family was originally Bauer, which meant farmer. It was changed. No, they changed their name to my family. Again, they changed their name about 300 years ago. Bauer meant farmer. Rothschild means redskin. Okay, anything for you, but go ahead, girl. I don't care about your book. No, no one says you have to. Did somebody say you have to do that? All right, dog. I just want to be friends.
I do want to say that I do respect that he has used myself and he has only used it once. It's not him. It's her. Yo, get the dick out your mouth. No, you're crashing out. Get the dick out your mouth. Bro, you gotta understand stuff from all angles, bro. I'm totally not on his side right now or like agreeing with what he does, bro. But like, you gotta understand, bro. And like, you gotta understand, he's not in here swearing, screaming. You know? I am because I have to deal with this shit every fucking day. Rabbi Rothschild. Out of nowhere, that's out the delete. You locked up the nigga.
All right, dude. Cool story, bro. Okay, you said it. You want to keep saying it? We heard you. How is everyone else here? E-girl, how was your day?
I'm drunk off that alcohol. Hey, Rabbi Rothschild, don't pay. I'm just saying you can come with. Don't pay nothing.
Conscious. I understand. I completely understand. Dude, I understand from where you're coming. I understand from where you're coming. That's cool, dude.
I have nothing else to say, but Rabbi, you're weird and stop pointing at people's chat and do your own content like we did, nigga.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Conscious, you're amazing. Absolutely. So this is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It is a cryptocurrency. I learned about it from Twitter over a year ago. It's done quite well, over 100x. So, yeah, they respond to me. They're really nice people. I got people in my own Discord from there. No, I mean there are a lot of people from Harry Potter in here, and I think it's worth like something like 20 cents or something right now. So it's something. Yeah, I have 5 of their people in. Can they come here? Can I bring them in here? Okay, so that's fine. So I've got them in my Discord right now. They're chilling. That's okay. I understand. So Igor, I'm gonna ask you like the third time today. How was your day? There you go. That's what I like to hear. Good on you. You got an indica or a sativa? Oh, you drink codeine. Wow. This is a lit server. I was not expecting that. Good on you. Wow. Wow. I was just expecting, like, a little bit of Mary J, and you're hitting me with that purple drink. Good on you. Good on you. Girl, I understand that, girl. I'm growing on you, though. I'm growing on you. Look at you're already comfortable downing codeine in front of me. Usually, it's like the second or third date before a girl's that comfortable with me. All right, conscious. I got you, dog. I got you. Conscious. It's your turn. We're gonna turn the spotlight on conscious. Hey, conscious. What you drinking? Conscious. I asked you a question. What are you drinking? Oh, I see. You only talk when I talk. I see. I got you. Okay. Well, other people. We have Vadim. How are you, Vadim? 20 Russian. How you living? Conscious. Conscious. Are we best friends? Are we becoming more and more friends? Conscious. You love talking to me. For someone who you hate so much, you love talking to me. Okay, but you love talking about me. Dog. Oh, I'm sure of that. Dog, talk about living rent free in a man's mind. Talk about living rent free in a man's mind. Dog, I don't even need a lease. You're just like, feel free to live in my mind, rent free. For that, what are you drinking tonight? Okay. Anyway, I don't mean, I don't mean to cause any bad blood in here. Y'all are very nice people, and I completely empathize that, hey, Rabbi has some annoying ass bots, but let's give Rabbi some credit. He told us how we could stop the annoyance, and if there's anything else I can do to help you, I'm more than willing to do so. I have to get the message out. I have to get the message. No, it's 4 buttons. It's really easy. I could go to jail for a lot of things. Yes, sir. I'm not harassing any.
That's a lot.
Hey, you're good. You're good, and I respect that. I didn't want to come in here and rip on anybody's parade. I'll do so. I hope everybody has a wonderful day. Take care. Yo, can you hear me? Riser.
Yo,
Yo, apologies. Your dog took forever, and like 15 people wanted to talk to me.
I just heard a very funny conversation. I opened the fucking chat again, and there's about 10 people screaming as loud as they can at you, uh, followed by you casually playing it off like, hey, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm actually a nice person. Like, what the fuck? You're not supposed to be so fucking nice, dude.
dog, aren't they mean?
They're just trying to like figure out like what the fuck is wrong with this guy. I don't understand.
You're absolutely right. Aren't they mean as fuck?
I mean, yeah, the one black guy was like, that is actually genuinely just, the, yeah, I guess, harassed him. Except for you don't consider it harassment.
Dog, STFU with harassment. If you want to consider that harassment, then the Coca-Cola company is guilty of harassment, and the McDonald's Corporation is guilty of harassment, and anyone else who advertises is guilty of harassment. Yo, what up? How are you? How you doing, Crown Lord? Wow, we got tons of people in here. We got Exo. Oh, is this Exodus?
Yeah, sir, what's up?
Where, dog? How are you? I'm so glad you're here. Welcome.
Sorry everyone's so crazy.
Dude, they're amazing. I completely understand. I was just
I didn't know everyone was drunk and so fucked up.
No, dog, you got some wild people in there. I was expecting people just to be a little high on that green, and you got motherfuckers drinking fucking codeine in there. That shit is wild.
They go crazy.
Cray in a good way. No need to apologize. I completely understand it. I don't want to make anybody upset though. So they should just know all love, one love.
Right. I do appreciate you know, man. That's totally awesome. Like I know you could have totally been spamming it, like, and I get it your scripts too and shit that run, you know, and like I said, I totally still don't agree with it, but now I understand it more, you know. And
Absolutely.
I do understand where you're coming from in terms of, you know, world peace, the data. You start to get it a little bit.
100%. Absolutely. And I don't want to annoy anybody.
It's totally like, man, like why? Even if I totally don't still agree with it, why spend my day being totally mad, you know, when I can just pop it off, you know?
Wow, that's a really nice way to take it. Yeah, and you know, I understand it's not forever. Once I get a little bit of traction on this bad boy, people will know about me, and all of the spamming will be ceased, and I'll make everybody in that chat and everywhere else very, very wealthy, very, very well known, very famous. Excellent. You're such a sweetheart for coming in here.
Bro, want you to be safe.
Absolutely.
Much love, one.
Absolutely. Take care, man. You're amazing.
Hell yeah, bro.
Beautiful. So, Riser, what's the name of your dog?
Her name is Yellow.
Yellow. Yellow. What?
Like the color of Asian people.
Quit that. Quit with those words. What kind of dog is it?
It's not a Shih Tzu, it's a Border Collie and a Blue.
Okay. Well, in relation to that discussion we were having, so that person had to make the decision of voluntarily that they would rather just have that time over with as soon as possible. So they should be back August 8th, and that's really exciting. Okay, so here's what they had to do. They went to court, and they were like, "Hey, wasn't that guy really nice, by the way?"
Yeah, Exodus was him.
Totally. So, my man was like, "Dude, I am so sick of having to take these random drug tests. I can't get a job. I already had a job, and they told me I couldn't keep the job. I was making really good money. He made $666 his first day, and that's really excellent money. So he comes in. I helped him get a job bartending.
He makes $600 bartending.
Easily, a night. In Las Vegas. Yeah. So, yeah, especially in a bar where he was, which had a casino in it too, or like casino games, because people will also tip out if they hit a jackpot. So if somebody hits a jackpot of $1,000, they might give you $100. Does this make sense? Yeah, over the course of a night, there might be a couple people who might hit. I mean, it wasn't a huge bar, but like they had enough machines for it to be considered a gambling joint, and and because it had machines, they have to do all kinds of background checks on everybody and all kinds of like legalities. And one of the things is you can't be on probation if you want to work there. And so our man was on probation, so he was able to make a few.
Fucking hired them to begin with.
Pardon me.
You shouldn't have been hired them to begin with.
Well, it was kind of like this. He was hired, and he was asked, "Are you going to be able to get your gambling card?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can get my gambling card," because he didn't know that you couldn't be on probation. So I'm not saying he lied to them by any means. And I don't know exactly how the conversation went, but you can't blame the people who hired him for assuming that he would be fine because he made them think that everything was fine. To my knowledge,
Right, yeah.
I could be wrong on that, on how the exact exchange came, but um, I don't blame the people who hired him. I think they did. They were really nice to him. So then what happened? So he couldn't do that job anymore. He started to live stream, and he was doing okay with that. Eventually got to the point where he was going to have to move, and so I was like, well, dude, if you have to move out, why don't you ask your parents if you can live with them? And so he asked his dad, mom and dad, and they were like, we want to think about it, which isn't a no. I mean, that's normally it would be like, absolutely not, get the fuck out of here. But they were like, we need some time to think about it. This was like last week. Um, he tells me that his parents thought about it. They um, they're not going to let him move back in, and but they are going to pay for his attorney. So he gets an attorney. They go back to court on like, I don't know. It was like the ninth or something. And and Caspian C says to the judge, look, what you're having to have me do with all these drug tests and not being able to get a job, you're basically leading me to homelessness. You have to understand that I need to be able to provide for myself, and I can't just go to a job and be like, hey, I need to miss 4 times this week because I got to run across town to do a drug test. It's not fair to me. So just put me in jail. And then when I get out, I don't want to have to do anything else. I want to be done. Do you understand? Basically, he didn't tell the judge like that, but those are the kind of that's the kind of empathy, the kind of energy that he has about the situation. So the judge was like, okay, well, we can do that. We'll give you 25 days in jail, and then when you're out, you don't have to do anything else. You're done. You don't have drug tests for the remainder of the year. We're not going to extend your probation. You're done. But you have to go to jail for 25 days. And so he was like, all right, when do I go? And they're like, he found out about this on like Wednesday of last week or something. And they're like, come on Saturday. So he told me on Wednesday or Thursday or something. And I was like, you know what? It's not that long. And it may be for the best to just have this thing done, that it's over. You don't have to worry about it anymore. And I was doing my best to make everything positive about it. Like, a lot of really cool people have been to jail, and a lot of innocent people have been to jail. You're just getting this over with just to be done with it. Additionally, you should know that I would say, there's a large population of women, not just women, men and women. I just think of moms for milk's sakes, but no, I think of like hardworking people in the world, and usually the people I feel who have it the hardest are the mothers, because not only do they have to take care of themselves, but they have to take care of a lot of times other people, and that's just a lot more pressure. So I could see a bunch of moms in the United States saying, wait a second, you mean to tell me that I could have a break from my family for 25 days? I get to watch TV, I get 3 meals provided for me, I don't have to worry about the heat of the outside or having to dig through trash cans because I'm homeless or have to worry about somebody beating me up every time I turn a corner. I'm going to be safe and then it's all going to be done. I tried to explain to him like a lot of people might see that not as the worst opportunity, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to do it and get it over with. And then when it's done, I'll be able to, get a real job and um, move away if he wants. He wants to move back to California, which I understand. He's got to get some money before he does that. But I told him that I thought that he was someone who could get through this. He just has to be strong. And so I told him what he should do when he's going to jail is the day before, buy a bunch of edibles, which he did. And then as you walk into the jail, just eat a whole bunch of edibles. And then at least when you're there, you're going to be fucked up for the first like 1 or 2 days. If you eat a lot of edibles, you could be fucked up for days. So you'll just sleep through the first like 1 or 2 days, hopefully. And then
That seems like the absolute worst place to trip balls with a high dose of edibles.
yeah, but it's not tripping balls. It's not like he's doing LSD or psilocybin with mushrooms. It's more
A
like
high dose, a dose that would get you high edibly for multiple days of weed would be upwards of like 2,000 to 4,000 milligrams, maybe, which is it's pretty much a big LSD trip if you're taking that much.
yeah,
In
but
my
he
opinion,
he
it's
didn't have anything near that. He had 200 milligrams,
and
and
that's nothing.
yeah, exactly. It was nothing, but for someone who doesn't do edibles, it's enough to get you a little fucked up. At least put you to sleep for a while. And um, so his last night, we just hung
It'd be
out.
great in jail if it was just like they just handed you edibles all the time. Like everyone's just high as fuck in jail.
There's a jail like
There'd
that.
probably be a lot less violence. So
Yeah, I can imagine that. So he he was. I told him like, dude, if anything, if I were you, I wanted to make this as short a possible stay for him as possible. So I said, look, sleep when you're in jail. So stay up all night before, because if you do that, then you'll be really, really tired when you go in. And then you'll have the opportunity.
that's gonna be 1 day cut off.
That's the best I could do for him. I wish I could have done more. But at least it's something.
Well, you gave him conflicting advice because like you told him to stay up, take an edible, so he's already exhausted, and then he's gonna be tripping balls.
No, that's the thing. He wasn't tripping balls. He just had a nice body buzz, which is all you're going to get with like 200 milligrams. So getting a nice body buzz and then walking into the jail means that he's going to be comfortable, he's going to be calm, but he's tired. And then the second that he gets his jail cell, he's going to fall asleep.
Boom, 1/25th of the time gone.
Hey, dude, that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, it could be worse.
I'm wondering how do you shrink the other 24 days?
Well, I did what I could for that. So it was like, dude, okay. Um, I've I've had I've never been to prison, but I've had friends who've been to prison, and um, I didn't know him at the time. I had this friend, who, when he was like 18, Grand Theft Auto had just come out, and he robbed a friend of Grand Theft Auto, but because he had a gun, it was like armed robbery, and it turned out to be like 15 to 25 years or something that he had to spend in Pelican Bay, which is a really serious uh, uh, prison in Northern California. So actually, the way I found this person was through synagogue. He came to synagogue. He wasn't at the. He's someone who was a conversion candidate, and one of the rabbis kind of took him under his wing and some other things. So this person would tell stories about what happened to him, and one of the things that happened to him was uh, what you can do is basically say that if you have like any kind of medical conditions, you can get better places in jail. So I told Caspian C everything that this guy had said, which was like,
That was the king right there. That was the king stuff.
was
You
what?
just walk into jail.
Well, I told him you could get a walker, but I said if you go in there and you say you need like a CPAP, like for sleep apnea, there's a chance that you can get a cell perhaps with like a plug, which means you can't be there alone because somebody could strangle you with the cord. Um, and he had like a wound on his leg from something, and so I told him like, dude, show them that you have a wound. What I was trying to get him to do was get into the hospital part of the jail as opposed to the general population. And so, um, the last I heard from him, the the last I heard from him was on uh he was going into he was going in on July 13th, the same day that Trump was shot, and I think he went in at like uh 8 o'clock in the morning or something, 9 o'clock in the morning. He had to be there. He had to be there between 9 and 11 a.m. And then what I've done, are you in his? I don't think so. Are you in his VC or his uh server? His
I
this
didn't know you had it.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you. Just one moment. Is it anything great? No, but um I do put a
Live
stat.
streaming from jail right now.
No, he wanted to, obviously, like that was something that would have been cool. And he talked to me about it. He's like, dude, he's got my telephone number and he's like, I'm gonna call you, and I'm like, if you do, I'll stream it. But I think that was he talked about it a lot. It'd be one thing if he talked about it once. He talked about it like 6 times. I'm gonna call you, and if you get the call, just live stream it. And I'm like, all right, dog, I'll do whatever you need. Um,
Did you get one call or something a day or a week or a month?
I don't know. I don't know the um the rules of their jail, but from what it seemed like, he was saying that there might be the opportunity to call. So if there is, I'll do my best to take the call. I'm now gonna send you. I sent you a friend request. Is there any way you can accept it?
So I accepted it instantly.
Oh, you're the man. Interesting. Now we're gonna look up Riser.
Oh, I am in the Caspian Sea court.
Oh, cool. How?
I guess he invited me and I accepted.
Tight. Okay, so you're already in.
Yeah.
Excellent. Then if you look at this,
There's not.
look in the KS status, and what I'm doing is I do a countdown of like he's got 500 hours as of right now, and I'm gonna put this in there just one moment. So he started with approximate. Do you see it? I just put another one in there.
Oh, that's funny.
So
So he's been in there a few days at this point.
yeah, he's been in there for like 4 days, 5 days. It's gonna be 6 days. It'll be 1 week on Saturday. And if you're like, okay, well, what does that little time capsule do or that timeline do? Nothing. I want him to know he's being thought of, and it's just kind of I mean, I became pretty close friends with him. It's like I say this when I stream and you become like when you get on the stream or whatever, I become very attached to you because it's like we're having a sleepover. We're talking at all hours of the night with random conversations. You know all about me, and so like for him to do that where he was in the stream 24/7 and then to leave, it was like to be totally gone. I'll say it. I mean, I know it sounds strange, but it's like, it's really easy for me when I've got someone here to be able to like go like, hey, let's go on Monkey app, or let's go on Omegle, or let's go on something and we'll fucking meet people or do something. When I'm here alone, it's like, okay, fuck. I just make sure that these fucking robots are going, and you hear, Riser, that these fucking robots make a huge difference in people. Like, they know about me.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that you had so much attachment to your loyal
To Caspian Sea.
tribe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a loyal person, and also I want to see the best for people in general. So if I connect with you, I want to make sure that good things happen to you. I can tell you, when I first met Caspian Sea, I didn't know anything about him. Obviously, he learned about me. Do you know how he learned about me?
Was it related to the Harry Potter community?
No.
No.
Caspian Sea found out about me through YouTube. The way that he found out about me, there was this guy who is a streamer named Music Biz Marty. And Music Biz Marty's claim to fame is that he goes around and trolls streamers. So he'll go to big streamers, he'll go to small streamers, and he'll just troll them. And he has a very large community. So when he starts to troll you, a whole bunch of people start to troll you. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. So Caspian Sea was a fan of this Music Biz Marty. One day, Music Biz Marty comes into Rabbi Rothschild's stream and is like, hey, what is this? And I explain, I stream my life for world peace. I've been doing it, at that time, it was like 2 years. And, how are you? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. And this guy and I Music Biz Marty and I get to talking, and he gets to see that I'm a pretty normal person who just streams their life all the time. And he couldn't find anything about which to troll me. And so he just moved on, and he told his stream on his he told his audience on his stream, I couldn't really find anything. Whatever it was that I wanted to make fun of this person for, it was like justified. What like, hey, why are you wearing Sonic on your pajamas? Oh, it's a cryptocurrency that has purchased merchandise for. Oh, well, that's actually pretty cool. What is all about? So like, anything that he came at me with, hey, why do you have a sleep mask? Oh, because it prevents blue light from getting into my eyes. Oh, okay, well, that makes sense. All right, and especially because I have so many different devices, so I was able to counter all of his trolling
Why do
questions.
you have 18 cameras?
Well, that's what I explained to him, because I want to have redundant streams to be able to record life. It's essentially a necessity in today's day and age, when you're trying to do everything you can to archive the life of a person. So he understood all of that. So Caspian Sea was one of his friends and thought, whoa, who is this rabbi who was basically untrollable? And so he hops into my stream and starts watching me for like 6 months or something. And then one day, I think I put the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, uh, like, I wrote it on a piece of paper, I think, and I put it on the, I just like had it hanging above my bed. And he saw what the address was and joined. So he joined, or no, that's not what it was. He started typing to me, I think, YouTube, and I put the address. Anyway, he gets into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu group, and I explained to him what it is. He knows about cryptocurrencies and stuff, so he knows that it's not like this is kind of common. And then from there, um, we started to become a little bit of friends, but not like where, like, I really become a friend with you under two conditions. One, if you spend a lot of time in this DC, um, combined. So like, if you spend like 3 or 4 days in here all day, every day, I will fucking remember you. Or if you come in every single day, I'll remember you. Aside from that, I remember some people here and there if they have memorable usernames or something like that, but a lot of times it's just like, shit, two ships passing in the night. Anyway,
You're
Caspian,
Jared from Subway.
perfect. Yeah, exactly. So
Jared from Subway.
Exactly. So Caspian Sea comes in and he's like, seemingly pretty cool. And I could tell something was wrong though, like something was off. And it was that he was on probation and that's why he couldn't get a job and these other things. And so we're able to help him to at least get a job and he can get that job again once he gets out. So he might be able to do that or do other things. I want him to be able to stream full time. You know that Kick pays people to stream? Did you know this?
Right, and the criteria that you have to meet is not wildly high either.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very subjective of them who they choose, but if that's the dream, to just be able to press a button on a computer and it make money for you.
What's the criteria again? It's like you have to have subscribers and followers. Really low.
No, you had to have 300 unique chatters. I think you had to have at least 75 followers or something. You had to have 25 subscribers. But there's a pretty easy way around the subscription thing. So here's what you do. You have to have 25 subscribers, and each subscriber is $5. So that's a total of, well, if they're 25, $125. So 5 times 25. Okay. But then, because they're subscribing to you, you get 95% of that money back. So let's say you get 25 subscribers at $5 each. You get 95% of that back. So what is that? It's going to be something like, I don't know, $110 back or something. It's not going to be that big of a deal. So that's how you get the subscribers. And then you had to do some streaming that, like, for someone like I am, it's not a big deal. But someone like Caspian Sea, it's probably not a big deal. Where you have to do like at least 7 streams within the last 30 days, each with the length of an hour or something like that, whatever it is. But then once you do that, you're eligible. Oh, but the hardest thing, all of that shit's easy. The hardest thing is you have to have 100 viewers on average every time.
Oh,
And
well, then that's
and then you have to
really
pay
difficult.
you have to pay for that. There is no streamer on Kick without a huge. I'll tell you this: every single person on Kick is buying, view-botting themselves, and it's no longer become a secret anymore. It's an open secret. The biggest fucking people on the platform just talk about it, that they just buy their viewers. Oh, did you hear that fucking girl? I was like, I'm like, oh, so how's everybody doing tonight? And she's like, I'm high as shit. I'm like, oh, what are you smoking on? An indica, a sativa? She goes, I drink codeine. Like, holy shit.
Codeine is expensive. Last time I checked, it's like $400 per bottle. Or but depending, you can just get it for free if you go to the doctor and say that your throat is scratchy and you can't sleep.
Yeah, they don't really do that anymore in the United States. They used to.
No, you can still get codeine here for you have a bad cough. Still get it.
I know people who would. There are these things called. Do you know what 222s are?
No.
So, Canada used to have a. I think they still do, but I don't know. Codeine was illegal in the United States without a prescription, but in Canada it was not, and you could buy it at a pharmacy. So there were a lot of people who would just go to a pharmacy and buy like a bunch of 222. When I say 222, what is 222? That was the name of the pill, and then just bring them over the border. and give them away. I mean, whatever you want to do with them, because you could just buy them at the pharmacy there. It was no big deal. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that, dog. Hell, you know, I have an idea for a university. You're never gonna believe the name of it, dog. Have you seen any bears recently?
I've seen what?
Any bears recently?
Yeah, I was walking by the university there, and I happened upon a bear.
That's amazing. Were there a lot of Chinese students at that university?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it might be like a bilingual university or something.
That's smart. Whatever people set up that university,
Mandarin only university. I'm not sure.
dog, that's even better. Fuck English and French. Mandarin only. You adapt you adapt to us, motherfucker.
Program. They seem to be up to date with the convolutional neural networks and
Dude,
random forest trees.
let's talk about that for a second. Did you see the recent Joe Rogan podcast with the guy named Nolan Asborough? Or something like that. Asperger? Asborough?
Asperger?
No, it's not that. In fact, I'm gonna look up this fucking guy's name because I don't want him associated with that. Nolan Arbor. Yeah, there you go. Arbor. Yeah, he's the first person to get uh, Neuralink, and he was on the Joe Rogan podcast. Did you see this?
I did see this video, and I was kind of memeing about it because all he was doing was playing fucking video games with this shit, and I was like, really? Is that the first use case for a human brain transplant with fucking AI? We're gonna give it to some handicapped guy to play fucking like Starship?
Well, they make it interesting for him, and also they're able to get all kinds of data from that. So one thing that I find,
Yeah, it's improving his video game scores by 5,000%.
well, it's not that. It's just it keeps it interesting to him, and so while you may see it as someone who is just improving their video game score, the people in the study are able to judge his orientation. They're able to judge the measure of like the feedback of their device. They're able to make sure that the coordinates that he's choosing when he's like imagining these things are correct. So yeah, could this be done with like a really boring game? Yeah, or not even game, really boring piece of software, certainly. But hey, if you can make it Space Invaders, why not?
I mean, yeah, I'm just curious why they chose specifically this handicap guy and specifically this like method of testing a video game for Neuralink.
Well, well, they had to have someone who agreed, who's quadriplegic, who agreed to the study, and that's a limited amount of people.
But Neuralink doesn't solve being quadriplegic.
They're working on. Yes, no. That's why you should watch it, Joe Rogan. We can watch it together. That's what is really interesting about it. So like imagine if you broke your back in two, just 100% split. You're normally like quadriplegic or maybe paraplegic, right? But with Neuralink, what they're able to do is take one of these Neuralink transmitters and put it right before the break in the upper half of your body, and put another one right below the lower break in the lower part of your body, and send the brain signals through the Neuralink around the break, so that it's like you have a fully functional brain spinal cord. How wild is that?
I did not know that was the purpose. That's not the only purpose. I thought it was a brain that more data to watch fucking Rabbi Rothschild and multiple.
Well, that's the end goal. I think everyone would understand. We're going to get past paraplegia and quadriplegia. Everybody's working their way to the point where they just can watch me 24/7, 365.
So I
Word dog. They're going to be able to see it in some kind of like face mask, but then also when they close their eyelids, we're going to have it in HD. He,
Exactly.
so yeah, it was really interesting to hear about Neuralink though, and I was not aware like you could use it for all the things that you're saying or that I was saying that he was saying, like, hey, the way that they're going to try to make him be able to walk again is put one of these neural links in the upper part of his body and one in the lower part, and it can send signals to all his central nervous system in the lower part of his body, and hopefully be able to like make him walk again. I mean, I think that's the goal. Oh, here's the thing though. It's unfortunate. So he's got the first version of this, and they're not real comfortable putting in another one in the same person. So basically, he got like the version one, and then they're like, all right, well, this should work for like a few years. And then he's like, okay, well, aren't you going to take it out and like update it? And they're like, we're not at that point yet. So we don't know. And we don't know if we're going to use you for that. So he's like, I understand that this may be the only, like, this is maybe as good as it gets, that I was just, patient zero for this type of technology. And if it is, then I tried. He's just saying like I'm doing everything I can to help the world. I mean, he was a really, really down to earth guy. He was an athlete and like snapped uh his backbone and just like a weird, like he said, it wasn't a diving accident or anything like that. It was just a freak accident in the water. And he like to be honest with you, the way that he talked, it was like you could easily be friends with this guy. I'm not saying you can't be friends with quadriplegics by any means, but it's like some people take more care, and he was like really, really like down to earth. He's like, look, I don't want people like people see me and they're like, oh, they feel sorry for me, but you have to understand, I have everything in my life taken care of for me. I don't have to do anything. And I feel badly about that. I want to be self sufficient. And I don't want people to have to take care of me. And this is an opportunity, perhaps, of just the start where people might be able to become self sufficient. But like, I don't know, just hearing him, I know he's in a wheelchair and everything. Um, but he seemed like you could just sit there and play video games with him, which I'm sure people do. And it would be totally normal. Look, what am I trying to clarify here? There are some people who, unfortunately, have been in such terrible accidents and they're quadriplegic and they're almost like in a vegetative state. It was not that at all. This guy is very coherent, knows exactly what's up, and he's just like trying to get that little bridge gap in his spinal cord so that maybe he can walk again.
Yeah, no, it's pretty miraculous thing that they're trying to do. I think like
Well, shit. And for him to
is it
not
totally
die,
safe?
I'll just go ahead.
I feel like it's like the biggest disappointment for him to say for when they tell him, oh yeah, sorry, we're no upgrades.
Right.
You get
Isn't that something?
a little bit more finger movement. He's like,
Exactly.
dude, I want a boner. He's like, don't worry, Elon Musk is working on getting you a fucking boner, alright? We're
That's
sending fucking
2.0,
space
dog.
rockets out every four. That's in the 2.0 package.
Exactly. Ayo.
But
But do I actually think that that guy will fucking walk again? I fucking do. I think that like they're like, look, we can't promise you 2.0 right now or 3.0 or 4.0, but they're not going to forget about him. And eventually it'll be like, all right, dog, we've got this new chip. We're going to put it in you. And also we want you to be the study to try to get you to walk again. So I think that like he'll be a very famous person. I mean, I remember when they showed him, I was like,
steps are just the most excruciating pain ever. He's like screaming and
oh, I certainly don't want to see that for that gentleman. But you never know. I mean, with this shit. But I remember when they played it, I I said to myself, I need to remember this person's name, Nolan Arval, and obviously I didn't get it right, but I got his first name right, and I think he'll be a very famous person someday.
I mean, he got on Joe Rogan. Can't get much more famous than that.
I'm in agreement with you on that. So he was very very enlightening to watch him. And
I think it's safe to do what they're doing.
do they what?
Doing it, it's like, I don't know, just from what it sounds like in my head when you're quadriplegic, it's like your spinal cord super sensitive. So I, but the way that you describe it, it's like, oh, it's like there's a little, it's just a little circuit thing that's a little shorted, and we can just rewire it to hop around the sorted out part, and then you're
Exactly. Apparently, it uses Bluetooth, which I wouldn't have that much faith in, but nevertheless, it's able to make that connection with Bluetooth. So yeah, that was really interesting. Back to Caspian Seed. So he was in here a lot, and then he wasn't, and I don't know. It would have been different, I guess, if he was like on vacation. He's like, "Hey, I'm taking a 3-week vacation." Okay, that's cool, because I know you could probably communicate with them and other shit. But like to go from a friend to like nothing, and it's like, okay, well that sucks, and then you worry about him. I mean, I told him, dude, it's better being in jail than homeless, and I still think that. Why? Homelessness, somebody could attack you at any time. Usually in jail, you're semi-protected. Homelessness, what are you gonna eat? You have to steal or you have to dig through trash. They're taking care of 3 hot meals for you in jail. Homelessness, it's really, really hot or really, really cold. It's raining on you. It could be snowing on you. A lot of things can happen. In jail, everything is climate controlled. So I'm not saying it's a perfect place to be, but it's like, dude, there's nothing to do when you're fucking homeless. In jail, there's television. You can work out. There's some other things you can do. There are books. So I tried to explain to Caspian Sea, it's not forever, and you'll be able to get through this. And if you just, I know it's gonna be boring. I get that, but
you might also meet some lifelong friends in jail.
you could, you absolutely could.
Yeah, I mean, even prison too, I guess. Like, even their social creatures, being totally isolated is really difficult. But if you're in jail, you can at least socialize. Even prisoners still chatting, probably cracking jokes.
100%, man. I told Caspian Sea,
Might be confined physically, but they can't. No one, like, if you went to prison, Rabbi, like today or whatever,
Texas,
the world's biggest pimp
for
or
being
something,
exactly, we're being the world's biggest pimp, absolutely.
and not getting an authorization to start University of Vancouver.
Dog, we don't need it.
And
I'll tell
then,
you what, you'll be able to
I'm
fucking.
sure it would be tough probably without Joe Rogan experience. I don't know.
Dog, we're gonna get.
You're still gonna have the personality at least to be happy probably behind bars.
So this is what I said to Caspian Sea. Aside from being able to watch podcasts, your life is exactly like my life right now. I mean, or what it would be. It's like I live in a fucking room. I have very little social interaction, and I mean, the lights are on all the time. Um, Look, I understand it's different, and by no means am I saying that I'm in anything like that. But you gotta understand, like,
I think it's not that far off.
it's not that far off. So I'm trying to make him aware, like, dog, aside from the cameras, and you are on camera all the time there, so it's like, it's not that different. The only thing is, I get to choose what I want to listen to, and you just have to listen to, like, whatever's on the television. But aside from that, it's basically the same shit.
Yeah, I think also I guess we're so accustomed to like internet, like the little device that we just like whatever our
What
minds
word?
can just
Absolutely.
conjure up.
That's the
We're
difference.
infinite.
That's
When
the
that gets taken away,
that,
it's like
that's 100% the difference. The ability, what would drive me absolutely wild is being like, oh, who sang that song? And not being able to look it up. And I'd be like, motherfucker. And then I'd be screaming at other prisoners, hey, who sang that fucking song? And I'd be like, shut the fuck up, because there's no Google. Exactly. I'd be like, who's saying rock around the clock? They're like, shut the fuck up, dude. Dog, does anyone know who's saying Jailhouse Rock? Shut the fuck up. And then they're gonna want to beat your ass. So, for Caspian C's sake, aside from being able to Google stuff, and I mean, it's basically a similar, like, so I was trying to make him feel better about that. Like, this isn't jail of the 1900s or like the 1800s where it's like you might go there to die. They might go there and just beat the shit out of you. I mean, chances are that's not going to happen, hopefully. You don't have to be in the humidity and the heat and all that shit. I mean, he's in Las Vegas. The daytime high in Las Vegas is like 125 degrees. You're telling me that you would rather be on the street at 125 degrees or inside where it's 69 degrees and you've got your next meal coming in 2 hours?
Yeah, you probably die. You get water.
Exactly. So, and just from the heat exposure, you might die within an hour if you're exposed. So, I
Are they
tried.
obligated to feed you water for free in restaurants?
So, it is
You can't
not a
just go
law.
into a fancy restaurant and have a table and just be like, "Oh, I'm just here for the water."
It is not a law that you have to give people water. But what happened back in the day, I don't know exact year, but people would start to deny people on water based on race. Somebody would come in and be like, we don't want that person here. And so, and then sometimes those people would die. And it would be very, very bad publicity for the restaurant to say change. I mean, you can't just go into a fancy restaurant and ask for water. They'll throw you out beforehand. If you go to some, I don't know, I don't eat fast food, but like if you go to some fast food, I'm sure at points they will. I think I think I've heard of this. They charge you for an ice cup or a water cup. They'll charge you like 5 cents, just a little something, so that you just don't abuse the system.
Oh, I've never gotten charged for a cup before.
Well,
Never.
I've seen it for ice, or at least like on signs and stuff. But to get charged per cup, um, well, I can say they've made some rules too in the United States. Like you're only allowed to. Well, frankly, I learned all this shit from Reddit because a lot of people on Reddit, it's just shit on Reddit. Okay, so like what? People, McDonald's apparently used to allow like old people, especially, to just come in and sit there all day and fucking drink coffee, and just to have people in the restaurant. They didn't cause any issues, and so you'd have like a whole bunch of old people who would come in every single day to become like a staple of the restaurant. Well, then they started. What up? What up? How you doing, Al? How you living, pimp? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Anyway, if
You know
you
my username? Hello, L. Oh my fucking.
pretty close, dog. I said hello, Al. A-L.
Oh.
Yo, dog, just one moment. I have to use the restroom. But I won't take fucking forever like your dog Yellow. BRB.
You know, I would have loved to next if they could have combined and and the Olympics and had him in the bobsled one. All right, I'm ready, Howard. Yes, sir. I think it's yeah, that's right down. I'm gonna name this Storm. All right, let's take it on. Hello, little Storm. Come here, boy. Hey, off the leg. Already now. Here we go. Love you for the man that you are. An incredible man. More than just one night. A man who can, I don't know, make you realize. I'm ready now. You ready?
I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Um, so you know about my kickbots, right?
You're changing the topic from homeless people getting water to kickbox.
Oh no, let's continue with that discussion. I'm always about kickbots though. So homeless people getting water at restaurants. Yeah, I think I've seen like signs on Reddit and stuff like we charge 5 cents for a cup for ice, stuff like that. But nevertheless, I feel the United States has a major issue at its borders, and we are basically setting people up for their own death, and that they should put water stations in the middle of the desert for people. I think that's important.
I mean, like the people that are. Okay, I read this thing. And I heard about it before. I didn't understand what it actually meant. Apparently, the U.S. has a open border policy. Um, so apparently that's true.
No,
And
no, 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 no. Is there an open border? Yeah, but we just. Yeah, I guess you could probably say at this point it's true.
yeah, because there's just people flooding in by thousands, I guess, every day from usually Mexico
Oh,
or
hold
Texas.
on. No, no, no. We don't technically have an. Well, we have an open border, but that doesn't mean everybody who crosses the border instantly becomes a citizen. So
Right, but there's like laws basically to protect people from
being
like,
deported, yeah, yeah. So basically, this is what it is. You cross the border, and then you make it to like a border checkpoint or some kind of checkpoint, and then they like fingerprint you to make sure that you're not like an international criminal or something, and then they say that you get a hearing date with an immigration judge, and the next hearing date is in August of 2039. So it's like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, that's 15 years away. And they're like, yep, that's how long the list is. So you can stay in the United States as long as you need, and your hearing date, and so long as you have, there's a rule in the United States or a law, so long as you have a hearing date, you can't be deported.
that is
Oh,
pretty
it's
wild.
absolute horseshit, and everybody knows it. But nevertheless, this is what is done.
But so you think that we need water stations in the desert for those people that are crossing?
Well, so long as we're going to let people cross, let them do it safely. If I had it my way, we'd build a huge wall, 100% on both fucking borders, but we would have a lot of border entrances and have everybody, if you want to come here, we'd have a much better way of becoming a legal citizen within a year or two, as opposed to like a 15-year process and all this other bullshit that you have to do. But yeah, just like any fucking country that would want to have its country have a border that you would.
I mean, I saw that there's this company that builds a bunch of war equipment and has contracts with the U.S. And then what they were doing was putting these like station towers. It was like an electronic border that like monitor, I guess, the border and whatever using some freaking camera and satellite data or something.
I've seen
Um,
that, and I think that that's certainly a potential. I think they use lasers and
I mean,
stuff.
if they went to like the extreme case, you have like a laser gun that just like a laser border where if you cross, you're just instantly chopped up by like a million lasers or whatever.
Yeah,
Or even if you're seen, but that'd be a little extreme. But um, even like with these like electronic borders, if your policy is still like you're not going to throw people out, then it doesn't really matter what kind of security you have. Because people will probably find their way through or dig a tunnel under the wall or whatever.
people will find ways. loud shit. All right. Back to my kickbots. Dog, have you seen my kickbots?
I have, yeah.
But what you don't know is something changed with them. So before I was using them to follow people and spam. Now what I'm doing is I'm also creating clips. You're like, what's clips? There's a function where you can basically take the last 30 seconds or 60 seconds of someone's stream and type into the subject line anything you want, and it posts it on their page. So what I always do is just type
Isn't half the entire page of books, like half of them are your clips?
exactly. Oh yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, I think you told me about that, like, before I didn't pull a Caspian Sea and warned you that I would be leaving, so you wouldn't worry about me for a month.
Did you say that you were going to be leaving?
Yeah, I told you, I'm like, yo, my mom's visiting me, I won't be on here for like a month. And you're like, okay. You weren't worrying that I just went.
No, I wouldn't have worried about it. So how's your mom?
Oh, she's the nicest person in the world.
Is she still fuckable?
But
Is she still fuckable?
have a rude question.
Oh, it's completely rude. It's the rudest fucking question I could ask you about your mom. Let me repeat it. Is she still fuckable? Question mark.
Yeah, totally.
There you go. That's the answer. That's the answer.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dog. Hell yeah. That bitch is ready to pop. Yeah, dog. Okay, so your mom is a really nice person?
Yeah, let's change the subject.
Oh, dude. I can make a joke like that. Okay, so your mom came, she visited you for a month. She is a really nice person. Did you guys do anything fun?
Yeah, we went to Delft, which is take a ferry ride over there. There was supposed to be whales and orcas and humpback whales. Our mission was to spot a whale, and we didn't spot one for the whole vacation. And then on the ferry ride back, going to Vancouver, I saw the fucking spray come out of the water. I was like, oh shit, that's a fucking whale right there. But I didn't see any actual physical evidence, but tell by like the spray of
The blowfield.
But my mom didn't do that, so I did end up seeing a whale.
Was that the first whale you ever saw?
Yeah, so
I just
it better have been a whale, because that's the only explanation for that fin coming out of the water.
could have been an orca.
Potentially, yeah, but you usually see like the fin. I don't know how.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Before the fin.
Excellent point. Yeah, it's probably a whale. That's cool. I've seen whales before. I actually just wrote about whale watching on on Reddit today. I did an AMA on Reddit, and it was like, name a time an animal surprised you, and it was a whale in Santa Barbara, just out of nowhere, and huge, just like huge and very calm, just beautiful. Anyway, so your mom stayed for a whole month. Are you sick? Like, are you happy she's gone?
I'm not happy. However, I was spending time with her.
Sure.
So
Okay,
I'm
that's
happy
cool.
that she came and grateful that she got to spend time with her for a month. We live pretty far away in Ontario, and I'm in which is like a 4-hour flight.
Right.
And I drove across the country with my last dog. That was like a 7-day journey through fucking all the provinces. Got to fucking the landscape of Canada.
I bet that was beautiful.
Yeah, no, it was like the pinnacle journey of like my entire life. Where like the first
Do you like Manitoba?
Like is a strong word. Winnipeg, I just drove through there.
Do you like Winnipeg? Is what I'm getting at.
It just seems like I was like, oh man, I couldn't imagine being trapped here, -40-degree winter. Not a lot to do per se. I mean, there's stuff to do. It's like the same stuff they do anywhere, but I guess it's not that bad. It could be more fun, I guess, but it's not really
Pardon me.
very flat and a lot of farming.
I understand. Well,
Have you been to Northern California with the big giant trees, the redwoods?
yeah. Is that what you have?
No, there's no redwoods here. We do have giant forests in Victoria. It's like, or the island that's like old growth. They're not as big as the redwoods, but they're like the giant trees, but they're not like redwood big. They're like fucking like 25-foot diameter trunks or whatever.
Right.
Drive the car through. Have you seen that thing on the internet where it's like this, I guess schizos that claim that there's like these giant trees that were like, are just like, yeah, it's like the thing that they claim is like the base of a tree, and it's like 100,000 times the size of a normal tree.
Do you mean what is that place called? Devil's Tower in Wyoming?
Devil, Wyoming?
It's called. Can you look it up? Devil's Tower. Devil's Tower. It looks like a big tree trunk.
Yeah. There we go.
So they think that was a tree previously.
Yeah, that's what people say.
I can tell you. I think that's like indigenous people lore that there were like giants here before. I'm not saying that there weren't giants, but not giants that big. That's a really big thing to be able to cut that down. And even still, I mean, we show that it's like rock. It's not even like carbonized, fossilized stump. So somebody just sees that and they associate it to be a large tree trunk, large tree stump, but in reality, it's not. Now, the question remains, how amazing is it that everything else in that area basically has been run down due to erosion except that tower? That's pretty wild.
The ocean?
No, except that. No, well, like as I understand, to get a tower like that, it eventually like it shows you initially how high the land was, and that erosion can drop the land, like at the Grand Canyon. Basically, like the erosion of water has created a huge canyon.
So everywhere down was eroded away.
We're gonna look that one up. That's an excellent question. I guess I'll just look at how was Devil's Tower made?
Reverse Grand Canyon.
How was Devil's Tower made? I don't think it's a reverse Grand Canyon though. That'd be cool. How is Devil's Tower made? Okay, it's a volcanic plug. So essentially, oh yeah, okay. So according to Native American legend, the tower was formed when 7 little girls were chased by giant bears. The girls ran and jumped on a boulder, praying for safety, and the rock began to grow upwards towards the sky, adding distance between the girls and the bears. The cracks and columns on the tower's surface are said to be the result of the bears' claws as they frantically tried to climb the rock and reach the prey. Okay, so it has nothing to do with being a trunk of a tree, and it has nothing to do with erosion. It has something to do with erosion, Essentially, over time, the softer sedimentary rocks surrounding the igneous core were eroded away, exposing the resistant igneous rock. The nearly vertical cliffs that encircle the tower today are the result of this erosion. So let me go back and clarify. It doesn't seem to be in this case that the land was ever that tall, that this is some kind of volcanic uh, plug. But that is still accurate for the Grand Canyon. So you were saying that you saw someone on Facebook or something saying that Devil's Tower was a tree, and I'm also wrong on this. Apologies. It's in North Dakota, which oh no, it's in Wyoming. Apologies. Here's why I got confused. It's in Wyoming. I was right about that. But it's in the Black Hills, and the Black Hills are normally North and South Dakota, but it is also Wyoming.
Why did they name it that? It seems so dark.
That's a great question. We're gonna look up the etymology of Devil's Tower right now.
Why not just God's tree?
Dude, there are a bunch of different native people stories about this thing. A lot of them have to do uh, with bears. Okay, so you want to know why is it called that? Etymology. The name Devil's Tower originated in 1875 during an expedition led by Colonel Richard Irving Dodge. According to records, his interpreter misinterpreted a native name, likely from Lakota or Cheyenne tribes, to mean Bad God's Tower. This interpretation was or has been widely accepted, and the name Devil's Tower has been used ever since. So the search results do not provide any direct etymological connotation to the devil or any Christian connotations, contrary to popular myth. The name Devil's Tower is rooted in the misinterpretation of a native name, highlighting the complex and multifaceted nature of placement.
In an effort to escape the bears, the girls climbed on top of the rock and fell to their knees, prayed to the Great Spirit to save them. Hearing their prayers, the Great Spirit made the rock rise from the ground towards the heaven so that the bears could not reach the girls. The bears left deep claw marks in the sides, which had become too steep to climb. And they were turned into the constellation Pleiades.
That's pretty neat. What would you say is the best natural landmark of Canada? Go.
Natural landmark.
Like I would say the United States is the Grand Canyon.
Maybe Lake Louise.
No, dog, that's a shitty answer. You gotta give me something good, like Horseshoe Falls. Horseshoe Falls, dog, Niagara Falls.
Oh,
Dude, you know what else would be really big? Fuck Jasper and fuck everything. Banff. Banff?
That's like 4 minutes away. That's where all the Japanese people go to vacation because
Dog, you live near Banff?
you know the Marriott marketed do like a whole big marketing campaign in Japan to get a bunch of Japanese tourists into Banff, and that's why all the menus and stuff in Banff is like half Japanese.
That's baller as fuck. Dog, aren't you surprised that I know what Banff is?
Have you ever stepped foot into Canada or Banff?
Not Banff. Canada, yeah. I went with a friend once and he got stabbed. Would you like to hear the story?
Yeah.
Alright, so be me, like 20, not yet 21, or I'm like 19, not yet 21. And my friend uh was like, hey, we sometimes go to Canada to go get drunk. And um, one day when you're visiting my house, you, um, if you want, we can go to Canada. So this one time during a break, I was visiting him, and he um, had planned this trip where we stayed in this hotel in Windsor, and as like 20-year-old, 19-year-old kids, it's pretty fucking wild there because across the border you have to be 21 years old, but here in Canada you're 19 and you can go right up to the bar and drink. And they've got Windsor's a wild town. They got girls with Jello shots all over, and it was just wild to be in Canada and to see. What did I like about Canada? The beer store. I thought that was cool. Not really. It's kind of a fucked up law that you have or whatever that you have to buy beer, but I just thought it was great branding. What else did I like about it? I wasn't there that long. I was only there like a weekend or something. But so one of these kids who came with us, he wasn't my really good friend, but he was another kid with whom we were, and I developed a friendship with him. Um, we all started getting really fucked up in the hotel, and he's like, dude, let's see if we can get some cannabis. And we're like, all right, we'll go for it. And he had been there before. He's like, look, I think I know this place to go. And so I guess he just started asking people, hey, do you have anything? Do you have anything? Do you have anything? And finally, this guy's like, yeah, I do. Come with me. And so he follows the guy into like a little, um, I would say like an enclave, like a little patio area. I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly, but he was like, it's like $40 for a bag or whatever. So my friend gives him the money, and he got stabbed. So then he comes back to the hotel. We're like, hey, where were you? He's like, dude, I'm stabbed. We're like, what? Are you bloody and bleeding and shit? And he's like, yeah. So he had to go to the hospital, but he couldn't really. He was like afraid to tell them like what happened because it was like a drug deal, and he didn't want to get in trouble in another country. So he just got patched up and came back and fucking like a champ went drinking with us that night. And I just remember, I remember the women of Canada were pretty attractive. Um, I can tell you, I remember there's a place in Windsor that's very famous. I think it's called Cheetahs. It's a strip club. Oh, that's the big thing that people do is go to strip clubs there. But believe it or not, I don't like strip clubs. So my friends were like, dude, we're gonna go to Canada, we're gonna get drunk, and we're gonna go to strip club. And I told them I'm not going to a strip club. I don't want to go. I don't like the fact that this is uh like basically you're taking advantage of these women who are down on their luck, and now you want to give them money to see their private parts. I get it, but I just don't really like that. So my friends are like, all right, you're being a loser. But they're like, we understand. Okay, you're Mr. Moral. Um, we'll just drink outside the strip club. So we went to a bar literally right next to Cheetahs in Windsor and just watched all the people go in, and they were some hot ass bitches there. Um, then what?
Why did they, I thought strip clubs are for older pro guys.
No, 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 no. So in the United States, you have to be 21 usually to get into a strip club that is full, like that is a strip club that's like fully topless or something, or where they wear pasties. There's some kind of fucking rule, and honestly, I don't really know them that well because I don't go to these places, or I do my best to avoid it. But it's like if you want to go to a strip club in the United States, a lot of times you have to be 21. That's what it is. So this is your first time to be able to go to a strip club. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You could be like 19 and go to a strip club in Canada, and you have to be 21 in the United States. Now there are some clubs.
Better than the United States.
There are some clubs in the United States where you only have to be 18, but they don't serve alcohol. But then that's almost a better thing because then they can be fully nude. Like you can have a fully nude bar that doesn't serve alcohol, but if you serve alcohol, then it can only be topless. Whatever reason, that's what it is.
Little monster.
You never know what you're gonna pick up when you're hanging out with the rabbi. But yeah, so all my friends were like, dude, you mean to say that we came all the fucking way up here and you're not even gonna go to a strip club? And I was like, I don't want to. Those places are, to me, just like skeevy. They're just, I'm gonna feel guilty if I go there, and I don't want to do that. So we did the next best thing and just got drunk on a patio out front, and it was the middle of the summer, so it was really, really nice. And um, what else about Canada that I enjoy? Well, whenever like Canada has this reputation for being super super nice and always cheery and really apologetic, and I kind of had the opposite of that because where I went it was like strippers and fucking people getting wasted and a friend who got stabbed. So it was like, oh dog, Canada can be really nice and cheerful to most people, I get that, but at least when I was there it was fucking wild as shit. And I can tell
Where
you
did he
just
get stabbed?
pardon me.
Where did he get stabbed?
In Windsor.
No, like was it in like the shoulder or leg or thigh or something?
Oh, where on his body? I want to say it was in two spots. I think it was on his forearm and perhaps in his torso, but it was really, really weird. Meaning, I can tell you this. I was there for like a weekend, but I don't fucking remember much of this weekend because we were so fucked up the whole time. We, I can remember we couldn't get any 420 across the border. We didn't want to fuck with that. So we were just going to get it in Canada. And if I recall, I remember him just standing at the fucking hotel door, and uh, actually, now that I recall, he wasn't at the hotel door. He came in through the hotel door, obviously, but where I first saw him was in the bedroom. My friend and I, we basically had like 12 guys sharing a hotel suite, and my friend and I had like we had like three or four guys like on the bed basically, and my friend I remember kind of like waking me up, being like, dude, so and so got stabbed. I'm like, what? Wasn't he just going out for weed? And it's like, yeah. I can tell you that whole fucking trip was just like a blur. I only have a certain memories from it. I have going across the border. I have um getting to the hotel, and the reason why is we just drank so much that it was just like everything was a blur. I remember my friend being like, dude, so and so got stabbed, and I was like, is he okay? And he's like, yeah, he's gonna go to the hospital or just get checked out. It's not too bad. It's not like he was stabbed to the point where we thought he was gonna die. He was still walking and everything. And then what else? I remember I remember being on the street. There's like one main street of Windsor. I don't know what it's called, but it is fucking wild. It's like spring break. It's huge. Where it's just and the other thing is it's all younger people. It's 19, 20 and 21-year olds, not 21, 22 and 23-year olds. And then what? I remember doing jello shots on the street. There were just people who would like give you jello shots, And then after that, I was too drunk. I remember getting back to the hotel basically. I shouldn't say I remember. I remember waking at the hotel and it was time to go. It was like, what the fuck was that? It was a very quick trip that was. Oh, and I remember going to the beer store. Aside from anything else, I mean, this trip was like almost 20 years ago. So, but I remember thinking it was really cool taking there's a tunnel that goes from the United States to Canada and back. And so I remember it was really cool going under the river and everything. That was neat.
What in the Detroit is tunnel?
Yeah. There's also a bridge. But
Yeah, no, I've taken the bridge for going to friends and get parked on the bridge because of the borderline, chilling on the bridge for a long time.
while people are trying to get through security.
Yeah, there's like a stupid line at the border. There's like the elite fucking border line, and then those people are just flying by on the card or whatever, but they're in the regular civilian line.
I have a story kind of funny. Okay, so my dad had a friend of his who was a very high in a very high position in some company, and he worked out of Detroit. It it might have been General Motors, but it might not have been. So anyway, uh, it it was somebody big in Detroit. So you would expect this guy to come in like a suit and tie and all of that. Well, this guy had the opposite type of philosophy that he was going to be like a biker. That was going to be his thing. So he was like a fucking CFO of a huge company, but he was a biker. Now, my dad's friends, none of them are bikers. So I can tell you this was like a long, long time ago. But my dad just knew him, I think, through business. But anyway, he said that there's a story that he told once where the the biker CEO guy is driving on I think it's called the Ambassador Bridge or something, and normally what they would do is you get on and then you get backed up and they eventually let you go through. Well, this one time, uh, my this CEO biker was not taking his motorcycle to Canada. He was taking a car, and it was like his ex-wife or somebody got mad at him for some reason and called the border police or the border patrol and said that like, hey, there's going to be this suspicious vehicle that's going on the bridge and be on the lookout for it. It's filled with drugs. She was trying to get back at him, something like that. So anyway, normally when this biker CEO guy hits the bridge, he's got to be in this long fucking line. And instead, they have this one whole line that's just coned off for him. And they're bringing him in and they're like, hey, right this way. He passes all of the traffic. He's like, oh, this is great. I wonder what this is. They tell him to get out of the vehicle, that they've been tipped off on his vehicle, and like, is there anything that he wants to explain about the vehicle? And so he's dressed like a biker in like a car and doesn't look like a CEO by any means. And they're like, all right, so what do you have in here? He's like, it's just it's just like my luggage and stuff. So not only do they go through his whole luggage, but they take apart his entire car piece by piece. They take out the back seat, they take out the tires, they take out the spare tire, they check everything. He says it's like 12 hours he's been there, and there's nothing that they can find. So they eventually do their best to put the car back together, give him his keys, and like, all right, you're welcome to come in if you want. And it's like at that point, I was so fucking pissed. My whole day was blown. I had to turn around and come back. There was just no point in doing it. But I always thought that was an interesting story that all it takes is for one person to make a false accusation against you, and apparently they will roll out the red carpet for you at the border.
Yeah, they didn't stop him like really when he seems like he got to one checkpoint and then they directed him
Exactly. He did not know why they opened it up for him. I do,
Blindsided.
do you know the comedian Ron White?
Yeah, he drinks, or he used to drink a bunch of whiskey.
Word, smoke cigars, that guy. So he would travel privately, and when he was able to, he would bring a ton of weed with him because they don't check you if you're flying privately. They don't check you for drugs at the airport. Though everybody else, they'll check you like a million. Anyway, so he started to get apparently like a little uh how do I say liberal with his policy, and so he would then start to fly first class instead of flying privately because it was a little cheaper to fly first class. And his ex-wife tipped the people off at the airport that he flies with drugs, and they caught him for it, and he had to fucking get a lawyer and all kinds of other stuff. And then there's another comedian. Do you know who Ralphie May was? He's a huge fat guy.
Yeah, of course. They listen to
You,
specials not that long ago.
excellent. So Ralphie May used to fly with weed as well. And what he used to do, he was in that um, pre-boarding. He got like the pre-boarding, and then what he would do is take the brick of weed or whatever and put it in his fat fold, and they never checked him for that.
Like just in his ass.
In his fat, you know how like he had like fat here, and then he'd have fat here, and then another thing of fat here. He could lift up part of the fat like this and keep it. Man, I know girls who used to keep a lot of shit in their cleavage. I one time was dating this girl who had huge tits. These things are fucking softballs. And she took a bottle of vodka and just put it right in between her tits, and no one ever fucking knew it.
Good way to smuggle it into the club.
Exactly right. That's exactly right.
Or you can put it in the old coin purse in the front. There's a lot of weed in there, probably.
It was funny. We were trying to think of every fucking way. You know how you were like, oh, with Caspian Sea. So you were able to cut 25 days potentially into 24 days. Yeah. But we were thinking of like all kinds of things to fucking do, like to try to shorten that amount of time.
You could get probably acid into jail pretty easily.
That's a good point.
So,
Right.
like, you just have to, I don't know, bring your Bible in or something.
Dog, I saw this thing. They're making these.
Or you should have just swallowed a bag and then barfed it up when he gets there. But
Well, we talked about that, but they have those naked body scanners, and so they won't let you just fuck around with that. They'll make you wait and then poop it out.
and they just detect if there's a plastic bag in your body.
Apparently, yeah, it can detect any foreign object in your body, especially like if something's up your butt or in your stomach.
Yeah, then probably getting weed in. I mean, they don't let you bring in chocolate bars filled with weed, even though it's legal.
Correct. There's no like exchange
Can you
between.
mail him stuff from the outside? It's legal, right?
Can you get mail?
Is weed legal in Nevada?
Yeah, recreationally.
So is someone else allowed him to get him weed from the outside?
No, it's considered prohibited paraphernalia. Thank you. But it's a even though it's legal in the state, according to federal law, it's still illegal. Even though now it's Schedule 3, it's still illegal. So what the idea that you had is probably best getting the acid in, but it's not like we had a bunch of acid on. We could get at the time. So
Really obvious when his pupils are dilated. The hell.
you probably see that from a lot of people. going into jail. Just people who are all fucked up. So I
Your mic cuts out randomly.
well, it's usually because I just have such a huge cock, but it could be other reasons. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can. I'll just randomly cut out every like 5 minutes or something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll see if this stops cutting out randomly.
Dog, have you explored this entire Discord?
Forever what?
Have you explored this Discord?
Yeah, I noticed a lot of Judaism channels at the bottom there. It seems like
Word.
to explain what these are. They're
No,
not. I thought these were like radio stations, but they're not.
some are radio stations. No, at least the Judaism ones are just a general overview of some of the categories that we have within Orthodox Judaism, and then from there I put writings in. So if you look at like rabbinical, I think it's called Rabbi Insights or something like that. I'll put my thoughts on some different topics, and I'm really just doing what I can to modernize some ideas. And I then above there have some things on gaming. Above there I have some things on sports. Then I've got like a thing for music videos. Have you been to the Reddit part? Yeah, it's below uh, it's called Reddit, and then it's got a bunch of different things. It says anime. It says dog. I I have an amazing AMA as well that I can do. It's live on um it's live on Reddit right now.
What's up, Rabbi?
Dude, how you living, Tim?
Yeah, I'm doing alright. I just woke up. I actually slept in your VC tonight.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad that you did. Arnold, this is my friend Riser. Riser, this is Arnold.
Oh, hey, Riker. What's up? I hear you're the reason why Rabbi is always sleeping during the day when I try and bother him. Is that true?
That's true because Arnold and I talk at early hours of the night.
Yeah, dude. You like what he's doing? Riker? Yeah, of course. Alright. I'm,
He's an OG.
that I'm a part of the world's biggest event in history, are you? Yes, I'm too, bro. Have you heard of the University of Vancouver by chance? No, I haven't. Will soon, don't worry.
Arnold, have you ever heard of the city of Vancouver?
A city in Vancouver.
No, the city of Vancouver. It's in Canada.
Oh yeah, I've heard about Vancouver. I thought you were talking about the movie or something.
No, that's okay. So there's a city in Canada known as Vancouver, and I'm surprised that it doesn't have a university. It's a big city, and there's no University of Vancouver. So I'm doing what I can to talk my man Riser into starting it because he lives near Vancouver, and so we joke about it that it's the University of Vancouver and that is very popular. And because there are so many Chinese immigrants in Vancouver, that it will probably be a very popular school with the Chinese diaspora.
Okay. Well, how is there no universities in Vancouver? I mean,
Well, there are universities in British Columbia, specifically the University of British Columbia, which is a good school. So there's no need necessarily for the Vancouver one, but nevertheless, we still think that there should be one, and it should be a very good school. That's exactly right. Also, we have to tell them about the invention.
Ideas, take 1%, and then I have to go do all the work and pay perpetual revenue.
But I market it, so everyone is going to know about it. And then also, we came up with another invention. The invention, so Arnold, where my man Riser lives, they have bears. And my man Riser was walking his dog Yellow in the rural area, and a bear nearly attacked him, and he had to essentially use bear spray. And the bear spray, it was windy at the time, and it didn't spray correctly because of the wind. So we were trying to come up with some kind of device that will deter bears if they came to attack you. So we came up with the idea called the bear scare. What does the bear scare do? It's basically bear spray, but on top of the bear spray, you have a sonic sound alarm, and then also it has strobe lights.
Okay. Yeah, well,
Dog, we're just full of fucking amazing ideas here. Rabbi Rothschild. Amazingness.
also have a built-in phaser so that if it gets close, phaser, huh? But a taser, I don't know about that. I mean, don't they have like fur and shit? Will taser work on them?
I didn't know anything about the taser element. I think it complicates it if it's a taser. He's just joking about the taser. Well, nevertheless,
Oh, okay then.
at least bear spray, which is like mace, that's gonna not want them to come. They're not gonna want to come near you because of the painful issues that arise because of that. Then you've got a strobe light that's really bright, so they're not gonna want to come near you, and you have a really loud sound that's gonna deter them. It's pretty fucking
That
genius.
bear spray has to be refillable somehow.
We've talked about that. So actually, what I told him, the best thing to do is to just have the bear scare be attachable to the best-selling bear spray on the market right now. So let's say the best-selling spray on the market right now is just called, world's best bear spray. Well, the bear scare attaches to the world's best bear spray so that you can still use the world's best bear spray. You don't have to do any of the testing of it or any of the like quality assurance of a bear spray. And your attachment has a really bright light on it and a really loud sound. So that when you're like, well, it has to be refillable. You just buy another one.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a good idea.
Yeah, it is actually. That work. I mean, to the places where there are bears around, yeah, people will definitely buy this.
Word dog. Arnold, have you ever seen a tiger?
Tiger, yeah, I've seen one actually in the zoo, but not IRL.
Cool. That's still cool to see one in a zoo. So we could also have an Asian one for like, tigers. If a tiger, I don't know if they make a tiger spray, but my man Riser, you got to get on this. This has to be a project at the University of Vancouver. We need a tiger spray. We're going to make sure that it does. It's going to be a tiger spray, and we're going to protect all the people in Asia.
Bro, but aren't there more tigers and getting on extinct and stuff like that?
Dude, Riser, were you going to say there's more tigers in captivity in the state of Texas than in all of the wild?
Yes, I was.
Word dog. Well, then you can also use it in Texas.
No, but tigers are friendly, right? They don't attack.
Fuck no. Tigers rip the shit out of people.
How many tigers do you think kill people a year?
I'm going to look this up.
I don't know, take a guess.
3?
50 to 60 people.
Damn, that's a lot.
You imagine being one of the lucky people that get
They survived
Freaking
a tiger
Mitchell
attack.
Rothschild, 1984 to killed by a tiger, 2024.
Word, dog.
Pretty badass, right?
I agree.
He was testing out his fucking tiger spray when it
Exactly.
fucking worked so well.
So I want to see, do they make a tiger
University of
spray?
Vancouver, no less.
Do they make a tiger spray?
Basically like peppers, right?
Right.
So, won't the same bear spray work on tigers as well?
We're looking that up right now. So it looks like there is a tiger spray that's different. Both tiger spray and bear spray contain capsaicin, the active ingredient found in chili peppers, which irritates the eyes, nose, and throat of predators. Both are used as deterrents to protect humans by big cats such as tigers and bears. Both are designed to be used at a distance, allowing the user to maintain a safe distance from the predator. That is, if the wind's not blowing. So, it does seem that bear spray has a higher concentration of capsaicin. So 1 to 2% of bear spray is capsaicin, while 0.5 to 1% of tiger spray. Bear spray is designed for longer use, up to 30 feet, while tiger spray is intended for closer range use, 6 to 8 feet. I don't want to get 6 to 8 feet away from a tiger. That's close. And then bear spray often comes with specific instructions for use against bears, while tiger spray guidance may vary depending on the context, for instance, in a zoo or wildlife setting. The key takeaway, while both tiger spray and bear spray share similarities, they are designed for specific purposes and have distinct differences in concentration, range, and user guidance. So yes, it does seem like there is a tiger spray. I want to see how much tiger spray is.
After my bedtime, midnight,
Hey, we want to see you tomorrow, please.
oh yeah, I'll be there.
And one other thing, Riser, I won't even mention it, but I made a joke and you didn't like it, so I apologize for that.
I know it's cool. Fucking little fucking wallflower market went. The rabbi knows how to make jokes.
Word, dog. You want to hear the joke that I made? No, you don't want to hear it. It wasn't funny. I mean, it wasn't bad. It wasn't like racist or anything. I just think that in some audiences it would have been a big hit. Other audiences, no.
You know what always gets them every time, Rothschild, that they, or, what's your name? Fucking Michael? Rabbi Rothschild. Just say, your mom sucks cock. And then they really don't like that other people when you
Word.
put that out at them.
But you know what is a counter? You know what a counter is to that?
Made a your mama joke?
Yeah, I made a that's exactly what I did. I made a your mama joke and it wasn't taken so well. It wasn't that bad. I can tell you this, at least when it comes to if somebody says your mom sucks cock, just say my mom's dead, dude. That switches everything.
She died.
Exactly. No, that's a great counter. Yeah, she died sucking cock. Dog, I fucking love it.
When I was like 12 years old, that makes the feel any better.
You met your mom when you were 12 years old?
No, I lost my mom when I was 12 years old.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, bro.
Dog,
I have memories of her.
hold on a second. And I mean this, Arnold. Like, by you telling me that, it gives me a goal that I want to see in this life, and that's this. It's something called revivification of the dead. What is that? Basically, people who died in the past, there's a type of technology to perhaps bring them back in multiple ways. Perhaps we can clone them, but also there's a way to perhaps take their mental, like basically their just for a moment, like an image of their brain so that we could be able to perhaps replicate them. So you should just know, I know that she's gone now, but that may not be forever. And just know that we want to make it a goal of ours to reunite you if you ever want that.
But even if it doesn't happen in our generation, the generation after,
That's exactly right. That's very smart,
whenever
Riser.
it comes, it's going to come. So you don't even have to worry about it.
That's right.
Imagine if like we get revived her, so will she have the same consciousness, or will she just act like a replica?
So
Maybe like an
there are
AI or
multiple
something.
ways to build her. The idea is this: that if you had a picture of her and a little bit of her DNA on like anything that you basically have, and since DNA can stay for quite some time, all you'd have to give them is just like some of your items and perhaps her DNA is on it. And then what you're able to do is use that DNA and put it in a machine, and this machine will create a clone of her. So her whole body, everything about her. Then you artificially age her to whatever age she was when you were 12 years old, and then you take that picture of her. Now, currently, it would just look like a picture. It would just look like her smiling. But there's a type of technology that you can peel back the layers, and we'd actually be able to see what her brain looked like, and all of the like dig into that brain and see all of her memories, all of her behavior, all of the love that she had for you, everything. We'd be able to reinstill that into her. So essentially, when we flip the switch to have this thing work, it would turn on. Now, what would she know? She would know that she was back to her normal self. What she wouldn't have known is that she died. You would have to explain that to her.
You'd also probably wonder about how she died, in which case you have to explain that she died sucking cock.
Exactly. Of all the ways to go.
Fun conversation.
Why not?
Right. But you should know though that like most people would be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," oh blah 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 blah. Yeah, I feel that way too, but I also have plans to bring these people back. And now your mom is on the list of people we want to bring back so that she can share digital immortality with the rest of us.
Bro, but I just don't get it. I mean, like, how are we going to extract her DNA? Like, how are we going to find that?
We can get her DNA from your DNA if needed.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, 50% of your DNA came directly from her. So meaning like
So
50% of your
that means
DNA is
like
all
we don't have to like dig a grave or something like that, right?
correct. No, we could leave if you wanted to, we could dig her up and get DNA from her bones, but that's not necessary. We could just get really your DNA and be able to create a clone of her based off your DNA and then get a picture of her of what her brain was and be able to at least revivify her up until when that picture was.
Wow. Okay. Then I can just take her to her grave and show her
That's exactly
that
right.
look she died.
You will do that. And you'll be able to explain to her that, Mom, when I was 12 years old, you died. But then I met.
That is literally like my dream come true, bro. I mean,
I know.
I used
No,
to
no, no,
dream
I
of
know.
something else.
Look, I want you to like see me as much as my face as you can. This is going to perhaps, you're 22 years old. This happened 10 years ago. We're going to get her back. And I know
Yeah.
people don't talk about it, but you have to understand, you're going to live to be 50, 60, 70, 80 with life extension technology, perhaps even longer. And you got to see that how much we have progressed as a civilization in the past, say, 50 years, and you're going to be able to see that into the future. And revivification of the dead is something that is already in the works. It's known as the Lazarus Project. I know that there are companies that are involved in doing this, and they're starting with people who are cryogenically frozen, but eventually they're going to people who died the organic way. And so just like, no, it's not over. Nothing is over until we say it's over, and this one's not over. Your mom is just gone for a temporary period of time, but you're going to be able to get her back.
Also, when
Great, bro.
That's the dream.
alien
Go ahead.
will also accelerate technology.
So let's throw some because this is an important topic. Let's throw some more science behind it because here you're just hearing me talk about it, and I read about it like years ago. But here we go. Please tell us the different modes that we can have revivification of the dead. Basically, people who were once dead, be able to revive them. Some ways that are able to do this are through using the DNA of a child, or also perhaps taking a picture and in the future being able to develop different information from the picture and the mapping of their brain. Please talk about how this is going to be something in the future and how. Okay, so here's what it says. The idea of reviving the dead, or just one, the idea of reviving the dead or bringing back the deceased is a topic often explored. Here are a few concepts are sometimes involved in such discussion. DNA replication and cloning. One concept involves using preserved DNA samples of deceased individuals to potentially clone them from the future. The idea hinges on the ability to preserve genetic material effectively and then use advanced cloning techniques to recreate a person genetically identical to the deceased. This could also potentially be done through other methods as well. Mind uploading and digital immortality. Another speculative idea is mind uploading, where the brain structural and neural connections are mapped in detail, and this information is used to create a digital replica or simulation of a person's consciousness. This could potentially allow for a digital version of a person to exist in virtual reality or within a computer system. Advanced AI and personality recreation. Future advancements in artificial intelligence might allow for the recreation of a person's personality, memories, and behaviors based on extensive data collected during their lifetime. This could potentially create a facsimile of the person and that is remarkably similar to how they were in real life. It is important to note that these ideas are currently speculative. Many ethical, philosophical, and practical challenges will need to be addressed. And, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. In fact, here we go. Let's just ask this one about a photograph. Please describe a way that someone might be able to be revived or brought back from the dead using just a photograph and some DNA of a descendant of theirs. Ways this could be done is in the future, cameras might be able to peel back layers into a person's brain and be able to scan it. And thus, people's memories and thoughts and personality could be recreated using the DNA of the descendant to create essentially a lifelike recreation of the original person. All right, so here's what it says. The concept you're describing is futuristic and speculative, but let's explore how this scenario might work. Advanced brain mapping and photographs, high-resolution brain scanning. In the future, advanced imaging technology might allow extremely detailed scanning of a person's brain from photographs. These photographs could potentially capture not just external features, but also detailed structural information of the brain. And that's the important thing. Like a picture right now just shows us the external stuff, but you don't realize, or people don't realize, in the future it could have a lot more information, and it does. Layer peeling technology. Imagine a future camera technology that can analyze photographs at a microscopic level, peeling back layers to reveal the intricate neural connections and patterns within a person's brain. The advanced imaging could be aided by nanotechnology and other microscopic tools that can capture and interpret neural data. Mapping memories and personality. By analyzing the brain structure and neural pathways from these detailed photographs, future technology might be able to reconstruct memories, thought patterns, and even aspects of personality. This would require sophisticated algorithms and AI to interpret and reconstruct the vast amount of data captured, but we can do it. Utilizing DNA of descendants. Genetic templates. DNA from descendants could serve as a genetic template to fill in gaps or provide a basis of recreating certain genetic predispositions, traits, and possibly even aspects of personality that are influenced by genetics. Combining DNA and brain data. The hypothetical process might involve integrating the genetic information from descendants and the detailed brain mapping data extracted from photographs. This combination could potentially guide the recreation process to align more closely with the original person's genetic and neurological makeup. It's it's the future, and so you should know that we're like it's in my plans that we're going to reunite you with your mother.
Basically.
Pardon me?
So it is real, actually, huh?
It will be in the future.
Yeah.
That is right. So that should be really exciting for you. It's not over. You're good. I really mean this. You're going to be reunited with her. So now it's just a matter of time. And how are you going to be able to do that? You're going to be in a position in the future financially that you'll be able to help pay for these types of technologies. In addition to life extension technology and perhaps brain uploading technology, there will be ways that you might be able to revivify her with the amount of money that you're going to have. You're well invested in cryptocurrency. You're on the internet. I mean, you have to understand that you're 1% of the top 1% right now of the people on Earth. Most people right now don't have the ability to have connectivity to the internet. Additionally, they don't have the devices to be able to do it. And then, even more so, they certainly aren't on social media and invested in cryptocurrencies as you are. So I have very little doubt that you're going to be and I have no doubt you're going to be a very successful individual, and you're going to be able to pay for all this to bring her back.
Yeah, definitely, dude.
And
If
so
I
that should
had
be.
the money to do it, yeah, I
We're going to
would
get
have.
you that though.
I
Look, you're
would do it.
22 years old. You've got lots of time for cryptocurrency to do really well for you. And so, of anything that I've been able to introduce to you, two things. One, revivification technology. You could be like, look, I used to think it was over between my family because because they were dead. There's like no getting them back. But actually, after talking to Rabbi, there may be ways to be able to get them back. That's the number one thing. The number two thing I want to make you aware of is I don't think you're going to die. Not in the traditional sense, meaning you're going to be able to use mind uploading technology to perhaps live into digital immortality. And if that happens, I'm not saying go jump off a cliff right now or anything dangerous like that, but just know that in the future, we're at the point where some of these technologies may be able to bridge the gap, and that's very exciting.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just thinking about it makes me feel excited.
Exactly. It's not, she's not here yet, but just know that I really mean this. Like, I'm not kidding. This isn't a joke. That this type of
Yeah,
technology is coming,
this
and
will be a real thing. Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, whatever like people think, like in the present era, that is like a taboo or something. That is actually not. That will be a reality somewhere in the future. I mean, not taboo. I mean, what is the name? What is the word? I mean, I don't get that word in my mind, but
That's okay. I know what you're saying.
uh,
Taboo works. Basically, that which today is controversial, tomorrow is reality.
yeah, exactly. Yes, that's what I was trying to say here.
I got you. I knew
So
what you're
like,
saying.
yeah, in terms of technology, I mean, that always happens. That is what has been happening from like the past 500 years or something like that. People
You're
never thought we would fly, but here we are, we're flying. People
100%
never
right.
thought like
We're
we
in
were like
different
fucking.
continents and we're communicating instantaneously. This is the dream of every civilization ever.
Yeah, exactly. So
And
why not?
so, if we were to say to random strangers today that yes, we're going to be able to revivify the dead, they're going to laugh at us. But then when they hear about all of the technology that we're developing, they're going to say, wow, that's going to be here sooner than we realized.
Exactly. We've already developed ourselves into doing that, to doing things like that. Yeah.
100% right. Hey, I have to use the restroom again.
Do you
Apologies.
have any idea as to like how do they upgrade like processors like every fucking years? What is the thesis behind that? I mean, how like do they get the brains of like upgrading a processor by like a significant amount like every fucking year?
Well,
Do they have the technology of doing that
it's known as
already, or like
it's known as Moore's law, and the idea is that technology speeds should double every 6 months. Just one moment. I have to. I'll be back. We'll talk all about Moore's Law.
Hanson, she sued. Which one was it? ChatGPT? Gemini? Okay, so they were asking her if they could use her voice, and she said no. And they used the voice that's used back, like her voice. Pretty close. Close enough where she decided to sue.
Is it related from like other clips?
It's her from, no, it's another person. Okay. But her contention is they got a person that sounds like her, which people have sued for before, right? Like, didn't Kim Kardashian sue because they had a Kim Kardashian lookalike did a commercial when Kim wouldn't do it? Yeah, so it's like, you won't do something, they can get someone that looks super similar to you to do it, and so people were sending me a car commercial for a while, but I had to listen to it twice because I thought it was.
Oh wow! And they didn't even ask me the first time.
Oh wow!
They just like, wait, no. I mean, they weren't trying to use my voice at all.
But they used something that sounded so much like
It was crazy. A lot of people thought like, hey man, congrats on that commercial.
Yeah, the Scarlett Johansson thing, we played it. Now that I'm thinking about it, when we played it here, it was different because she was the voice of her, right? So she was the voice that Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with. But the clip that we played was her like bedtime talking, like he was laying in bed and she had like more of a raspy kind of. Whereas in the regular ChatGPT implementation, like Scarlett Johansson.
Okay.
There's that movie where she becomes God.
What's it called? Remember? Yeah. I've seen that. And I don't think that's fun. She is one of those actresses where if I see her on a picture of the movie, I'll watch it.
She's compelling. She was great in this movie Under.
I'm back. So Moore's Law. Let's talk about Moore's Law for a second, because barring any external, just checking. Arnold, are you there? That's okay. We'll talk about it when. But if you do hear this, you should know I care about you. I care about your mom, and I really think that this stuff that I'm saying is true.
Like change of plan to the state high. There's certain women that they lock eyes on you and you're in trouble. And that happened to me. I got hurt in the road. That was pretty sick. Yeah, it's you never know. But the thing is, like, if she's an alien, it's really drowning in another dimension. You might have. I mean, look. You're not. You're not. At least you go out in a very unconventional and pretty amazing way. People talk about that forever. If they know, if they ever find out, vultures can't find way under an interdimensional water system. What do you think is going on with all this nonsense?
I don't even know about
No pay attention at all?
Not really. Wow. Because if they want to come get me, go.
Like, we tell us, like, disclosure talk on television, we talk to Congress. Pay attention to
I wait until the end. Because it's like, right. Like I tell my kids all the time, don't worry from around the bend. It's like, if you're going to have to worry about it, you're going to have to fucking worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily worried about the alien thing. I'm more interested.
Sure.
Like, what the fuck is going on? How much of this is nonsense? It's not 0%. So, okay, how much of it is real?
So you do think that people are coming down, or other?
I think it's highly likely that the universe is way stranger than we think it is. Way stranger. And I don't even know if it's as conventional as a thing gets in a ship and flies here from another place. Sure. I think it might be interdimensional travel. It might be something that's always been here. Because so many instances of things like what we think of that are in the Bhagavad Gita, ancient texts, thousands and thousands of years old. They're talking about things that fly in the sky, flying chariots, flying things. God. What is that? What's that all about? Comets? Shooting stars? Could be. For sure, some of them probably, right? Some of these things, they see streaking across the sky, they see something extraordinary, it lights up the sky, and then mythology is attached to that, right? And then people, 10 years from now, tell that story, and then other people tell the story towards them by the people that were there, and then that gets twisted to the telephone. There's some of that too. But then there's also uniformity. There's uniformity to descriptions of the movements of the ships and what these things do, why they're interested in us, and what they say. It gets very weird. It's very weird to the point it's like, hey, this is a mass illusion. This is a creation of the mind. Carl Jung thought it was a creation of the mind. Thought it was some sort of conjure up in his mind, but it's just like a calming illusion. Just like it's there in the human psyche. But then there's also the physical elements. Physical elements is what they get real weird. Because they're like, if you're telling the truth, this isn't total, or maybe it's all of those things. Maybe it's total bullshit, lies, people with myths that make up myths about comets and natural disasters and all kinds of other stuff, and also interdimensional occasionally, and then also things that have always been here occasionally, and then also things from the planet occasionally. It all things are, it's not binary, right? It's not either UFOs are bullshit or, they're real, 100%. Like, it might be all those things, everything combined. That's what I think a lot of people struggle with. It can be yes and yes. Yeah, it doesn't have to be yes and no. Yeah, there could be a lot of things going on simultaneously. We can't be we're concentrating on one. Some of them, I'm 100% convinced are government drones with some incredibly sophisticated propulsion system. It probably doesn't have a person in it, but they probably can move at fantastic speed using some new propulsion system that they don't release to the public. They probably don't know how to weaponize it yet. They're probably flying these things around at insane rates of speed. They can't figure out how to shoot people with them, so they're just fucking with them. And I think that's the reason why they keep getting excited by these military spaces. I think they try them on the troops, like they try the vaccines on troops, so they try the burn pits. They didn't test burn pits to make sure that people were going to get sick. Breathing in toxic fumes from all the troops, and they just did. I think they probably did the same thing with everybody. Just try shit out. Yeah, I just wonder if you hear something that makes you think it. I watched the Blair Witch Project. I went into, it was dark when I got home. It was light when I left, and dark when I got home. And I sprinted. And all of a sudden, you think you're seeing fucking people in the corner turn around, and you go, well, that can't be right. I got it. So once it's in your head, you keep seeing it. Definitely. Sure. Yeah, things in the woods. Things you see in the woods. That's probably the big part. Gets in your head. You go looking for that fucking giant hairy man. You see a tree, kind of, and you go, what the fuck was that? The thing about Bigfoot that's really Native Americans have a bunch of different names for them. There's a lot of names for them. They don't really have a lot of fake animals. It's not a common trait in North American culture to, in any Native American culture rather, to worship a bunch of different things, to talk about a bunch of different things that aren't real. Like, mostly they were talking about real things and then spirits, right? Like, they were talking about spirits of the sky, and spirits of the sun, and nature. Essentially talking about Mother Earth and God and Gaia and nature. They didn't have, like, fake animals. They didn't have Bigfoot. There's a lot of Bigfoot that makes you go, I think at one point in time it was real. I think there were a bunch of them? Yeah. Well, they know there was a real thing, right? They know there's a thing called Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus existed alongside human beings. For sure. 100%. And it was a bipedal hominid that was between 8 and 10 feet tall. And it was like in the orangutan genus. And this thing was discovered in the 1920s or 1930s, in an apothecary shop in China. An anthropologist was there and he found these massive primate teeth. And he instantly knew that they didn't belong to a gorilla, they didn't belong to any known primate. He said, where'd you get these?
And so they took him to the site, and they started digging, they found jaw bones that indicated that it was bipedal, something about the position of the jaw that indicated by the size of it, and then they found some other bones. I think they had a very incomplete skeleton of these things, but they know that it was a real animal, and they know that it existed as recently as, I believe it was 100,000 years ago, for sure. But it could be way more current. There's just no bones available.
So then you think that thing was real? Stories got passed. Started.
Yeah, probably.
I could get behind that.
Yeah. Also, where it existed makes sense, because if you think about the sightings are all in the Pacific Northwest. Or the Pacific Northwest, if you follow that up past Alaska, which also has a lot of sightings, then you go across the Bering Land, right? And Asia was where this thing existed. It kind of makes sense. And then the more they find out about people in North America, they used to think that all people came across the Bering Land bridge. They don't think that anymore. There's so much evidence of people that were here 25,000 years ago. There's footprints in the ground that they've now carbon dated to more than 20 plus thousand years old. And so that's just what we have, right? That's just the footprint that we got lucky and got. Who's to say that there's not people that were here 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago? Now you got 50 it's real, right? Because if those people really were alive, and while those people were alive, so if you go back, just go back 20,000, right? If you go back 20,000 years ago, you're dealing with North American lions, which were the biggest lions on Earth, bigger than African lions. You have saber-toothed tigers. You have giant sloths. You have all these enormous animals that don't exist here anymore. And this was all in North America alongside people. It just kind of makes sense that you would have a Bigfoot, you'd have a Gigantopithecus, at least a few of them, especially up there. Up there, where it's thickly dense forest, seems like if you're a big fucking plant-eating shithead, that's where you would live. You would live there. Just totally makes sense that they probably existed, just like all these other things. You know, they don't find a whole lot, unless they're in the tar pits, they don't find a whole lot of tigers. They don't find a whole lot of things before 25, 35,000 years ago, except dinosaurs, of course. So who knows, man? I would love if the afterlife, you were just there for an hour, hooked you up to a fucking cord, put everything that happened in there so you know.
Yo, Lucky Pavan.
If you had a chance,
Lucky Pavan.
get that cord.
Yo, dog, I'm here. Hey, dog. So, you need money, right, Lucky Pavan? Yo, dog. Hey. Lucky Pavan.
Sir.
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Oh, I lost $10 since
Yo, dude. I don't have money to give you, but let's work on what you can do for yourself. So you need money, right? Okay. Do you know how to graphic design?
No, I'm a CSC engineering student. I'm not a graphic designing student.
Okay, so you're a computer science student?
Sir, come on.
You're a computer science student?
Yeah, I'm computer science engineering.
Oh, engineering?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Do you know what Fiverr is? Fiverr?
No, I don't, sir.
Okay. So what this is a way for you to make money, and you can make a lot of money. Okay, so it's for engineering students, it's for anyone. So if you're like, what is it? You make an account for yourself, and then people will come to you with different jobs. Like, what can they do for engineering? Look, dude, if I said to you, Pavan, I need you to make me 5 different social media accounts, and I'll give you $100, would you do it? Yeah, it's fucking easy.
Like,
So you can put on there things that you'll do. You can do. Do you know what ChatGPT is?
yeah.
Okay, perfect. So long as you have ChatGPT, it'll be really easy for you. Yo, welcome. Just one moment, Pavan. We'll talk. I'm gonna help you. Yo, how are you? Welcome. Zane, how are you? Zane, I'm really glad that you're here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been sharing my life for more than 3 years. It's the biggest event in global history. I'm glad that you're here, and if you'd like to talk, feel free. If you're just chilling, I understand that too. I'm talking to my friend Pavan here. So Pavan, there's a website. I'm going to show it to you right now. It's called Fiverr, Fiverr.com. You're going to want to create an account. This is what it is. It's a professional website. They also have an app. I want you to download the app too. You create an account for your.
Is it available in India?
Yeah.
Let me check.
Please do.
What's the app name, sir?
Just one moment. It's Fiverr in India. Let me see. Because a lot of the people on here are Indian. Yeah, dude. Tons of people are on here from Fiverr. Okay, or from India. Okay, so yeah, I'll send you the link. Yeah. Just one. See, here's the thing though. We don't want you to seem like you're from India. And so we're gonna do what we can to teach you everything you need to do to avoid that. And one of the big ones is going to be through ChatGPT. Okay, so I just sent you a link to Fiverr. Now I'm also going to send you another link to a company that I helped. It's a cryptocurrency. So it's linktree.com. I'm sending it to you, so don't you worry. Do you know what Linktree is?
Freelance service.
You're good. Do you know what Linktree is?
I don't know anything.
That's okay.
Let me install the app, sir. Wait a second.
Take your time. Dog, I'm here all night.
Yeah, it's done, sir. I just opened the app.
Excellent.
What should I?
So then you're going to create an account for yourself. But before you do that, I sent you another link. Okay? And it's called Honey Badger Hoba. If you're like, what is this? I don't want this. I want you to know that I designed this.
1 minute, sir. I'm sending the app.
Take your time. So this is a cryptocurrency, another cryptocurrency. And what I did is I set up all their social media for them. And I did this for money, okay? I did it for a lot of money. And what I'm saying is you can do it for people too. So if you're like, look, I'm installing the app. I understand. Take your time. Just listen to me. It's fine. What you can do though is you can say, hi, my name is Pavan, and I have a company that sets up your social media. If you want a website or you want an email account or you want a Telegram account or a YouTube account or an Instagram account or a TikTok account or a Twitter account or a Discord account or a Kick account or a Caffeine account or a Rumble account or a Threads account or a Pinterest account or a Tumblr account or a Twitch account or a Reddit account or an Imager account or an Odyssey account or a Snapchat account, if you want any of these, I can help you with them. And then people will pay you to make these for you. And like you need $800, they'll pay you $1,000 to do this. I got $1,000 to do this. So Pavan, you need to start a company, okay? So what do you want it to be known as? Is your name Pavan?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want it to just be like the biggest company in the world someday, right? Okay, so then what are we going to do? We're going to go to ChatGPT, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT, please provide me a list of 50 usernames that sound like mega corporations.
Okay.
and it says Nova Dynamics, Quantum Tech Corp, Stellar Synergy, Omnicore Industries, Titan Global, Nexus Enterprises, Galactic Corp. Grab any one of these, and then you go on every social media and you get Nebula Tech on Instagram, Nebula Tech on Twitter, Nebula Tech on TikTok, Nebula Tech on Fiverr, Nebula Tech on Snapchat. You get it everywhere, okay? And then that's your company. And then you'd start taking business from people on the platform Fiverr. And so people will come to you and they'll say, hey, your social media is really nice. Like, let me show you what I did for these companies. And I can show you I did all of this within 24 hours and I made $1,000. So how did I do it?
How much you made, sir? 24?
Within one day. I mean, I wasn't working the whole time. I was just sitting on my bed doing nothing. But I made over $1,000. So I would say in the amount of work I did, probably like, I don't know, 8 hours of work for $1,000 or so. So here's what you can do. Here's what I made for them. And these were just small, but just one moment. Okay, so I made these videos. And they were just like, whatever. They were popular though. Now, if you're like, dude, I don't like that. That's the art that they gave me. So I just did with it what they gave me. And they liked it. So you can do the same stuff. So what do? You signed up for a Fiverr account. Now you have to pick a business name. So go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT for a business name. He's just gonna go scam on people. We're trying. But I tried. All right.
One of the greatest things. Or maybe he wants him here to expose how crazy our political system is. The only way we find out how coordinated everything is, whether you're a Trump fan or not, if you hate Trump, put that aside for a second, and just look at how much coordination there is in the media to go after him. And it exposes like this thing where you have to step back and go, wait a minute, hold on. What's really going on? Like, whether you hate that guy or not, hate him. Think he's a crook. Hate him. Think he's a liar. Hate him. Don't you think it's weird that they're all in lockstep with the way they talk about him, even with things that aren't true? Like, especially like the Russia collusion hook they all talked about for years and years. I thought it was real. I thought like he colluded with Russia, and that was like the crazy thing about him winning the presidency. Oh my God, he worked with Russia. Maybe Russia has something on him. You kept hearing about it, right? That was just bullshit. And they went through that for years and years. And then you start going, okay, what else is coordinated where everybody is saying something? Like, how about the Nord Stream pipeline? You know, Seymour Hersh says we blew it up. Like, esteemed journalist is like, no matter what they say, I'm telling you, this was our doing. We blew this up. This wasn't some other country. This wasn't Russia. They wouldn't blow up their own pipeline. And but everyone knows me. Bullshit. It's impossible. Could not happen. This was oh, Russian disinformation. Oh, Russian disinformation. You hear it about like every story. It's like so hard to understand. Like, what is the motivation to get these stories out? Are these narratives created by the real government that runs everything and then like tells the news organizations that are in business with them what to say and what to do?
I mean, that's where it gets spooky. You get like you're voting for a guy who isn't when he gets there. I mean, there's a lot of people around that are making these things, and I will tell you, I still believe some of the Russian shit because you heard me fucking misquote the Gulf thing. I mean, I still believe a lot of shit I hear.
Oh, I do all the time. They get me all the time. There's so many stories that I'm sure are bullshit that I've parroted.
But if Trump wouldn't play the political game, if he wouldn't put the people on the Supreme Court, I mean, I know it's his job when he's in there, but if he wouldn't do any of that shit, he's definitely not come out on stage and be like waving papers. You guys aren't gonna fucking believe this.
Yeah,
And tell everybody everything.
he is if he wasn't doing that other stuff. But the only way he gets any support is he does that other stuff too. Like, you gotta understand about Trump. He was a lifelong Democrat.
Yeah.
Lifelong. Which is so weird.
Wasn't when he was starting to run for president? Wasn't he still? Like, wasn't he when he started talking about it?
I believe so.
Still a Democrat.
Yes, I believe so. Well, he had a very close relationship with the Clintons to the point where he paid them to come to his wedding or his daughter's wedding, or one of those things. Like, you would pay them, and they would come to weddings and events, and he would go to
Yo.
events. You know, that was like the famous.
What up? Pavan, how are you, dog? I'm glad you're back. What's the name of your company? Yo, Pavan, how you living, dog? Yo. Can you hear me?
Can I text
Yo. What's the name of your company? Yo, dog.
Can I text you?
Dog, I can't hear you. Say it again?
Can I text you?
No, I don't want to text. You gotta talk to me in here. Why do you need to text me? I mean, if you really need to text me, you can, but just, I'm not, I talk. Texting's takes too long.
You know, sir, I don't have much time. Like, no, 800, right? It's a very huge amount in India, so I don't have much time. So it takes time, I think. Saying that I don't know what to say, but I'm facing a terrible situation right now. I literally did a huge mistake. I don't know what to say, but what is it? Hello.
Yo.
What it? No, I'll do whatever it is, but I don't have much time, so facing a terrible situation right now. To return the take conference, so I will do, but I don't have much time. Hello.
Yo.
Got my phone? Hello.
answer?
Yo, dog, I can't hear you. What do you want to know?
I know, I'll do whatever you said, but I don't have much time right now. I'm facing a terrible situation right now, so first I need to return this money which I took from bank. Some of
I can't hear, dude. I can't hear you. Text me with you whatever you want,
I texted you, sir. Can you please reply me on text?
dude. I'm not gonna do it. I'm here if you want to talk to me. If not, send me a direct message.
I already sent you, sir. Can you check? I texted you, sir. Hello.
Yo,
I texted you, sir. Can you reply? I hope you may understand.
dude, get a name for your business.
Sir? Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I texted you, sir. Hello.
Yo,
Oh. I texted you.
okay.
Okay.
Talk to me. What do you want to
What do you
say?
want to May I reply on text, sir? I don't know. Hello.
Yo,
May I reply on text, sir? I didn't hear you.
what is the
What
name
is
of your business?
I will do whatever you say, but I don't have much time right now.
Okay, then go do what you need to do. But when you have more time, come here.
I'm from India, sir. I'm from India.
Cool.
I'm from India.
Great.
Okay, sir, I think you are so busy right now. I'm leaving, sir. I don't have much time, so sorry.
Okay, come back when you can.
What? What?
Okay, come back whenever you can.
No, I don't have time, sir. But I think you are so busy right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Peace. Take care. Enjoy yourself, big dog.
You're Indian. Hear my voice and
India's cool, dude. I like India.
and you said you will help me. But నీతోటే కదా మాట్లాడేది ఫుల్లీగా మీ అమ్మ పువ్వు నాకు చూడగా సార్ What are you doing in your mobile phone? Can you show it? Hello.
Yo, dog.
Can you show what are you doing in your mobile?
Dog, just, you can chill here whenever you want. It's a place to hang out.
Can you please help me, sir? First, can you please help me? Hello, sir. Can you please help me? గుర్తురావాల్సి రమ్మను సెలవుడే మరి లోపలికి లాగా ఉడక మాస్టర్ అబ్బాయి వాళ్ళు అందరూ
Yo.
ఇదోటే కదా మాట్లాడేది Can't you shoot, sir? Can't you shoot? You can't excuse me, fuck off. You got PayPal, sir? You got PayPal, sir? Hello? Sir, you got PayPal? You got PayPal? What PayPal, sir? No.
Yo.
Sir, you got PayPal?
God, I don't know what you're saying. You can hang out here all you want though.
What do you mean?
What's the name of your business?
Pawan Kumar.
What is it?
What is it? Pawan Kumar.
Okay.
Reni Amma. Amma. Hello.
Yo,
Yeah. You got paper, sir. I need your help right
God,
now.
I don't know what paper means.
Yeah, I saw your account, sir. You have paper related account. Why are you lying, sir? I just saw your profile. It's from Bank of America. Can I please get a shout out? I am legally known for Orthodox standing. I will make you bring more peace. Children and bring more peace. I have more content than on YouTube. I don't maybe know. You're following so much Indian people and Bangladesh people and Pakistan people in Instagram. They are getting any reach on Instagram. Only one YouTube views. Hello.
Yo,
I didn't buy your profile, sir. This is PayPal 2021. I just saw your YouTube, Instagram, watch your reels. You have good content, but you don't have any support. What you bro? Discord. Hello?
yo.
Bro, I just send you my PayPal. Can you send me some? No. Huh? Can you send me some? Hello?
Podcast. You can watch it if you want.
Like the UFO thing, just like everything about human being simultaneously. That's why I want that complicated. I don't want to turn away. I don't want to do this, but then you come. I just want to have it no matter what. I just want to know. If you're living a new life every time you wake up, you might get eternal life whether you like it or not. That's what some people believe. They believe that there's some religions that believe you will do this life over and over and over again until you get it. I've got some work to do. We all do. But guess what? If you get it all right, you're not going to come. That's the problem. We're almost dooming ourselves to repeat over and over and over. Because to do our job correctly, you have to step out of line and you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yeah, it's comedy is pretty. Who's the Jeff Dunham? You remember him?
Yeah, sure.
So I was opening for him in Miami, and I just remember this because this is my ultimate egg cracking. The crowd hated me for 30 minutes,
And so at the end of it all, I took my shoe off and I put my sock on my hand and I go, "Is this what you guys wanted?" And I started doing that, fucking, and then he comes back and he goes, "This isn't gonna work this week." And I didn't think so. I'm sorry, but fuck, I was just so pissed.
That's funny. You mocked people that wanted the puppet.
Yeah, they were not thrilled.
That happens though if you bring somebody on the road, and you're a big act, like a puppet act, like a very specific kind of act, like they're like, no, you're like your observation, your relationship, shut up.
I used to open for John Finette, and I was in really good shape. And people fucking hated me. I mean, they used to have to pull seats out of his rooms. Like, if it was a 380 cap, they'd have to bring it down to 350 to make room for him to move to the aisle, all for his fans.
Oh God,
Because they would bring him full cheesecakes from the Cheesecake Factory.
oh my God.
Yeah, they hated
killing
him.
him. He was funny, man. When I started in 1980, he was an established professional. I remember I saw him one night at his comedy stop, and he was fucking killing. He had this bit about going to the Chinese buffet. You know that bit?
You've been here for a while.
Yeah. Kicking him out. It was such a good bit. He would crush. He was one of those guys, too, that he had the advantage of looking funny. Because he was just such a round, big, smiley, jolly, fat guy that like you smiled when you saw him. Like, this guy's gonna be fun.
He's the most generous guy I ever met. I had 2 kids living in Minnesota, and he goes, "I like you, so I'm going to match what the club pays you, and I'm going to pay for part of your plane ticket."
Oh,
And I don't think I would have been able to keep doing comedy.
wow, that's very sweet.
And now if you look up that Chinese bit, they've cut, you know how for clips you have to cut laughter? He just looks really racist. Because they've cut all the laughter out.
Oh,
So
no.
it's just him like doing the accent.
Why did they cut the laughter?
I think to make it the right time or something. I don't know. But it's
That.
it's fucking
Don't do that. Oh, no.
because that bit used to
Oh, my God, what a killer. Yeah, I saw him do that bit in Boston. Oh, my God, he's a monster. And when you see something like that when you are 21, doing comedy for 4 months, what? But there were so many guys like that in Boston at that time. They were just murderers. They were so fast-paced. And their punchlines would be bang, bang, bang. They had so much energy on stage.
Yeah.
It was a crazy time.
like you're saying, you have to in Boston. Because people don't want that downtime.
Yeah, well, I think that's the case with all cold environments. All like I said, New York was a lot like that. Places where people are fucking evil as shit. They don't have time for your nonsense. You know, you can't be out there. But although you can do a lot of that now in New York, you get away with a lot of nonsense in the right rooms.
Yeah, I think so.
They don't want nonsense.
Yeah, they want you to sit and pontificate for a minute before you
Yeah.
actually say something.
They want you to put social justice ahead of your laughter. Have to do that? What if I just tell a joke? What if I just say things I think are funny? Is that okay? That's to me what I'm saying.
Yeah, how about don't laugh when you don't think it's funny?
Yeah.
Don't throw a fit. Just don't laugh.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then
Also,
laugh when it is.
some guys have to find their audience, and then once they find their audience, then the people go for them for that kind of comedy. That was the case with Hedberg. That's the case right now with William Montgomery. Like William Montgomery, I don't know if you know him.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
I did Kill Tony last night for the first time. I didn't know anything about this guy, and he just fucking screamed in my face. I thought he was going to punch me in the face. So I'm sitting there watching this guy, and I'm just like, there's cameras. What happens if he hits me? I'm going to have to sit here.
See, he thought he was really
Oh, I thought he was insane.
when you see him do stand-up, you get it. Like when you see when people become a fan of his because he's got a huge following now because of Kill Tony, and then when you see him live, like the Black Keys came, they did my podcast, and they were going to come to the club afterwards. They said, "Dude, can William Montgomery come? Is he going to be on stage?" I go, "I'll make sure he's there. I'll call him up." So he wasn't even scheduled to be on the show. I called him up. I go, "William, Black Keys want to see you." So he went up there with like full confidence in front of a crowd who knew who he was, and he fucking murders. But I used to see him years ago, and people just didn't know what to make of him. He was just starting out. He was so crazy. He seemed so unhinged. But then off stage, like, super nice guy. Like, hey, man, yeah. Did you meet him off stage?
Yeah, he came over and I was like, you're fucking with me right now? Because I go, you're screaming at me there, and now you're like the nicest person. Super guy.
But that's the kind of guy that has to find his audience.
Yeah. You mentioned Hedberg. I mean, you watched the whole clips. He used to eat shit.
He hates it a lot. There was a famous story about a club that booked him and the guy before him. It's like this really high energy guy. I think the guy actually did like a backflip on stage, like something nutty, like to close the set out, and like super high energy. That was the middle act, and it was like all that half bullshit. And then Hedberg went on after him. It was bombing, and so the got fucked over. Like they gave him the middle pay, headlining, and they made the other guy headline, and they're hearing on a contract. They're like, "Fuck you, you bomb." It was like a war with other comedians. Dan Hope chimed in. It was like a lot of shit going on. But that was a guy that once people knew what they would go to see him, and he would murder.
Yeah.
All non sequiturs, which always killed me. Like, how does he even remember all of them?
No, dude. I started in Minneapolis. Yeah, that's what I remember everything. I started in Minneapolis, went to Grand Forks, North Dakota to audition for this house spot. And Hedberg, it was right after he did Montreal and got his big deal. So I got to watch him the first time he's coming off that deal, confident in his prime. I mean, nobody could play him.
He was so good, but he was also so unique, and you wanted to see that kind of stuff. Like you wanted to, he put you into this mindset. Like someone asked me if I wanted a frozen banana. I said no, but I want a regular banana later. Yes. Yeah. It's just such a weird cadence, just such a silly, unique cadence. And how to find the songs.
Yeah, and you knew when he was in town a couple weeks before you, because all the young guys in that town would be laughing like him, talking like him.
Yeah, David tells the world that. Yeah, people start talking like a dog. Like it becomes so contagious because it's so good and he's so infectious. Like whatever he's doing is like you're infected with his cadence, his timing, especially when you're young.
Yeah, you should start now. Hedberg got so famous, and I was so young and impressionable that we were out eating. And he has a joke about it. You know what my friend said? You know what I like? Mashed potatoes. Come on, man. You got to give me time to guess. That's the joke. And I was the mashed potatoes guy, and I used it as an intro because everybody knew who Hedberg was. So when I didn't have any credits, I was like, "Hey, I'm part of the back."
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's you. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yep. I spent a long time too. It doesn't seem like it. That's the one thing about music comics.
I see more clips every day. It's funny. Yeah.
I just saw Norm when he was on SNL about having a baby, and he goes, "I just had a baby, 7 pounds 6 ounces, which makes it the 4th largest object to pass through her vagina." He was just fucking fearless, man.
Yeah, he was a wild fella. He was a wild fella. Such a fun guy. Yeah. And the way he died was pretty gangster. Had cancer, didn't tell anybody. Yeah, 12 Canada died. So yeah.
Going into the woods.
Didn't tell anybody. Which is crazy. He's best friends. Like I'm friends with his literal best friend. Didn't know till it was over. You were making plans to do stuff. Yeah.
Well, I suppose you didn't know.
I guess. Yeah. I believe he had pancreatic cancer, which is a really, really rough one. Is that the one you have? It kills a lot.
I think they just found something with a protein called. They're talking like it's the big killer, and so we're talking maybe they figured.
Yes. Leukemia. That was that's a rough one. Imagine that guy was still alive. I mean, he died. He was 35.
And then he had such a.
I don't think he's 30.
And you go see.
Now I'm thinking about it, I think he was like 33 at the time.
I think when I was 32.
32. Nuts. And it changed everybody's comedy. Everybody's like, Jesus. I wanted to be like him. So much so that the back green room of the Punchline of Atlanta, Georgia, somebody wrote in the green room, "Quit trying to be Hicks." Like, yeah, every time I go there, like, yes. So many people wanted to be like this. Even Richard Jennings said that. He saw him and he said, every time I see him, I'm like, God, you're doing that. Like, it was so profound for the time. Like, to have a guy talking like that, the way he's explaining things as well as me. It's so good.
If you're Richard Jim and you want to be in movies, being Bill Hicks isn't the way to get there.
Yeah, it's just a thing that you want. And that feeling, God, I want to be doing that kind of stuff. But he wasn't that guy. He was just silly, joke after joke after joke guy, which was amazing. But for whatever reason, we put so much weight on profundity.
Yeah, people that are making a point, socially relevant.
Mm-hmm.
You think, I don't want to tell these fucking stories anymore.
Right. Especially if you can do it, you can make a point, and it's very fun. Yeah. Like, it's an undeniable, first grade at that. Makes an undeniable point that's very fun. Yeah. That's the fun part.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah. The fun part. Well, listen, man, it's been great to get to know you. Talk to you.
Well, thanks for having me in.
My
Yo,
pleasure.
Pablo.
It was a lot of fun.
Dog,
Yeah. Tell me, sir.
what's the name of your business?
Pawan Kumar.
That's your name. What's the name of your business?
Okay. I don't have any idea about it.
So you, like I said, go to ChatGPT and ask it for 50 business usernames. Go get one of those that it gives you, and then go
But I
create.
don't have any money to invest on business, sir.
All that is free, dog. Everything I'm telling you is free.
Can I say one thing?
Pardon me?
Where are you from?
What?
Where are you from?
United States?
Yeah, it's like I'm from India, so you know what's our currency is?
Dude, it doesn't matter. Do I know where the Ganges is? The river?
Can you please listen to me, sir?
Dog, I can't hear you. But here's what I can tell you. You need a business name. Get it. Go to ChatGPT, get a business name, and then create user accounts with it. And you'll be able to get some business. You'll be able to pay your $800.
I don't know how to say, but you're not listening to my words, sir.
Dog. I don't know. Just, I've tried to help you, dog. If you need help, get a business name, go to Fiverr, and tell people that you'll do stuff for them. I hope that helps. Joe Rogan, everyone.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, you got it. Well, Ari Madden were talking. Very, very funny. He's such a silly. Yeah. How did he get on there? I think he's happy to have it.
They're going to create their own culture there. And they got to figure out how to do stand-up. And I think that Ari can do stand-up in like 3 different languages.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is Estonian? What do they speak?
I think Estonian.
They have their own language?
I think so. But they're not countries. Right. Well, so they were a country, and then Russia came in. They weren't a country, and then Russia left, and then they were a country, and then Russia came back, I think, and then they were a country after that. They just have this history of having a boot on their neck for years and years. So I think he can do Estonian, and I think he can do Russian and English.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he can like kill you with his bare hands. He looks great with his shirt off.
Yeah, he was an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
He had 3 fights.
He's fighting Estonians. They're scary people.
That's how you go 0-3. Well, you're too nice. You're too nice to be in that game.
Yeah, quit doing act outs.
Yeah, he was with a legit gym too. Legit gym. It was a straight buster. Conor McGregor's gym.
Wow. Yeah, he's legit.
Yeah.
Now before I signed his like letter.
Oh yeah.
Him and James McCann on both of them. So if either of them fuck up, I'm gonna be in big trouble.
I don't know.
James McCann is Shane's boy from Australia.
Oh, I do. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I do know him. That's right. Michigan names now. I've met more people in the last year and a half since the club's been open, and I have ever try to keep an eye and pay attention to all these new faces, new comics.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
You make yourself available to them too, which is cool. I admire that about you. Because you could just like be a man in a tower, and like, you know, do this thing. But no, you're like out there.
Yeah, I want to be. Yeah, that's the only reason why the club works.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you can't. That'd be gross. I don't have very little say in how things go on.
Yeah.
Our tenants, in terms of the pay structure, it's like entirely, you know, money goes to comics. Yeah, which it should. We always knew we were getting robbed, right? Now
And we were like, hey, thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm a club owner now, so I'm like, I know we were getting robbed, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna. It's funny how club owners get at that.
Oh, dude, I mean, I'm finally selling tickets now after, like, you know, fighting it out for like 20 years. And independent clubs will give you every penny that they can give you, whereas like the corporate-owned clubs are like, you know, they have the exact spreadsheet.
They're so brutal. This like I want to stay
Oh, yeah.
I was eating something with Ghostbusters and I forgot that. And I just
Used to touch your dick. You touch my dick. That's the worst.
it's not about
I've done it. I did a jalapeno, and then I touched my dick, and my wife came home, and I had the tip of my penis in a saucer of milk. He was like, what are you up to? He was like crying with my dick and cream.
that old man Murphy on an aftershave on his balls.
Your eyes have anything about
Damn it.
Capsaicin's a hell of a drug, man. That'll wake you up. It's like those smelling salts you have in the green room.
Oh, yeah.
I fucked around. Dude, I dipped my toes in. I think
Ones we have bullshit.
hey, I'll take your word for it. I'll blast one.
Check that
Sure.
Maybe that'll clear up my eyes.
It's gonna clear up something. You psycho.
Definitely gonna forget about it.
Oh my god!
What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah, I went through it too. Oh, I felt it in my lungs.
dude. Man, it really hits like the reptile part of your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's podcast. I'm gonna go fight Bruce. I'll be right back. I did it to impress Ron White in the green room, and he just laughed. You idiot. You idiot.
He's full of shit. He's done it too. Ron's quite a bit, but none of you guys know about that one. That's the real one.
Yeah,
That's a Juju bodybuilder dude. Got the brand and sells what's called That's the real one. That one is above and beyond anything I've tried. It's like multiple magnitudes.
there are individual like capsules in here you're supposed to break.
What the fuck's in there?
Oh my god. It looks like crystal meth.
Yeah, it's just rocks. Yeah. My right nostril on fire. No, we're good. That's what Joey did. He's like, I gotta clean up my left one. I remove the left one too.
He's had a lot of that, dude.
Yeah, I'm amazed he can smell anything. He doesn't have holes in that thing.
Whew. Well, yeah, thank you for having me back. Yeah, good.
So you're all over the all your Instagram.
Yeah.
You're in all these crazy countries, and did you just decide to like see the world? Like, is that what the plan was?
Stand-up's a pretty good cheat code to travel and experience the authentic version of a place because you get to hang out with people from that place while you're there that weekend.
Right.
So yeah, I did like every state in America by the time I was like 30, and then, well, maybe I'll go abroad. And stand-up's so new in the rest of the world that it's like you feel like you're in the ground floor of like all I can really approximated to is like the early days of like hardcore, like punk rock, when like Black Flag and Minutemen were out there.
Right.
And I feel like I'm doing shows like that when I go to Estonia or Bratislava.
Right.
Yeah. And everyone's so happy to have you.
Was there any place that like was really fun, where like they laughed really loud and they got the jokes, or was every place like a little disjointed?
It's different because some of those, the more east you go into Europe, the more they watch it like theater. But I remember I was in Hungary, in Budapest, and that show was awesome. And it shouldn't have been. Like the host went up and ate it. He was getting all sweaty up there. He had to like take off his sweatshirt because he was bombing so hard. God bless him. You know? But he comes off stage and he's like, oh, that's it. And then I went up there and I was, just made fun of him, and the crowd was like, very good, And then I killed over there, man. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be good because they're all stern-faced Europeans. You don't walk out there and like see like people who look like they've smiled before, but I got him.
I took Hinchcliffe to Stockholm once.
Yeah, Stockholm.
Yeah, I had a great time, but he had never been to Europe before, and I had performed in Ireland, I had performed in England, I had performed in a bunch of different places. And we did 2 shows, and the first show is like, dude, they did not like me. I go, you got laughs. He goes, yeah, but then they died off. I go, no, that's what they do here. Yeah. They pay attention. Mm-hmm. Like, they pay attention in between each joke.
Yeah,
like, they don't just keep laughing and talking.
They're also not used to listening, Yeah. Like arguing about splitting the check or anything.
That was another thing that I made sure. No food.
Yeah.
Here's food. We're connected to 2 restaurants.
Right.
There's a restaurant, pizza place to the left, Mexican place to the right.
Yeah.
We're good.
Everyone's fine.
Yeah. We don't have to eat. You can take an hour and a half or 2 hours out of your day and not eat.
You guys also don't have to worry about being like an Applebee's where there's occasional comedy, which is a lot of these clubs out there. Not a lot of them, but they still exist. That model of like, hey, the host, by the way, when you do everyone's birthdays, after that, make sure you plug the the queso dip.
Yeah, try the wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a lot of those.
Oh, me too.
But those are important for learning how to captivate someone.
Yeah.
For comics, it's like learning how to run uphill.
If you can't compete with a quesadilla, you should probably hang it up.
It's just, it's a good way to maximize profit, but it's not a good way to put on a show.
No.
When I see comedy clubs, they have food, I'm like, why do you have food? This is a dumb thing. Also, when we got the Ritz, when we first looked at the place, it had a kitchen. Mitzi's Bar used to be a kitchen for the Alamo Draft House.
Yeah.
So we went in there, it's fucking roaches, like cell phones running around there.
Jesus.
And I was like, okay, this is what happens when you have food.
Yeah.
Roaches in the kitchen.
What you got, girl? India, Indica,
Yeah.
Mr.
I
Kiva,
thought you guys
Cody.
Damn,
Damn, girl.
You were doing food way back in the day. We're talking about doing next door.
Rapolo's.
Yeah.
Talking about doing that.
Because I mean, they're printing money right there. You guys raised the property values in the neighborhood. I should have bought it when everybody was dying in the middle of the pandemic. Everything was fucked.
But no, never go bad. It's gonna work as good as it worked. The whole plan was like to just see what happens and build. But like from the opening night, it's just guns blazing. And then Dave Chappelle came a couple of days after we opened, and the first guy that ever performed. Well, actually, Shane opened for him. So Shane was the first guy that ever performed in the Little Room. Wow. And then Dave did a set there, and we did that one. I just sold it on Twitter. Said we're having a special intimate show tonight at 11:30. It sold out. No one had any idea who it was. And then when they found out it was Dave, it was fucking pandemonium.
That was in Little Boy?
Little Boy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So he did the first set in the big room, and he did a set after me. So they had no idea that either. And again, the club had just opened. And everybody's cheering. I'm like, thank you. Actually, the show's not over. We got one more comedian, ladies and gentlemen. One of the greatest of all time. Please welcome my friend. And he goes downstairs, and they were just going fucking bananas.
That's exploded.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. So we like, from the beginning, guns blazing. And then so many people started moving here. I'm like, wow, okay. And then now we're at a point where I'm like, I think we need another club.
Yeah, carrying capacity might have been reached over there.
It's mobbed every night. Yeah. So I'm like, I feel like we could get a club like down the street and, have an A and a B club. And just, it's all for all these young people. It's all about numbers. Like how many you need. Obviously, you need to analyze your material. You need to write, but it's about getting on stage. That's one of the primary components that needs to be a part of this equation. Like, you have to go on stage a lot.
Volume.
Yeah. And in a good environment. Environments too, you need shitty.
And you're gonna get plenty of those.
There's a lot of that around here.
I mean, I was just at this club this weekend. The Comedy Vault in Batavia, great club, but the AC was broken.
Oh no.
So it's just like, and they were packed shows,
Oh
and people were just in there, like dropping out. By the time I got up there, people were not stoked to still be in that room. And I'm just dripping sweat. I look like a ham in a window.
Dude, the creek in the cave was like that when I first moved here. There's no AC with garbage. And drenched with sweat on stage, like so shirt.
Yeah. And now it's like 60 degrees in that room at all times.
Yeah, they fixed it. Yeah. That's the way to do it. I mean, like Letterman always used to have his room like super, super cold. Like the idea is that like warm makes people sleepy, but when they're a little uncomfortable, they're awake.
You should just put these at every table. Make it mandatory when they sit down.
We have people throw it up in the middle of the show. Most people like do not want that.
Do you guys do check drop?
No.
That's the easiest thing a comedy club can do. Get rid of check drop.
Yeah, we were doing it in the beginning, and they were like arguing that we had to do it. A different person runs things. Yeah. But I was like, no, we don't. Like, other clubs don't do it either. Well, it's going to take more time. And it takes more time.
And the show's better.
Yeah, the show's better. The most important thing is that the show is like the best show we can put on. Right. That's what we're selling. Yeah. I'm not selling a check drop.
No.
But like you'd be on stage the last 10 minutes of your set, you show us mumbling and
One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back of the room. I couldn't recover from that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Bitch, who said you could order a hot wing?
Yeah, the Denver Improv.
I've never been to that one.
Of course not.
The comedy works are so good though.
Dude, the Improv came and they said, Wendy, you've had it too good for too long. We're going to put Comedy Works out of business. And Wendy's response was to open a second comedy club. And now she has 2 A clubs in the Improv.
So like you'd be on stage, but we can put on. Right. That's what we're selling. I'm not selling a check drop.
No.
So like you'd be on stage the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd show us mumbling and
One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back.
show us. It's important. Well,
Drop. Use it every 50 degrees in there. Dave was be in that.
Equation. Like you have to go. Primary components that needs to be a part of this equation. Like you have to go on stage a lot.
Volume.
Yeah. And in a good environment. You need the bad environments too. You need shitty.
And you're gonna get plenty of those.
There's a lot of that around here.
I mean, I was just at this club this weekend. The Comedy Vault in Batavia, great club, but the AC was broken. It's just like, and they were packed shows. And people were just in there and dropping out. By the time I got up there, people were not stoked to still be in that room.
Yeah.
And I'm just dripping sweat. I look like a ham in a window.
Dude, the creek in the cave was like that when I
Yeah.
first moved here. There's no AC with garbage. And drenched with sweat on stage, like t-shirt.
Yeah. And now it's like 60 degrees in that room at all times.
Yeah, they fixed it. Yeah. That's the way to do it. I mean, like Letterman always used to have his room like super, super cold. The idea is that like warm makes people sleepy, but when they're a little uncomfortable, they're awake.
Put these at every table. Make it mandatory when they sit down.
We have people throw it up in the middle of the show. Most people like do not want that.
You check drop? That's the thing a comedy club can do. Get rid of check drop.
Yeah, we were doing it in the beginning, and they were like arguing that we had to do it. A different person running things.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, we don't. Like, other clubs don't do it either. Well, it's going to take more time. Then it takes more time.
And the show's better.
Yeah, the show's better. The most important thing is that the show is like the best show we can put on. Right. That's what we're selling. Yeah. I'm not selling a check drop.
No.
You'd be on stage the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd show us mumbling and
One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" I heard that when I was on stage. I couldn't. He buried me in the back of the room. I couldn't recover from that.
Bitch, who said you could order a hot wing?
Yeah, the Denver Improv.
I've never been to that one.
Of course not.
The comedy works are so good though.
Dude, the Improv came and they said, Wendy, you had it too good for too long. We're going to put Comedy Works out of business. And Wendy's response was to open a second comedy club. And now she has 2 A clubs and the Improv's out there, like, barely surviving across from, like, a Toby Keith. I love this bar.
what I was gonna say is it was a club that I like when Fear Factor had ended, they decided that I wasn't, even though I'd sold out like every show or like every time I'd been there for years. They decided that I wasn't a draw anymore, so they tried to decrease my amount by 25%. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, we don't think you're a draw anymore. I go, but I sold out a year ago when I was here. Like, what are you saying? And so I didn't work for them for like a year and a half. It was one of those big clubs, big companies. It has a lot of clubs. Yeah. I think I know what you're saying. For like more than a year and a half, it was like 2 years. Yeah. And then when everything was like really going great for me, then they finally came back with great deals. But I'm like, you guys are retarded. Like, this is so stupid. What are you doing? Why are you doing that to me? I'm keeping the lights on right here. Like, you national headliners legitimately have, right? You're going to alienate one of them, 25% more money. You're going to sell out every ticket. They're not papering the room for Joe Rogan. Like, to the point where I was already having to, like, tell them, I don't want to do radio. Like, I don't have to do fucking radio. Already sold out. Like, oh, we have a relationship with the radio station, and they like it when you come in. I'm like, I don't like it when I come in. I don't want to wake up at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning on Friday. When I'm the least funny I've ever been at 6 a.m. And then I have to go back to sleep and wake up for the show. I'm all disoriented, fucked up. Makes the shows worse. Terrible. I'm on there selling a product that is going to be impaired because I'm on this radio show. Also, like, this is around 2007, and by that time, the ship had already sailed with radio. It was kind of already gone. It was then becoming more internet-based promotion. Right. And then by time, I mean, I guess now, some people still have to do radio shows. And I talked to these guys, and some of them like once said, hey, how many people heard me on the radio today? Crickets. Like a waste of your time. It's a total waste, but I think that it is like built into whatever relationship the radio station has with the club. And just quite recently, I've had to not do radio any longer, and it feels good. Nice. And Kill Tony is a fucking kingmaker. Dude, I had no idea. Is that incredible? I was in Bratislava. There's people in Kill Tony t-shirts. It's mental. Yeah. It's nuts. Have you been to one of the arena shows? No, I haven't. Holy shit. That's when you realize. When you go to an arena show and they all sing along with like the Hans Kim song, and they all know like everybody's like thing, and when William Montgomery comes out, they fucking go crazy and stand up. We like Black Keys are huge Kill Tony fans, and they love William Montgomery. So when they were in town, they were doing my podcast. They were like, "Yo, can we see William tonight?" So I called William. I'm like, "Dude, the Black Keys love." I want to see. He's like, wow, that's amazing. Oh, yeah. That's so positive, Joe. Let's do a sit. That'd be great. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Black Keys. Ooh. Yeah, he's like a caricature of a human being. But that's really him. Have you ever hugged him? He started in Denver. Oh, so I've known him forever. Yeah. His hugs are like he might stab you. Like he's hugging you, like he's thinking about stabbing you, but he's controlling himself. Like, what kind of a hug is this, man? It's the most intense hug. He's like shaking. It's like you're calming a baby deer. Yeah. Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, when I met him first, this dude was like full on alcohol, doing coke. Oh yeah. Like, this guy's wild. I don't know if he's gonna make it. But then when he came here, he sobered up by the time he moved to Austin. And then once we got him off the notes. Once we got him off the notes, it's like, man, the guy just flourished. Became this thing. He's present now. Yeah. Yeah. So he would have the notes, and then he would do Kill Tony, and when he would do Kill Tony, he would read off the notes, but then with the banter, the notes would be down, then he'd start looking at the audience and like with a menacing way, looking at certain people, fucking yelling at them. Like, I go, that's your key. That's your whole set. I'm like, this note thing is a crutch. Yeah. You know the jokes. Just remember them. And you'll get better at remembering them. And also now that you're not polluting your brain with booze and cocaine. Yeah, it's better, right? There you go, buddy. He used to do this bit in Denver where he had a neck brace on, but he would like wear it at all times to open, and it was going well. And then another comedian started doing a neck brace thing. No way. Imagine like a disability joke. It's crazy. The comedy works on Tuesday and being like, she's doing the neck brace thing. Or she's nice. Yeah, it was a girl. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, did she actually have something wrong with her neck, which would be ironic? I don't had to do the neck brace. I don't think she did. Oh god, she faked it. I don't want to say she faked it, but I don't think it was as necessary as she made it out to be. That's weird. You know what's weird? People that wear glasses that don't have vision problems.
I hate them. They're stealing valor.
I was thinking about that one.
Yeah.
Because you have to have them.
I am so blind without these.
What is it with people with clear lenses? What is that about?
It shapes their face. It's an accessory. So they'll have like a big fat face, so they'll wear big glasses, or they have like a mouse face, so they wear little glasses. But I really don't trust those people.
Very odd.
Yeah.
It's a very odd choice.
It's like having a prosthetic leg attached when you have both your feet.
Yeah, man, I met a guy at the lawn. He was a comic. And I go, why do you wear those? And he goes, girls think you're smarter. I go, really?
Yeah, the dumbest girls.
Who are these girls? Yeah. I think you're smarter because you can't see good.
Yeah, if the glasses are doing it, just shake keys in one of them. That'll probably work too.
Stereotype of time realized by spending too much time looking at a close object, which is what happened. My cell phones are very bad for your eyes. So like the idea was this guy reads so much that his eyes
Crippled his eyes. For knowledge.
Okay, so answer my next question. Why do I think it's hot when I see girls with glasses? Because I do.
You do, man.
Why?
Because they do this.
Oh, that's right.
Flick their hair back.
Oh, they're
That chick is the best.
First of all, I just saw an interview with her. She got on stage at the Zach Bryan show, and she sang with him. You know, at the end, he sings Revival, and he has people come on stage and sing. Great fucking show. He puts on an amazing show. So he brought her out there, and she yelled out, to the whole crowd.
What if everyone happened? I don't know. She just looks like the classic, like, American Heat. Yeah, it's like I have a chance with her, and she seems fun, and she goes, dick. Or great personality. She captured the zeitgeist.
Yeah, that's funny. Mm-hmm. You know, like even the way she says it. You get me?
Yeah.
Like the way she says it.
Yeah. You understand?
Yeah, we get you. She's only 21. I was watching an interview with her. She's only 21. She wasn't a school teacher. All the chicks people say she got fired. I mean, nope. Too young to be a teacher. 21. And she wasn't a bartender. All this stuff. Young girl who was just on the streets. It was natural. And just viral. And the most weird. I love that we live in a time where that happens. It's such a strange.
I'm sure she'll be stealing club weekends from me in no time.
Here's something that should go viral. Jamie, pull up that guy that I tweeted. Because people think I was making fun of this guy, which I kind of am. But also, it is a catchy tune. There's a lot of people. Let me just say this. There's a lot of people that I feel lean into certain things because they think it's marketable. Like when that Sam Smith guy dresses up Satan. Start that for me. This fucking guy is on stage at a pride thing, but here's what's important.
How'd you get this footage of me, Joe?
I have eyes everywhere. Here's what's important. The fucking dude is talented. Yeah, it's ridiculous that he's got a G-string on and he's fat, he's wearing a biker helmet on, and he's got queer tattooed across his belly. But listen to him rap. Listen to this. I'm gonna stop playing.
Actually brought some weight back on her.
Good, right? Entertaining. The lines with "Let me feel you," pretty sure. That's the only thing that I can get out of all that. Dance, but it's just the flow. I mean, everybody's freaking out about it. Listen, that's a grown man out there swinging dick for other grown men. Yeah. And they're having a good time.
Consensual.
Yeah. He's having a good time. People like it. But my point is, like, that's that guy. Yeah. He's got clear tattoo across his stomach. He's not fucking cosplay. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, pure.
But he's fucking talented. Like that rat, like the flow is good. Fucking good.
Also, if you go to a show, don't you have that guy leading the band?
Oh, that's a blast.
That's Fat G. Allen.
Yeah, I love that guy to open up a show. He should open up a That's what you should do. Jelly roll up Bert's fucking buddies and throw one. Bert's crowd. Have that guy go out there first.
Then Bert would come out in the exact same outfit.
Yeah.
With a shoe tattoo on his belly.
Yes. With a fucking biker hat on. Yes.
Yeah. I'm all for that stuff.
I like freaks. I love freaks. Like a lot of people are upset about the Pride Parade because they're like, they're doing the Pride Parade and they're doing it in front of all these children. Don't bring your kids to a fucking Pride Parade. I know you want your kids to be tolerant. It's like Simply Marvelous. Chris Condi, weird, just rapper. Boy, it looks a lot like him. No, that's weird. That's it. Hey, fella.
Whoa, he has a song called American Faggot.
Well,
That's loud as hell.
Yeah. That's just talented. That probably was in Austin then, for sure.
Yeah, I think it was at a farmer's market based on the crowd.
So like, it's this thing that people are saying about like the Pride Parade. All these people walking around naked at the San Francisco Pride Parade and we're interviewing people and they have their dicks out.
Yeah.
Listen, if you don't want your kids to see gay guys being sexual, that's what Pride Parade is.
Yeah.
It's not like a bunch of 40-year-old gay engineers holding hands and married guys who just hold hands like, hey, we're kisses.
Yeah.
It's different than anything else. Any other kind of pride thing. It's not just like we just happen to be gay. It's overtly sexual. Always. It's guys with fucking ball gags, dog leashes.
Pissing on each other.
Yeah, it's nuts. I'm not against it at all, but you can't complain that that's happening because you brought your kids.
Take your kids to the cage fight and complain about violence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't take your kids to Pride and complain about the gays.
Yeah. They're having a blast.
They have a good time.
Yeah.
I used to do a bit about like I would always think am I exaggerating about like the gay like in LA they have Boys Town in town. It's so crazy. Like I was always saying to myself, like I mean I'm need to drive through again. So every now and then I would take the right turn down Boulevard and head towards the ocean. And it's 5 blocks of no one saying no. It's just wild madness. Dudes in cowboy hats and G-strings on poles, guys making out in the middle of the street and humping each other. It's crazy.
Having the time of their life.
Having the time of their life. No yang, no yin, and no one can be pregnant.
I'm all for it. Yeah. You wrestle, everyone wins.
Those guys have their own meaning. Difference between lesbians, unfortunately, never developed this. I have a theory. I think straight men find out that lesbians live next door and they're like, oh no, and then they become a neighbor. Whereas like, straight men never move into a gay neighborhood. Very rarely.
Yeah.
You can't like straight men a gay neighborhood. But they figured out a way to make like a whole area all gay. Like only gay guys can do that.
It's admirable.
It's great. It's great. It's wild. But it's just wild that they can pull it off in almost every city.
Well, also they can go into places, and then they gentrify these places on the margins of the city, and the next thing you know, all the houses are worth so much money because they invest so much in their property.
They invest so much in their property, make things more safe, and they keep a lot of people from moving there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good move. If you can tolerate a lot of techno and dudes walking around on Raleigh,
Yeah, for sure.
fucking live there.
But also offering you money, typically. Yeah. They're very generous. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I lived in San Francisco. I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11.
Yeah.
So I lived in a fully gay neighborhood. And
In the city of San Francisco.
yeah, but it was like we were in Ashburn, like that.
Right.
We were right off of Lombard Street. So
Yeah.
we were there in the mix of the whole thing. Like I could walk to Fisherman's Wharf from my house. And so my neighbors were gay, and my aunt used to, she would smoke pot with these gay guys. They would get naked and play the bongos. And they'd be like, oh, she's over there playing the bongos with the gay guys. It was like, okay. Like it was so normal to me that it wasn't until I moved to Florida that I even realized that people were homophobic. Right? And that was when I was 11. Like I had no idea.
It was just normal for you as a boy to understand that your aunt had these friends.
Yeah.
It made it strange. They weren't othered. You know?
No, they were just normal guys who happened to be gay. And they were everywhere, too. So it's like you became normal because you just saw them everywhere. There were guys holding hands everywhere. San Francisco in the 1970s.
That's the kind of what you want, right?
I want people to, I want people to be themselves.
Liberty and freedom.
Yeah, that's real freedom. You want America to be this fucking land of the free, home of the brave? You know how fucking brave you have to be holding hands with a dude and walk down a major street? What are the possibilities of running into homophobes? It's pretty fucking high.
For sure.
Pretty sure. Like, if you're gonna walk down any major metropolitan, for any, like, 3 or 4 block stretch, the odds of you running into a homophobe is very high. Someone who's gonna be violently angry that you love another man.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the young people now, they want to be homophobic, but I think that most, like, 18 to 23-year-old dudes have probably sucked a dick or had their dick sucked by a fella.
Really?
I don't know. I'd venture to guess
What do you
that
think is
they're...
happening today? Well, there's a mist pumping in the classroom. Like the gay bomb they tried in Iraq. Do you know about that story?
No.
Oh my God, you don't know that? Oh my God. What? The United States spent millions of dollars trying to develop a gay bomb.
Wow.
And so it's based on this hormone and this chemical. And they would detonate it above a city. And apparently it would make men so randy that they wind up fucking each other and it would demoralize them. This is the supposed idea.
No way.
Yeah, this is how goofy our fucking government. Not knowing anything about the Spartans who are gay as fuck, like one of the greatest armies the world has ever known.
Yeah, they come
They
for
were
each other.
so gay. Not just that, but when you fought next to someone and they were your friend, that was one thing. But if it was your lover, you would protect them to the death.
So smart.
Yeah, man. Well, they just, also, I think people were just gay men. I think people back before they realized that gay probably shouldn't fuck kids, they just fucked everything. You know?
Yeah.
And then the kids started writing down, like, once my uncle fucked me, my whole life was downhill. And you read that, like, oh, they probably stopped fucking kids. It took forever before they figured that out. It's a big, like, if you think about Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, back in time, all those guys had, like, young boy lovers.
Yeah. Just accepted it as, like, part of passing your philosophy forward. Just because you would take an apprentice, cut his thighs from behind, but then he would tell the world your story. Yeah. It was totally normal.
He was literally writing everything you're saying.
Yeah. And dictation.
Yeah.
But there was, like, that thing of, like, the philosophers, some of them thought it was minded to actually have sex with children's butts, so they would just hang their thighs from behind. And that was, like, cool. Yeah. So, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all part of the body.
Yeah, you don't get that hurt from it. You know, it's like, I wish that didn't happen, but at least it didn't fuck my butt.
It's still tight as a drum.
Yeah, it didn't make me walk around and fuck with what the fuck did it do to me?
Yeah, I don't have to use diapers.
I just feel weird. Just over my
Yeah, whatever. What are you gonna do? At least they know about geometry now.
They didn't know any better. Isn't it? Let's just think about how much. Like, if you got to be our age, how many people get murdered? Probably dozens. You probably saw people get murdered all the time. Over almost nothing. Yeah. I mean, when this country was founded, one of our presidents, I forget which one, engaged in a duel while he was president.
Andrew Jackson.
Was it Andrew Jackson?
Yeah. That was like his whole thing.
Yeah. 10 pacers. The dumbest fucking thing to think. If you hate someone, you don't like them, why don't you guys agree to fighters? Right. Why are you gonna duel? So dumb.
The pistol.
This is what Andrew Jackson fought hundreds of duels. He did have a challenge sometimes, but one duel was shot where he killed Charles Dixon.
Yeah, he's a terrible shot.
How far away are you? Those guns, too. I mean, they're shooting people.
Right, shot like a mother.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Not very accurate.
He probably didn't die every time. We take one of those.
Yeah,
You're fine.
take the shoulder. Especially if they're not accurate.
Oh, yeah. Because it would crack your bone.
Yeah.
But like, I want to bend it.
And then they have to
chop it off.
I should try to help.
No, that's a good point. I bet that's poisoning.
In there.
Yeah.
I wish
That's the dork in the duel. Period type guns, you know.
right. You just did you ever see the Patriot with a gun?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Or Napoleon, or that horse gets exploded with a cannonball in the first 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
you see words take a candle on the chest. That's the, like, they cut them out. It wasn't good. It was pretty. It was like a lush film. At least watch me. That guy's so good. He scared the shit out of me with Joker. Oh my God. And then the riots happened. Yeah, I know. If it's ever responsible, or not exactly. Oh yeah? More of a test of courage. It says people didn't just take 10 steps and shoot as quickly as possible. Most of the time, people would stand and fire their guns in the air, purposely miss their opponent, making it feel more or less a test about courage. However, there are plenty of real-life examples of people who would try to kill each other innocently. People involved also seconds accompany them to do it. Oftentimes, the seconds found themselves acting as peacemakers and will make sure if shots were fired, they weren't fired at other people. So it was a lot of playing chicken, I guess. So making them play shot each other. No, that was cool. Oh yeah, that's the fun part. You know, also I love this guy. This summer, it was pretty bad. The first one was the best. Because the first one, all the motivations, they're all hard. Then they built the world. Yeah, and sort of stuff. Yeah. I like those. Yeah, these Furious. Furious new Mad Max. No, I haven't seen it. It's great. Really? See the most recent Mad Max performance? Yeah. Remember how great it was? And you're going, movies are the best? Yeah. It's that again. But they figured out how to do hardcore with like kites and stuff as well. Yeah, it's so good. Okay. I'm in. Well, movie was storyboarded too, so it looks like a graphic novel. Yeah, it's like the best graphic novel I've ever seen. Oh, no. I haven't heard any about it. Yeah, I think there's too much content.
Rabbi.
For sure. It's very difficult for people to pay attention. Right. There's no part of this.
Bro, I fucking
How you living,
forgot
Tim?
about you. What the fuck? I just went to use the restroom and I about you.
And you what?
I just went to use the restroom and I almost forgot that I was talking to you.
Hey, I'm here, dude. That's the cool thing about it. I don't take any offense. Normally, people be pissed off at you. I don't care. You do your life, but it's like an open portal to me. It's cool.
I mean, like, right as you left for something, I just had to take a quick dump, so I just ran away to the restroom, and then when I came back, I almost forgot that I was even chatting with you. And then I saw that my Discord was open and I was here in the Discord and you're still here. So yeah, we were talking about
Moore's Law. I remember exactly where we were talking. It was on Moore's Law and technology, and you were saying like how it's improving, and it's if you know what Moore's Law is, I'm going to read it to you in a second.
Yeah, I've heard about it actually. The Moore's Law, yeah.
So Moore's Law states that it's an observation that the number of transistors in an integrated circuit doubles about every 2 years. Apologies, not 6 months, it's 2 years. Moore's Law is an observation and projection of historical trend. Rather than a law of physics, it is an empirical relationship linked to gains from experience in production. So basically, things should get better and better, but they're not, and they're being held back. They're being essentially restricted, and we're not getting the best technology. And when my stream goes viral, I'm going to advocate for much better technology for the common person. But as of right now, you get the same kind of phone, very little changes. I know this year they're supposed to introduce, or perhaps next year, 5G. I think it's this year to India, and you'll see it's like not any better. It's the same shit, and you would expect shit to be really, really good, but it's there. You already have it, and it sucks.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. Yeah, it does.
Exactly. So I'm at a point where I'm willing to tell the CEOs of this world, hey, I want to be able to use my fucking cell phone anywhere on Earth. Got it? And if you're like, oh, well, the towers aren't good enough. Dude, then use satellites. It's like, oh, the satellites aren't good enough. Then use underground stuff. Well, if it's like a native habitat, you know what, dude? Okay, I understand there might be some areas. If I'm in a national forest or something and I'm not going to get cell phone coverage, but everywhere else, I want to be able to get cell phone coverage anywhere from 50 feet in the ground if I'm in like a basement of a building to all the way at the top, and I don't want to have to worry about it. And it shouldn't be sometimes 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars on my connectivity. I want it to say 93% connectivity, and I want to be able to know why it changed. If I go way in the really dense part of a building and it goes down to 85%, I understand that. If I'm outside though, that motherfucker better be 100 goddamn percent. Does this make sense? Hello?
Bro, actually someone's calling me on phone. Can I just hop in real quick
Dude,
again?
do whatever you
I'm
need to do.
sorry, bro.
Do it. No need to apologize. Do whatever you need to do.
Bro, I'm really very sorry, bro.
You're good. You're good. Do what you need to do.
Dies.
Dog, you're fine. Go do what you need to do. Come back when you can. No worries at all. No worries at all. Do what you need to do. Go talk to your friend all you want. I'm here, dog. No worries.
They said if the punchline, I'll say, there's gotta be another way to address this topic. Like, let me see. So that I think is like real. That's real work where you're thinking and you're analyzing. But the ideas themselves, like the structure of all comedy, is an idea. The structure of all comedy is like something comes to you. There's a thought where you either see something as preposterous or you hear something that's ridiculous or there's something. So there's some, and that's the framework. And then upon that, you build a bit, right? It's like that's the framing of the house.
You have the germ.
Yeah,
You have the water. You make sure it gets enough sunlight.
Exactly.
And see which soils it grows better in.
That's why, like, there's a type of stealing that's like very insidious because they steal premises. You'll do a bit about getting your oil changed or something, whatever, or maybe something more obscure, right? They'll do a bit about someone buying you fitted socks or whatever it is. Yeah. And then someone will, I think I can write something on that.
Right, I can do it better.
I can just kind of
I'm not stealing the punchline because it's not stealing.
I'm just twisting around this person's premise.
Have you ever heard Tom Waits talk about the muse?
No.
So he thinks the muse is like a real thing, like you're talking about, like a vibe, for lack of a better term. So there's all these stories about Tom Waits sitting in front of his piano for like 10 hours a day, just screaming, being like, all right, you bitch, I'm here. I'm ready to do the work. I'm in front of the piano. Let's go. Give me what I need. I'm into the work right now, just like hammering on the piano, yelling at the muse, trying to like enchant it and bring it to him as he's like, just like literally making insane discordant noise. And then out of nowhere, chords fit together. Then he has a song. Yeah.
It's just so hard to know, right? It's so hard to know what's going on.
Yeah, but you can't write a book unless you're in front of the typewriter. You can't write a song unless you're in front of the keyboard. All these guys are like, how do you write a book? You have to be at the station where you do the work. You can't just sit there and be like, oh man, I'm gonna write a book one day. No, sweat over the keys until you have 1,000 words or whatever you need for that day. Done. Everyone wants to talk about like, oh, I want to write this book. It's like you telling me you want to write a book just set you back 6 months. Because you get the same hit of adrenaline telling someone your idea as actually like accomplishing that thing. Yeah, I think that's very dangerous to tell people you're doing stuff you're not actually doing it.
I've talked about it too many times, but have you ever read Pressfield's War of Art?
No, I have not.
Oh, we have a copy of it for you. Send us a box. I used to give it to comics when they, or any kind of creative person when they come on the podcast. But Pressfield wrote this book, and he talks about the muse as it.
Yeah.
Pressfield was kind of like a ne'er-do-well until he was 40. Kind of like was like half-assing it. He was 40, and then somewhere along the line he realized that it's just about being a professional, showing up, and so he started addressing the muse thing. Yeah. And he wrote a bunch of other bands. He wrote like some great books. Yeah. It just became like very prolific.
Well, it's like we always count inspiration to come into our lives, but if you can kind of like create a situation where that inspiration is more easily available to you, whatever that is, playing your music, it's drinking coffee, like however you can like try and harness that ethereal thing, the inspiration, I think you can be a better creator. And like you said, become more professional in creating.
Yeah. There's also different ways that ideas come, right? One of the things, a lot of people do this, is they write and they'll go for a walk. Yeah. So while you wrote everything, and now let's go for a walk and just think about what you wrote, right? And you and I are a little recorder and you were talking to it. Yeah. I've heard a bunch of writers say,
yeah, that was a big thing for me when I wrote my book, was to write and then go on a walk and maybe smoke a little weed. And then you can see it all differently, and you can come back and realize what was bullshit, and like what was a complete time, rather than go back in and try to address that. And then also the thing, like a little idea, but then you can expand upon it. It's literally just not being in front of the computer. It's your eyes seeing light, I think, is a big part of it. Because I have to write like at my desk, my computer, but as soon as you get outside, you're like, oh, that's how light hits a tree at this time of year. Or like that's actually lavender. I was talking about lilac. There's just little things that are, I mean, romantic for sure, but also very applicable in concrete ways.
I think it's also walking around. I think walking very low cardio. So your heart is pumping, you're moving your body, but it's not exertion. Because like when you're really tired, you got your entire mind back in the after I did a hiking test when I was like a first car. Yeah. Probably you can't think if you're fucking tired. So you don't want to be tired, but you also want to be a little bit energized. There's something about walking, sort of, because the heart is not beating, 60 and it now might be beating 75 or 80. Just a little extra, just a little something. So when you're walking around, you get that flow going through.
All of a sudden, everything has changed. You have a complete different perspective. And you're just doing your laps, or even if you're just like when I was in Vegas, I had to swim because you can't walk around outside. So I'd just be in the pool. I remember there was this big fat dude, and he was like, hey man, work man. I was like, thanks bro. And he's like, just keep it for you. And out of the pool, and he had a giant swastika tattoo on his back. Oh my god, that's hilarious. He was my pool buddy. He was encouraging me. I think I tried to survive. They probably did that. It wasn't just his thighs. He wasn't going to see platonic knowledge. I don't think so. Swastika on your back.
It's hard to concentrate. Been hearing ass. If I could put swastika on your back, I think
He could be a kind of like right. He was good in the water. He was like a secret. So happy to be in the water. Never had water in jail. You can't get fucked in the ass in the water. True. Yeah. It's very hard. Especially water. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck. Like there's that how can you get hard? What was that like? That boat during I think the Pacific Theater of World War II that like they sank it and then they were in these shark infested waters and they just got kicked off like you'd be playing with your buddy and then all of a sudden you just disappear forever. Well I heard on a podcast also there was feverish homosexuality. So dudes would be like on a plank of wood and just savage each other. Because they like, yeah, and I don't remember why it was, but there was all these accounts of like dudes butt fucking raping each other on these like little planks of wood while other people were like out in the water and like their flesh is coming off from salt water. Yeah, I think I heard that on a podcast. He's got a lot of fucking windows open.
blood fucking while getting eaten by sharks.
Yeah.
Wow. I guess if you that sort of scenario, especially for long periods of time, just must be so overwhelmed with anxiety and fear and then acceptance and then sadness. You're watching people around you getting killed, the morbid fucking the tissue floating in the water, whatever's left of your around you.
And also, like, if someone's bleeding, get as far away as possible because the sharks are going to eat that. It's probably just your brain trying to protect yourself. So, like, very sick of yourself. And get it. Yeah.
All the other people are going to die too. Yeah. I know. Dude, watch you fuck Harry. Yeah, you did that. Harrison, stop. You kept going. Hey, why are you?
And they're going to be able to tell this story. Sorry, bro.
1940s. Meanwhile, made it to
Yeah.
24.
Wow. Not naming.
I don't know.
I would gladly. I would. Yeah. Where's their plaque? This guy fucked up a bunch of people.
How about they got that motherfucker?
Right.
How about they watch all his friends eat bush?
And a purple heart and a purple.
Don't worry about it. We're not going to be dead in an hour or two. Take me.
They're just doing swastikas on him.
And then when they get rescued, that guy who butt fucked. Hey! What about what happened on the fucking raft, dude? Sorry, man. I lost my mind.
Next year, but.
Okay. As the Indianapolis sailors struggled in the water, there was bravery and self-sacrifice, all vividly detailed by Vincent and Gladys. There was also violence, cannibalism, and even sexual attacks. In the water, the dead outnumbered the living. Men continued to expire so quickly, it became almost impossible to move around without the shoulder through shoals of corpses. Holy fuck. And then the sharks. One moment they behaved like gentle and curious giants, moving up close to inspect the men with black, unblinking eyes. The next moment they attacked, their steel-trapped jaws snuffing out a man's life before he could draw a breath to scream. I'm not interested. So the sexual attacks. That's just a mere mention.
You think LA Times would want to get involved in all their details?
Yeah. You guys need to sell some subscriptions.
Yeah.
Definitely just not watch me well. I would not want to be a fucking reporter right now.
No, but there's good journalists.
Oh, yeah. Most of the time, she's a character in school. Yeah, that lady knows a lot.
I don't know how she knows it all, but God, I'd be afraid if I were her.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to disappear.
I think she lives in another country. Doesn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I watched her on a bunch of shows. I watched her on Conscious Got David. I watched her on, I think she was on Jim's show a few times. She knows a lot.
I think Tim's got a direct line with her.
That's a thing. Like, both on people, people in power, and how they twisted everything throughout history. Like,
Bloodlines.
oh, yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
The bloodlines. That's really
They like called her when we were in Europe. We're having an April over there, and he really wanted to go to St. Petersburg restaurant at Gogol, which is like the best restaurant in the world, allegedly. We called her, Carlson, like trying to figure out how to get Russia this apartment, and we're like, no. I was like, I'll be there for 3 hours. Come on, let us eat dinner. We'll be fine. We can watch us the whole time. It'll be good. It'll be good. I think he'd come from, and I'd be the other guy.
Yeah.
That was a fat problem. Exactly. Come play around.
That's hilarious. That's a crazy.
And hey, I was like, yes, let's go.
Just signed your contract. I don't. For the next year. Yeah. I think this whole thing, it's terrifying to watch, but it's also a very clear money grab.
Yeah.
There's so much money going over there, and there's so much money we continue to spend, and it's like, how is this okay with everybody? How is anybody letting this happen?
Yeah. I mean, the taxpayers are back.
He is. We had a debate about Russia, and he said one of the ways to incentivize Russia to stop attacking Ukraine is left NATO. not only should we say that Ukraine's not going to join NATO, we're going to leave NATO. And I was like, whoa,
What would be the repercussions of that? Who knows?
well, look at the repercussions being a part of it. The repercussions of what's going on right now, because, you know, Dave is the best at explaining, and no credit Scott Horton and a lot of other people, but Dave is really good at recalling information, explaining how the whole red line with Putin was Ukraine joining NATO. That was, they always did that. And they kept moving NATO-based countries. They kept moving weapons closer and closer to Russia. Like, the whole thing was like they're baiting him to do this. I just get so suspicious of military activity. I know that there's always going to be bad people in the world that you have to send good people to a fight. That's always going to be the case, right? The clearest, most pure version of that for us is always World War II, right? There's the Nazis, the whole United States, you know, gets together, and then when it's over, there's that sailor kissing that girl, right? You know, and it's like, hey, this is why people sacrificed. This was America, and so amazing country. But that's not real. It's only one example. Most of the time, it's people figuring out a way to get defense contracts.
Or there's somebody right there. Yeah. It's very convenient that they need democracy right now.
Yeah, that's and the same people that are telling you that Joe Biden's fine. That's how things get done. Like, that is, like, whether or not Joe Biden, you know, should be president or not president, put that aside for a second. Everybody knows there's something wrong, right? The people that are telling you there's not something wrong, the reason why they think they can do that is they do that with everything. They do that with Venezuela, they do that with Yemen, they do that with Ukraine, they do that with everything. They bullshit and gaslight depending on what the narrative is.
Very creative facts.
And the facts change over time, and they're not really, sometimes they don't even know. Like, one of the more interesting exchanges about the Ukraine war was with, of all people, Candace Owens. So Candace Owens is talking about how corrupt Ukraine was. So someone sent her a message from the New York Times, what evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? And she said, your own fucking newspaper. And she sends them all these articles that were written previous to 2017 about rampant corruption in Ukraine, about Ukraine's like one of the most corrupt countries. Yeah, and now everyone has a Ukraine flag. But yeah, Ukraine should not have been invaded. Yeah, it's all fucked up. It's horrible. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, they don't even know what the number is. They're probably dead. Yeah, horrible. But also, that was a corrupt country. Like just because horrible things are done to them, it's not justifying those horrible things.
Yeah.
But you can't pretend that Ukraine has always been this amazing country just because now we're supposed to support them because Russia did a horrible thing. You gotta tell the fucking truth. That's what being a journalist is. We're not babies. They treat us like babies.
Oh my god, they cut out so much.
The whole thing during the pandemic. You can't tell people about other things or about adverse reactions to vaccines because then it causes vaccine hesitancy. Oh, you mean an informed opinion? Are you fucking trying to stop informed opinion? And a lot of them from like professors at Stanford and Harvard, this is bananas.
Right, and then there's like, it's condescending.
Exactly.
You're talking down to these people that you're trying to get on your side. And a lot of them, if they're smart, will be like, come on, I'm not a baby.
Yeah, it's a fucking annoying. And the people that are doing it right now about Biden, they're telling you how you should vote, even though you know he's impaired, you definitely shouldn't vote. Like, don't tell people that, you fucking idiot, because it's going to make more people angry and want to vote for Trump. You are not going to convince anyone walking down the west side of New York City talking into your phone about what a threat Trump is to democracy. You aren't changing anybody's fucking being a condescending, scolding, liberal cunt, which is what drives everyone crazy.
Scolding for verbiage is like the worst thing that the liberal side does.
But the conservatives to do it too. It's human characteristic, and this is what's important. Everybody wants to get on this. The liberals are bad. The conservatives are bad. It's bullshit. It's all just a human behavior pattern. We always want to tell people that they should behave and think and accept the truths that we have accepted. You have to behave like us. And if you don't, you're the enemy. Right. And it's not really that these people have these opinions oftentimes. It's that they have subscribed to a predetermined set of opinions.
There's a narrative.
In order to be in this group.
Party line.
If you tell me how you feel about the Second Amendment, I can tell you how you feel about abortion. Almost 80% of the time,
Right.
which is wild. It's wild. Because they're two very complicated.
Right.
If you tell me how you feel about immigration, if you tell me how you feel about weapons, military spending, I can probably tell how you feel about God.
Yeah.
I can probably tell you what your religious leanings are. It's just bizarre, and it's just because the reality of life is too open-ended and complex and fascinating and bizarre and majestic and boundless.
Yeah.
Immense. And more immense than we even thought it was. Now we're looking into the James Webb Telescope. They're finding galaxies that are so big, so long ago that they couldn't have existed, possibly in a short amount of time, which they were from the Big Bang. So that now they're starting to think that the universe is like maybe 10 billion years older than they thought it was.
Which is good.
Yeah, but it's still, what does that even mean? It's too much.
There's like division is really important to people in power because they keep us fighting each other instead of against the president. So back in the day, it was like racism, and there's still racism in this country, but and then it was like class conflict, but now it's like everyone's poor,
Yeah.
So now it's like straight up Republicans versus Democrats. Favor of that thing.
Yeah.
It's like they're all the same. They work for the same corporations. The oligarchs are paying them.
Exactly.
I mean, if voting works, they wouldn't let us vote.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, it works kind of.
But I mean, it's still a big experiment. And democracy is flawed, but it's still the best thing that we have.
It's the best thing going, but the problem is we made a fatal flaw when we allowed them to use money.
Oh yeah.
That's the fatal flaw. Is allowing politics and the lobbyists, and special interest groups, and corporations donate political. As soon as we did that, that should be illegal. Think of it as a bribe.
Yeah. It is a bribe.
Especially in this day and age, everything is supported 100% by the people for the people. That's only how it should be. And if we find out the corporations are involved, or the corporations are even suggesting people get involved, we should fine them. It should be illegal. The people that want to do it should be put in jail. You're trying to affect the election.
Yeah.
It's really election interference. It should be illegal.
Yeah.
Instead, it's par for the course.
Right. Tactic. Yeah.
Corruption is a tactic.
It's funny because I used to live in an anarchist commune in upstate New York. When I was from 18 to 22.
How did you get involved in that?
My best friend from high school moved to Ithaca to go to college. And we were in bands together. So I was college sucked, So I went to school in Denver, and then I went out there to stay with him, and we wrote 12 songs over 2 weeks. And then I was like, well, I'm not going to stay in school. I'm up here. So we got this place. We shared a closet in an anarchist commune. And when we moved in, this dude named Bob Young too. He had number 2 in his last name. Changed his name. His name was Wolf was his first name, and then Young, Jung2. Great guy. And I remember when he showed us the room. This is where you will sleep. And I just wanted to know, are you guys up to group sex? No, dude, we just want to have the practice space. We had this it was an abattoir. It was an old slaughterhouse. So we were living with people that were they would sign their red checks in blood. We were dumpstering everything. I learned to kill chickens and stuff. Yeah. But on the commune, those people have almost the exact same tenets and ideals. Your preppers, your doomsday guys who want to build a compound and protect themselves against the government. They're back to back. They just turn around the far left and the far right. They realize that they're fighting for the same thing.
They share so many similar behaviors.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's the opinion. It's we were talking about jokes. The jokes are a scaffolding. The idea is a scaffolding, and the jokes you create create the punchlines and back lines around the idea.
Yeah.
That's what these guys are doing. The same thing. They have human behavior patterns, and then they attach to it equity and inclusion and all these different thoughts about Christian nationalism and protect our borders and God save Trump. It's the same thing. It's really the same thing. What it is just you've attached natural human behavior patterns to an ideology. And you don't think it's not, because this is the thing about cults. Nobody in a cult thinks they're in a cult. They're like, this is the way to live. This is the way to live.
Yeah, they're seeking to think. They're the only ones who justify life.
Did I tell you the cult story about the place that I initially bought before we bought the Ritz?
I think I heard this story, but not directly from you.
Adam Egan is the one who saved me. This is what happened. So Ron White, we had just got here and we realized, I was like, we need a place. We cannot be out here just doing a bunch of random clubs. Like the thing about the comedy store that I recognized like very early on is it's home base, and comics need a home base. And the way everybody was developing, one of the things that helped us is like, if I'm on the road, I don't get to see the hour. I'm on the road. He's on the road somewhere else. I don't get to see Dave Chappelle, but when we're in town together, then we could all see each other's sets. Right? So we would all like and then hang together. So I was like, all right, we need a spot. And so Ron goes, you should buy that place, the Cult owned. I fucking performed there. I killed. It was beautiful. Beautiful theater. I think it's for sale. I was like, wow, a theater that a cult owns. That'll be fun. And then Adam calls me up after I signed people. Adam calls me and did you watch the documentary on that cult? I'm like, I'm a documentary. That's not good. No, it's bad. The documentary's called Holy Hell. And the guy who was the cult member, was a gay porn star who was also a hypnotist.
Oh, those are two of the worst things you can be.
I mean, like, this fucking guy, he changed his name multiple times. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He was actually an extra in Rosemary's Baby. All right. One of the scenes at the end of Rosemary's Baby. He was an actor. And so, did gay porn. And then, he teaches yoga class, gets away, because, like, he's beautiful. He was like six-pack and sculpted face.
Yeah,
He was hot as hell.
Yeah.
And just had this cult going for a long time in West Hollywood, but then Waco popped off. So then the Cult Awareness Network had been getting like parents would be saying, where the fuck is my kid? And they would be in this cult, and so like people were starting to like investigate him. So to throw people off the track, this fucking guy moved to Austin, changed his name again, and then has his followers build him this beautiful theater where he can dance in front of them.
Just for dancing?
Just for dancing.
And hypnotism?
And that's the place I bought. So it all falls apart. It all falls apart years later when one guy sends out a mass email saying, butt fucking you for the past 10 years. And then everybody starts comparing notes and they're like, oh my god, fucking you too. This guy was just paying, you have to pay him. So I put for the privilege? For the privilege. So he would give him for therapy. You would have to give him $50. And then
I mean, maybe he has maybe he knows some stuff we don't know. Maybe he was helping people himself. No?
No, I think people are just, I think beings have a thing in us that makes us want to believe nonsense.
Yeah. Well, we're looking for some kind of solution to the chaos that we're surrounded by.
Exactly. And that manifests itself in you being a diehard Democrat that don't think there's anything wrong with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, his strength. His strength. His fucking performance, I'm saying, it shows that. Have you seen it?
I saw it.
Yeah.
And he's just standing behind her like a big
You did so good, Jeff.
Yeah.
You answered every question. He's like, did I? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did. I'm the best guy. He's like me if I was That's what he's at.
That's him in the country.
Yeah, it's obliterated. But believing that that guy's okay is the same thing as believing that this gay porn star was a hypnotist. It's really like, wow. He had this thing that called the knowing, and you had to earn it. You had to, like, you had to be on the right path for long enough, and he would give you this thing where he was a ritual, and during the ritual, he would put his hands on you. And to this day, the people that had it, even the people that complained about it, were in the documentary talking about this guy's just evil and manipulative. They said that in that moment they felt God. his hand, burning eyes, and puts his hands on their other knees. And so it's like there's an endogenous release of psychedelic chemicals that was through this moment, this ritual thing, the power of suggestion, and whatever the vibe that the two of them have, clearly hypnosis as well. He locks on to this person, and these people are like just writhing in orgasms, just for ecstasy. To this day, they're all even if they're saying shit. They're like, that moment when that happened changed me forever. Wow.
Like somehow make them release like the DMT or the oxytocin that's in their brains, and they were flooded.
Yep, all that hypnotism. I mean, we're isolating specific things like dopamine, serotonin, DMT, all these different things. But I have a feeling the real alcohol, which really up everything all together. That's probably the real, whatever it is that you're having near-death experiences. They're all the most potent psychedelic chemicals known to man. They're your brain.
Long after I see your brain chemicals, your brain floats.
Yeah, fucking 4th of July fireworks display. And it just pops off. And this guy get people to experience it just from this thing. See if you can find video of him doing that.
I envy those people.
I do a little
to feel something that transcendent on Earth.
If you could believe it enough that this guy can just do that.
I don't believe anything. I believe like me, my friends, and my family, and like the community that I can build. But like it's really hard to have faith in anything bigger than myself.
Well, you have to have an open mind, right? But you also can't. You can't really believe anything. There's no evidence. Like a lot of my ideas about how the universe works and how everything works, karma, life, and energy.
Karma?
I don't know what it means. So I don't think that necessarily, like if you do something will happen to you.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you do something evil, you're aware that you do something evil, then I think your existence is poisoned because of that. And I think you will forever run into bad situations because you will be filled with bad thoughts and bad energy, and you
They want like a psychic cancer.
yeah.
Attracts other.
Yes, I think that's real. I think there's some
altruism is real at all.
I think there's some real altruism, and it's usually between people that know each other.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
Generosity.
Is that altruism or is that just doing the right thing for your community?
Well, I would say that being generous is selfish.
It is. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel good. It elevates you.
But it also is really good. It makes other people feel good.
If there's no altruism, it's okay. Right thing. If you get off of it, you still benefited someone else.
You do, but why should you not benefit while they're benefiting too? As long as you're not being selfish and narcissistic about it, why don't you just do it? Yeah, of course it feels good to me. But it also makes them feel good. You should do it. You should not make them feel good because your work's going to make you feel good and they're selfish.
Yeah.
That seems silly.
Well, you have to share what you have based on how much you have. Because like when I was poor, it was like my friends, my best friends, would have like half a joint, and they would smoke that half a joint.
Yeah.
And now that I have like more resources compared to some of my friends, I'm always buying meals, like, that kind of thing. And they're like, hey man, you don't have to do this. And it's like, well, you rode with me when we had $8 to run together. Now I have more than $8, so like I'm glad to be able to do this.
Yeah, the difference between like being able to pay for a meal and not thinking about it, where you're wondering how much things cost, you're adding it all together. That's a huge difference.
Yeah.
The alleviation of that is the most important. Like Brian Callen said that to me once. He said, real wealth is like when you go to a restaurant and you don't worry about what anything costs. 100%. Once you get past that, you think it's all bullshit. I'm like, that's right.
Very profound. Yeah.
No matter where you live, your house just feels like your house. If you have to spend $10 million for a house, or you just have a fucking 2-bedroom apartment that's quiet and not dangerous. It's just house. It's home.
I have a hard time feeling home anywhere.
Because the road?
Road, man. Yeah, I mean, I've been on the road since I was with the band first, and then stand up real hard, and now like the last 6 months of last year, my wife and I didn't have an address. We were just like living on the road, and it was romantic, but it was so daunting. I remember my sister was like, what do you want to do for New Year's? And I was like, what if we just got like an Airbnb and like cook dinner and hang out? And she's like, oh, so your idea of a party is like living in a home? You need to fucking move somewhere, man. man. So we like tried it. You know, we were abroad last year doing shit. She came with me, and it was great. But now we like bought a house in Detroit, and I'm really happy about it. But I don't ever know if I'll like really feel comfortable when I'm not in the ocean.
That's interesting.
It's like it's good. All my dreams are coming true, but then you have to realize like who you are isn't going to be fixed by everything you wanted happening.
Right.
You still have to like figure out what's the root cause of you know, it's Wednesday and you're like, I've been home for 2 days. God, I can't wait to be fucking Batavia. You know?
But isn't it because you love what you do and you're good at what you do?
I
So
really
you
love
get
what I
it.
do.
Yeah.
Super grateful to be a comic.
There's that, right?
Yeah.
And that's like the way to do that is like you kind of got to do the road.
And so, you gotta do the road. And like for a long time, I was like, I couldn't get booked in these rooms. But now I can. Just like Mitch Hedberg said, like he wouldn't say no to gigs because he remembers 5 years previous when he couldn't get those gigs. And that's me right now. It's like I worked like fucking 49 weekends last year or something.
Wow.
You know? And some of those, like a lot of those were on different continents and shit. But I love it. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, this is a new thing with the buying of the home and the moving of the home. Like, what does being at peace look like for me?
Right.
Because I'm used to existing in chaos. You know, I'm used to being constantly going forward. And
you enjoy it.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So the thing is, like, people will tell you because of a narrative, like from a movie or a book, that you're supposed to settle down somewhere.
Yeah.
Says who? Listen, there's a reason why there's flights and hotels. Because people like to travel places, right? Stay and they don't have a house there.
Yeah.
So you go to the fucking hotel. It's simple. Like, it's there set up for you, and if you take advantage of it, it's fun. That's what you enjoy. Some people don't enjoy it at all. Some people like to. The problem is, the real problem with the travel is your health. Because it fucks up your sleeping, fucks up your eating schedule, it fucks up a lot of stuff.
And there's a sense of loneliness and desolation on the road that you try to fill in with booze or drugs.
Unless you travel fast.
And I do now. I gotta bring my own feature. It's the best. And he hasn't drank for 8 years. I pumped the brakes on boozing, you know? I'm like drinking with purpose now when I do drink, not just like 15 other nights every night. Yeah, it's like purpose.
Fucked up.
Well, I know, but that's a valuable purpose. But when you're just doing the Friday early show and you've already had 7 beers, and then you wake up Saturday and you're like hungover and you're like, well, I guess I have to have 12 more beers tonight to get normal. I mean, you're not even getting drunk. You're drinking Miller Lite. And you're just confused and bloated.
Right.
That's all you get out of it.
You lost a lot of weight.
I did, yeah. But I'm like 50 pounds.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
That's fucking you.
I have to.
And you
Being alive.
Please stay alive.
I love being alive. Thanks, man.
Are you just hitting the brakes on booze? That's all you had to do?
Hitting the brakes on booze. Well, that's 1,500 calories in pure sugar that I'm not taking in every 4 days out of the week. So that's great, you know. And then also eating better, and then moving around. You know, I spend a lot of time outside. And now that we're like actually going to be in a home, like the weight set's going back in. Like there's a pool in the neighborhood, like. Because for so long it was like I had nothing, and I was just like so desperate for some like, okay, I'm sleeping on this guy's floor tonight in Springfield, Missouri. I would go on stage like, hey, I don't have a place to stay. I didn't want to spend the $40 on a hotel, dude.
Wow.
You know?
So you'd be telling people, can I stay at your house?
I wouldn't even ask them to stay on stage. Like, you look rich. Can I stay in the boathouse? And they'd be like, all right, get in there, you crazy kid.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's how I survived on the road for like ever.
Wow. So how many times do you think you did that?
Countless. That was my move. That was straight up my move.
Hey, you stayed at people's houses.
Yeah, because I learned it from like punk rock. Like we would play only all ages shows, but you would either stay in the venue, you'd stay in the squat, or someone would bring you home and like you'd hear them have a conversation with their girlfriend in the next room, and then she'd be like loud, it's gotta be up by 6 a.m. But had a roof over your head. Wow. And then you had the next day. That sense of purpose that you have on the road is so pure. You have a destination that night. You have a thing to accomplish. Right. Like luckily, I read like because I came from like I really admired like SST records, like early '80s like hardcore. Like that's where I came from. And I remember reading, I think it was Henry Rollins' book, Get in the Van. First trip he did with Black Flag, they practiced for like 2 months in LA, and they got real good when he did the band. And their first tour date was in Oklahoma, and like 12 kids came, and he was like, "Fuck this! Why are we working so hard? This sucks." And the bass player Chuck Bukowski was like, "No, it's not their fault that no one else showed up. We're gonna give them Black Flag. They came to see Black Flag. We're giving them Black Flag." And that defined my experience doing stand-up, where it's like, yeah, I would go do the show, there'd be 20 people there. The next time I go to Omaha, there's gonna be 40 people. I fucking left it all on the field. I was rushing just so I could survive. It was a survival mechanism. And I think that really helped me in my career because I like had so much at stake every show.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like if you go to a show and there's only 100 people, 300 venue, you're upset that only 100 people. But that's 100 people that paid money that came out to see you. Yeah. Treat them to like you're so happy they're there. Yeah. Appreciate it. Like don't. God, we're so caught up in keeping up with the Joneses. It's so dumb. It's like that's another like dumb human resource-based instinct. Yeah. Oh, the deepest happiness. Yeah. It's a great quote. Yeah. I think that's the row. Yeah. Isn't it?
Probably. He's always saying cool stuff.
Said a lot of cool shit out in that pump.
But it's like you can't compare yourself to your friend. Like if I compared myself to Shane, I would be like successful. Right. What I am is happy for Shane. And his rise is so good for comedy in general. And he's been so generous. You know, he put my special on his channel. Like, he doesn't have to do any of these things. Right. I told Shane that he's inherently punk rock, and he rolled his eyes. You know, because he's from the middle of Pennsylvania, and punk rock is for homos or whatever. You know? And I was like, oh,
that guy with the heart attack.
Exactly. Yeah, that guy's punk rock. That was Shane. He brought his friends with him. He built this stuff. He did everything independent.
This is Twain?
Nice.
No way. Really?
Where he stole it from.
Interesting.
Okay.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah, thief is a better word.
The death of joy. Roosevelt said thief of joy. But who was first?
I don't know.
Who was before? When was Roosevelt?
Roosevelt was post-Twain.
Yeah, so you probably heard of Twain. And that's a la Joe Biden.
Have you ever heard what Twain did for Ulysses S. Grant? So, like, Grant's the president, but everyone thinks he's this, like, insane booze bag because he got busted being drunk one time on watch. But he becomes president, leads the Union Army, but then money wears out. So he's, like, on a train, Ulysses S. Grant, and and his brother, like, spent all his money. His son wants to total fuck up. Like, he has no cash. And this guy's like, hey, would you write your memoir and I'll publish it for my publishing company? I'll give you $1,000. This is a grandson. For sure. Awesome. And then Twain hears this and he's like, don't sign that deal. I'll publish your book myself. You'll make so much more money. Like, this Grant was like, but I made a promise to a man. I'm a man. I must honor my word. And Twain's like, okay, pump the brakes on that. So he publishes this Grant's book. It becomes a national bestseller and changed his life and gave him all this money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And they would have sold him that forever.
They would have given him $1,000 to have a best-selling novel.
Wow.
You know, or not novel.
That's right. I had heard about
that. Yeah.
Mark Twain I think he was the first comic.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right? I think so.
He would read funny things in front of people and would laugh.
He had to because he didn't have any money. It's like when Jeremy Piven hits the brother.
So when Twain did that, he didn't have money back then?
I think publishing deal. He was the first like dude who harnessed the reins of his own production and like writing. I think Dickens did that to a certain degree too, but he owned the publishing and he would like sell it himself. And then he hit the road. I can't remember why, but I think it was a cash grab. And he did these public speaking engagements where he would do bits and stuff.
Okay.
I think so. I could be conflating him and someone else, but I think that's
kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense. He's like, oh, how can I make some money? Tour. Like you're seeing a lot of podcasters do that.
Like, sure.
Like Tucker Carlson does that now. Like arenas. Jordan Peterson, of course.
Yeah.
These people, they do these tours where they just like, oh, look, make hay by the sunshine.
I get it. You gotta cash in on momentum.
Oh, yeah.
It's the hardest thing to recruit.
I get it too, especially joke. We're just used to doing stuff with fun audiences. These guys, they'll look at that as like some frontier that they have to. Oh, we have fucking tents out there. We've been living out here for 100 years.
Yeah, we're better than that.
Oh no! Sam's getting comfortable in his own house.
Yeah, I'm just so used to being like doing day.
The people that haven't experienced that before, like Jordan, like you tell me, it wears on you. Yeah. Yeah. No, it wears on you. It wears on you when you fly. Like I just flew from Vegas on Sunday morning. It wears that day. You're like wrecked for no reason.
You're not, and also I have a hard time like spending the money that's up front. You know, like I spent $600 on Australia in first class. It was an insane deal. I went to it, dude. The whole time I was sitting up there, I was just pissed at myself for being such a big pig.
That's gonna be a problem as you become.
I know.
Yeah, that's a lot of. One thing that definitely happens is people develop this sort of crisis, imposter syndrome. That happens when you become famous and successful.
I have imposter syndrome. I know I'm good at my job.
Yeah,
But I have
but
like just turning your back on your ideals of like punk rock, like dumpsters. That thing's hard to do.
right. And I see what you're saying. Well, I know a lot of people that get imposter syndrome too, because when success comes at a very high level, it becomes baffling. You're hanging out with famous people. It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
It's so weird to be in this room. You know what I mean? It's so strange to me. Like I'm really grateful to be here, but it is just like also weird to remember how far away from this room I was for such a long time. That's fun. Yeah.
This room's been around, not this one, but one of them, been around for 15 years. That's crazy too. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, perspective is such a warping experience.
Yeah, it really is. As you get more successful, it's gonna feel weird.
What do you make? What do you say?
Yeah, but it's like, what do you do with it? Like, I think of money as fun coupons. Sure, that's what I think of.
Yeah.
How much fun can I have with it?
Safety. It can be taken away at any point.
That's up to a point. Once you pass a certain bank account number, it becomes fun.
I remember when I had my first phone in my bank account, I called my dad.
Nice. Gotta calm it down.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, commas are nice, but it's like, the thing is, you're still gonna be you. You don't have to sleep in the back of the bus. You don't have to you don't have to do anything stupid to just prove who you used to be before.
You don't have to self-flagellate yourself.
Yeah, but it's also like, you have all these phone coupons. Why do you have them if you're not spending them? You should be spending them.
Oh, I mean, I'm burning them down. No, I have a 2007 Chevy Impala. I don't have a bunch of, it's my wife got this for me. It's $400. Great watch. How much? It's a Bulova. Oh, it's pretty. But I do spend money on dining, and I do spend money on if my sister-in-law, wants something nice for our niece, I'm like, well, here's 3 different models of that nice thing. Oh, that's like how I shower people. That's great. Love and affection.
No, that's definitely cool.
But I did spend you should get an extra $50,000 on dining.
If you didn't feel like a bourgeois pig,
I would like a very safe car. You know what I want, dude? Is I want a Ford Astro. I want one of those Benz, those passenger vans.
Oh yeah,
Like 14 right around there.
You could have that on the podcast studio. We were yeah. We talked about that now. Yeah, we talked about taking one of the Look at there. You did absolutely. Park somewhere, be somewhere for a little bit, give it some time.
I wish I could nap. Really? Really hard time. For the middle of the day. Wow. Yeah, it sucks. That sucks. Really bad for radio. Exactly that.
So what's your up for the whole day?
Yeah. I know. And then there's the amount of coffee
You
you
try
have
to
to
drink
do.
off?
I dabble. Yeah.
That's usually the best.
Turns out it's
That's
pretty
like a
cool.
sleep buddy.
But I do like to conserve that essence for my wife.
I hear you.
Like to I say reload, man. I come home and I batter my beautiful wife.
That's honorable.
Yeah.
Nothing else? You try melatonin or anything else? Sleep mask?
It's just like laying in a bed in the middle of the day. It's such a brain. I can't do it, dude.
Fuck. What radio are you on?
No, I know.
That's the right solution.
Radio. I had to get medical. My manager. I really can't do radio. Go back to bed. And then you come out for 2 shows. The worst version of the show.
Right. Yeah, it's a big difference. Tired. Work at the 10 o'clock show. Fuck. You're at the 7 o'clock show.
A merch line.
And you're sitting down and you're fucking really tired. Like you're literally yawning.
Yeah.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chuckle House.
Ready to laugh.
Come on, you can do better than that.
Right.
Who's ready to laugh?
Like the different groups of the Venn diagrams that create here, like Stano, Shane, Tony, very high expectations.
Right.
I
always feel like I really had to do a good job. That's the best way to feel always, forever. Sure. Keep that forever. I get nervous for every show. Every show I do now. Yeah. I get nervous.
Easier once they were coming to see you.
No, it's harder.
Expectation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta keep that. That's forever.
Yeah.
I hope so. Keep that forever. That's the same thing with a lot of stuff. When you care about something, you should be nervous. You should feel a little giddy about it, a little excited. Not without confidence. I have confidence. I do stand up every night. I have plenty of confidence. But the feeling should be like, this is a real thing that's about to go down. This is a melding of the minds of me and all these people in this crowd. And it's fun. I gotta get in that mindset. I gotta feel it. I gotta. That's right.
Friday posture.
Yeah, just breathing exercises. I stretch out. I drink some water. Maybe have an espresso. Let's fucking go. Yeah, and
I really got this tattoo to remind myself that it's fun. It says this is fun. That's my Viking band. So I'd like to see my wrist, but it reminds me when I'm on stage.
That's
This is
great.
fun.
That's great. That should be a thing that everybody not supposed to.
We can all come quick.
Hey, why are you jerking off? That's fun.
My podcast, Show Me Behemoth, we all got matching tattoos. Like a Patreon goal.
What'd you guys get?
Just like turtle, like on our thighs. This guy Baco, it's like the avenging Ninja Turtle that we did. So like now we're all marked forever.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's fun, dude. There's no such thing as forever. I have a Go Bananas tattoo with all the Go Bananas toys right here on my wrist.
Oh, Go Bananas.
In Cincinnati.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
there's a bunch of those Go Bananas. There's one in New Jersey, too.
There's bananas in New Jersey.
Oh,
Go Bananas is completely independent.
yeah, they can't give me that.
Go? Yeah, no way.
What are you talking about? Oh, that's fair. I thought they were all-
No, I don't think so.
So you have a Go Bananas tattoo?
Yeah, right there.
Just a banana?
Just the banana. The banana boy.
Probably the logo alien.
Dude, people get tattoos of you. People get tattoos of my book. Yeah, they'll get like running the light shit on my body. And I'm like, what were you going through when this happened?
Hopefully, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like hundreds of tattoos.
See him. It's very strange. Not the most glamorous version of your face either.
I don't think I have a glamorous version.
Well, it's usually the one where you're like,
Yeah, it's just some crazy face yelling about that.
looks like you're coming fire.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Or that like ice cream. How do you say that? The hot sauce on my dick. How do you say it?
I kept saying
Capsaicin.
Yeah.
That's one of them words that I never say that I just really capsaicin.
Yeah.
You know? Like I generally that's a word.
Yeah.
Like, there's certain words you're like, how do I say this one? I know what it is. How do I say that?
I'm always using pretentious words that I read and I mispronounce it. Pretentious. But it's
The person actually knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
Throw those words around.
some of my biggest.
Yeah. Well, you know, pretentiousness. Kind of gross.
I was emailing this lady I'm applying, who's an author I admire. I like her last name. Throughout the I like told her I read all three of her books.
Oh,
It's on the cover.
How did she spell it?
L-I-N-E.
Oh.
And I thought it was K-L-E-I-N. Very stupid. I told the people at Random House that I just got a book at Random House, and she's on the same roster.
You should send her a letter again.
Sure.
How stupid.
Very
I
sorry.
talked about it on the podcast.
Yes. Now can we? She didn't answer the email.
Remember, you random houses.
Eating quinoa. Yeah. Remember when quinoa happened? That was big.
Yeah, everything was very healthy. Bizarre new food.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this one's got a little protein.
Oh, it's so good for you. Better than buckwheat. Shit, it's the worst. And like we wouldn't make any money at these shows. They would have a big quinoa dinner. One time, bro, we had this like talk back in Lansing, and just like hardcore anarchist talk. And after the show, they were like, "Would you guys talk back about your political ideas?" The singer reporter was like, "Hell yeah!" So they were like, "How are you guys align politically?" And the singer was like, "I'm into the truth." And then the big player was like, "I think Emma Goldman told the truth." What about you? And I was like, "I'm selling CDs and T-shirts. These ideals aren't going to keep the band going. So have fun in here. Please come buy one of these hand-screen T-shirts that I made."
It's very funny when your ideas actually get reality.
Well, those fringe communities, like an anarchist community, I'm always fascinated by people that, like, whether they're furries or whatever it is, like these are fringe communities that have their own language, way they all accept. People don't.
Cool, they were very collectively. Yeah. Juggalos is the best one. Yeah, because Juggalos are wild people. They will give you the shirt off their back because they're all family. Because, like, for the most part, they're some poor places. They might be gross, you know. Yeah, traditionally, man.
Juggalos are fun.
I had a lot of Juggalo friends. Thursday, everything you have to take. They're awesome.
Amazing. The insane of all people, out of all groups of people created.
Yeah.
Kind of
There's no God. Also all ways. I think together is fly into that show.
Big J will be expressing
I know.
this.
Sharing what they have.
I can so dancing around, banging each other.
I bet some like worldly Juggalos. I met this guy who was a desperate dude for a while, and then he found out like
Wow,
like just a curious that was enchanted.
that's it.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to look at some psychological perspective, there is there's no protection. No, being a juggalo.
Yes.
Yeah.
I loathe pretension
Yeah.
because I think I'm guilty of it a lot. I like read books and stuff.
They do know you read books.
Yeah, but you can't talk about books with people. Like I find fantasy. That's fiction. I'm sure what Anderson. Let's have a conversation. I know.
What is the first thing?
One. It's a real fight or something like that.
Let me go find it.
I bet you really, yeah, he came to see. I was opening for Bert in New Mexico. George R. Martin came. Yeah.
George R. R. Martin.
Bert? Yeah, that's a Santa thing. That's incredible. Yeah.
This is it. It's Peter Watts. It's called Blindside, and it's the science fiction space movie about alien, about vampires.
Okay.
And the vampires. It's kind of like I'm gonna fuck it up, but the story is that these vampires they take medication that they keep them from feasting on people, but that they exist, that they have always existed, and that someone that they were killed off because they were killing everybody, and then we kind of relegated them to myth, and then someone cloned one and brought it back and started having more vampires from space.
Yeah.
It's a space journey with this vampire who can read minds and manipulate people. But he doesn't act on like most base, most horrible instincts, and they're out there interacting with aliens.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, you had me at vampire.
I'm paraphrasing because I wasn't prepared to talk about it.
Right, yeah.
I read it like 2 years ago. Whenever the movie was on. How long was that? Well,
He's actually a predator from the era.
that's right. Yeah, really, really good.
That stuff sounds good.
It's really well.
Like a realist with for sure. I heard people like men risking their lives for like $80. They're my favorite novels. Oh, yeah. Very low reward compared to the risk. What?
like Larry Brown, Corrupt books are like that. Hold on. Yeah, he's the goat. He's the best.
Yeah, there's something about writing about the stuff that he writes about, like that Western style,
Yeah.
kind of like just the reality of the existence. Did you see any of the Yellowstone pre-shows, like 1883? Is that what it is? 1883, right? 1883. Fucking insane.
Really? Like Deadwood-esque?
Well, it's realistic, what it is. It's like a realistic depiction of what it was like when people made their way across the country in wagons, how people were lost along the way.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just the way it's done it's so good.
If you like this kind of stuff, then you should read Warlock, which is exactly what you described.
Oh, yeah?
It's like a postmodern western. It's really,
Yeah.
yeah, like an easy one to like get lost in it.
Postmodern Western.
Yeah, it's like a self-aware western. Like the guy uses all like the trappings of traditional westerns, that he runs it through like his lens as like a literary author. Really fucking good.
That's it. Indian tribes everywhere. And then that quick thing out of nowhere, that's the story of people deciding that they're going to come here from Europe and didn't speak English. And planes with wagons lost half the people every time.
You know, like had to eat a couple people. Yeah. Then they get to the Rocky Mountains and they're like, hey, we're good. We're gonna stay right here. And then the true psychos are the ones who got through the Rockies.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The thing about this country is, right, the people that are here that are American, everybody and their ancestors started in the East, made their way west. And the people got to Texas said, y'all go up there, we're going to hang out here. Look, yeah, good.
What a vice director.
The most open-minded the state, but the ethic of it, the state, still remains for a lot of people. And it was like that was a place where the people went to when they were fed up with the they didn't like the hostility. They wanted to be creative and free. Just made to LA. It was just that was the last place you could go before you went to Hawaii. Just like there's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to go. So it just makes sense. Ones that were pushing the boundaries. I mean, think about it. Like in the 1960s, like the amount of entertainment, the amount of music, the amount of culturally changing content that came out of Los Angeles and the West Coast. It's fucking nuts. If you saw it on the chart, a graph, how much amazing shit came out of LA in those decades.
And like how exponential the next great thing was.
Yeah.
How that curve is sharp.
Yeah.
It's so much in the last 200 years. Like,
Bam.
compared to the rest of history,
It's not so much. And what we're going through right now is going to change all that. It's going to be beyond the printing press, beyond the invention of the internet. Whatever the fuck the AI thing is, everyone's just guessing. Whatever it is. Like,
yeah, we're going to be trapped in this period predator.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's not emotions either. And if it does, it'll engineer it out like this stupid thing.
Just the point of these. Very interesting. Because it's like people who are beholden to their emotions when they like make it your problem because they're experiencing. Obviously, if you're mentally ill, that's one thing. But if you're just like a person like bummed and you want to put that on me, grow up. Everyone deals with all of these things. I'm just not going to project it upon you and make your time worse. Well, it's patterns. No, you're very right. You're very right.
It's really hard to break free. Correct. And you also have weird energy you get from your family. They look at things like some families, they just always leave forever.
right? And those patterns give you comfort because they remind you when you're safe.
And they also don't know which thought about to come out. You know, my fucking job, I swear to God, I wish I would quit. I fucking hate it. I come home and go, oh,
I know.
oh,
Where's the love you to our friend on the funniest people alive? Where the best of them how to stand up.
we are
Oh,
so
Rabbi is awake.
What up, dog? How are you, bitch?
What up, Rabbi?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a free pack. Things in your neck of the woods.
You doing all right, man? Doing all right?
Yo, dog. I made some people's days yesterday. Let's see if we can make yours. Do you know anyone who has ever passed who you've loved and you wanted to perhaps, not want to disconnect with them?
Hold on, I gotta take it.
You're good.
All right. That was just
Has anyone in your life ever passed and you didn't want them to die?
lots of people.
Excellent. So we were talking about this type of technology known as revivification technology. Essentially, there are multiple ways in the future that you'll be able to get those people back if you want. You especially, because you're going to have so much money, you're not going to know what to do with it all. So what am I talking about? Well, essentially, from the research that I've done on the matter, there are ways to take someone's DNA. There are different ways to do this. We could take the bones in the ground and get their DNA, put it in a machine, and essentially create a clone of theirs. Then, using photographs of theirs and different layers, essentially be able to map their brain so that we could combine the clone with brain mapping and essentially recreate them at a future date. What are your thoughts?
Could be pretty much like a AI generated.
Not necessarily. Depending on how accurate the brain mapping is, we could have their same memories, we could have their same personality, we could have their same charisma, and not only that, but everything perhaps up until the moment that photo was
Curly,
taken.
what up, man?
Pardon me?
I was talking to Curly in the chat.
Oh, shout
How
out
you
to
doing
Curly.
this morning, man? And we're deleting Rabbi's.
I see. You want to see what it looks like from this side? Hold on 1 second. I'll show it to you. It's a beautiful site. Oh, hold on one moment. I just closed you. I'm going to make sure it reopens you. Just so you can get, you want to see it. I'll show it to you. All right. 1 moment.
Just got done with your third shift. Just started a new job. Oh, shit. How you liking it, man?
Oh, apologies. Maybe we won't do that. I didn't realize I was going to get so much feedback. My apologies. Yeah,
you're
but
good.
those two are right next to each other. Anyway, do you know a guy named Exodus? He's a streamer on here. Exodus. Let me see what his name is. He's very nice.
Time seems to go quicker. I've worked third shift quite a few times.
Exodus Apollo.
No.
Very nice. Well, that's okay. He's allowed me to, at least for the past little while, stream in his Discord. So here's what happened. You know what Reddit is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I did an AMA on Reddit. I'm gonna make this the biggest AMA in the history of mankind. It's already at like 200 questions. You just type Rabbi Rothschild AMA in Reddit and you'll find it. And so randomly, this person from Kick saw that I was doing an AMA and came out and was like, "Hey, dude, why do you fucking self-promote in everybody's stream, etc., etc.?" And I was like, "Oh, this is perfect. This person knows about me from Kick, but I'm on Reddit." So I get to talking to the person on Reddit. They invite me to their Discord. I'm able to win over their Discord. They seem like cool people. And then you see our little interaction at the end. And It was very nice. So if you have a chance, if you're listening, it's Rabbi Rothschild's AMA on Reddit. It's quite interesting. We address a lot of interesting topics.
Lady that's been there for 26 years and she still at 16 an hour. That's
Wow, that sucks.
yeah, that's fucking crazy.
So I'm glad to see that you have power back. Is everything back to normal?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing. All right, so I also see your shirt, Super Mario World. Are we talking for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System?
Well, I'm old man, so I put the original.
Okay, yeah, okay, on the regular Nintendo, the Nintendo Entertainment System. But the shirt you have on is Super Mario, which looks like it's from the Super Mario generation. It's very cool.
Probably.
Super Mario World.
Yeah.
Did you watch the more recent movies that came out of this Mario Brothers?
Yeah.
Were they good?
The movie there, the one that just came out not long ago.
With like Chris Pratt and all that?
Yeah, I can't remember. I think we watched it.
All right, very cool. Is that your favorite video game of all time?
No, I'm not a big gamer, man. But
You're
yeah,
not a
Mario
big
was
gamer,
good.
but you have a Super Mario shirt on. Come on, my man, that's pretty big.
And Mario was definitely pretty decent, man.
Very well. I could say the same thing. I have on Sonic the Hedgehog. The reason why I have Sonic the Hedgehog on is because it's a cryptocurrency that sponsored me with a bunch of merch. So I just wear all this cryptocurrency stuff.
Oh yeah.
You never know what you're gonna do. It's like someone in motorsports where you got all your different sponsors all over. So you're not too big into video games. You are big into outdoors. You like to fish. I've seen that. For what kind of fish do you like to fish?
Whatever I can catch, because I don't ever catch nothing.
Okay, I gotcha. Do you use your cell phone when you fish?
What do you mean?
I've heard some fishermen say that they get different results if they go out with their cell phone in their pocket. Like the fish get a little bit of that radiation or can sense the radiation.
I don't know. Never heard of it.
Very well. Well, it's a thought. I mean, you got to think fish are very sensitive to some things, perhaps wavelengths that we can't perhaps perceive, and all of a sudden there's this perhaps foreign entity, and they might be thrown off, or you just have bad fishing luck, like probably is true. Do you like to go off the dock or in a boat?
It doesn't matter.
Gotcha. I'm gonna take a look at your stream right now. It'll be like a cyclical. Just one moment. Straight Savage coming right up. It's Straight Savage. It's not X Straight Savage, is it?
Yeah, X. You got an X, yep.
No, I know it is. I know it is. But when people reference you, do they reference you as Straight Savage or do they say X Straight X Savage X?
No, just Straight Savage.
Exactly. Okay, there we go. All right, so here we go. We've got Straight Savage here. We're gonna take a look at your social media. I judge people social media. Firstly, we're gonna look at your Discord. I'm gonna tell you what I think of it. Very nice. It's connected. That's great. We're gonna look at your TikTok. Your TikTok. Excellent. You have content. You have followers. Good on you. Everything's linked. Very good. It pushes it. You're 2 for 2. You're in good shape. All right. I'm looking at your YouTube. I see it doesn't have any content, and I understand that because you're a Kick streamer and everything's exclusive. No big deal there. It's great that it's connected. Were you aware your Instagram isn't connected?
Thought it was.
This is what pulls up when I go to your Instagram. So maybe just check that link.
Yeah, I just hit it. It took me right to my site.
Interesting. Okay. Well, because I'm looking at it on a mobile device. I wonder if that has any difference.
No plans for the weekend.
I'm gonna look at it on a PC. Just remember. X. How'd you get the name X Straight Savage? All that shit. How'd you choose your name?
So I used to stream with another guy that had the straight thing at the beginning of his name, and he wanted to do this whole stream team thing, and
You were a member of a
so
clan. Was it a clan?
we used to play a lot of Call of Duty and Fortnite instead.
Oh yeah.
So I come up with this name, and that's what I've been ever since. But I don't even think he streams anymore. So tomorrow I got my cousin's celebration of life, Curly, and then Sunday I have one of my cousin's graduation parties.
Straight Savage, your Facebook is fire. I'm looking at your Twitter now. You got it when it comes to your social media. In fact, I have friends who are new to Kick, and a lot of times I'll tell them certain streamers who have good abouts have good social media, and yours is like a prototypical one. You've got like a poster child for excellent linkage. Good on you.
Yeah, I just need to be a little more active on them is all.
You ever get anybody to buy you anything from your Amazon wish list?
No.
Hey, you're honest. How about your throne?
No.
No, yeah, gotcha. Food? Has anyone ever ordered you food?
No.
I love you, Straight Savage. You are ready, though. That's what I'm talking about. My man is ready. All right. What's Spider Farmer?
They sell like tents and grow lights and stuff like that.
Oh, very cool. Daily High Club. We are now sponsored by the Daily High Club. Us promo code Straight Savage to get. Oh, use. You need an E at least on mobile for so use promo code Straight Savage to get 15% off. Very cool. So what's Daily Hype Club?
They sell like bongs and bowls and fabrics.
Man, you are big time. That's amazing. You've got some great sponsorships. I mean, it's appropriate. Rogue Energy. We're sponsored by Rogue Energy. If you would like a 10% discount, use promo code Straight Savage. What kind of flavors does Rogue Energy have? Oh, really good stuff. Pink lemonade, black cherry. Very cool. Is Rogue Energy, is it like a powder?
Yeah.
Very cool. We stream every day. We stream every weekday from 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to whenever. You're good. You're good. You're earlier than that. We do some night streams and weekend streams, so drop a follow so you know when we go live. Excellent. Got great specs, and I saw your setup. I mean, really, you have like a poster child like example of how to do this. You've got a great Discord. Merch. I'm gonna check out your merch. Do you get people to buy your merch?
Yeah, sometimes.
Very cool. It's cool. Nice. Welcome, welcome. How are you? What's going on?
What up? How you doing?
We'll see who this friend is. Maybe they're from Kick. Who knows? Your merch is great. You got a lot of it. Very cool. You can donate. That's great. You got your donations. Straight Savage, 10 of 10. This is how you do it. Excellent work. Bootyful, as they say. Now let's look at your clips. How much work have you been putting in cleaning up these clips? Wow. You've been burning the midnight oil. Look at you cleaning that shit up.
I don't think there's any rabbi clips there, is there?
No, dog, you must have just done it too because I just saw like 3 of my computers on your page. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Good on you, man. I had this one guy, well, 2 people. So I was in this group last night, and this one guy is just, he is admittedly drunk, and he's like, I can't stand you. All you do is come into my stream. All you do is clip my channel. All you do is spam. And he's just going at it. This other girl, I come into this Discord and she goes, what's up, you little bitch? I'm like, hey, how are you? How are you, woman? Like, damn, girl, what's up? And I'm like, how you doing? She's like, I'm high as fuck. I'm like, oh, damn, on indica or sativa? She goes, codeine. I was like, damn, girl, you are lit, woman. So anyway, we've got some wild ass people on Kick apparently who absolutely know who I am, and let's just
Right.
say,
Everybody knows who Rabbi is.
absolutely, that's what we love to hear. And people want to know, when is it going to end? Once I'm viral, I won't have to do it. When everyone knows who I am, trust me, folks, all of the spamming will be gone. But you got to understand, there's a saying: you got to strike while the iron's hot. You got to make hay while the you got to make hay while the
What?
sun shines.
Again? No, I still haven't fixed mine or my son's. So no 4-wheeler riding yet. Nope, not fixed yet, man. I know, man. I know.
Straight Savage, do you ever play any Discord games?
Not normally, no.
What's your favorite band of all time? Yeah, you heard me. That's
I
a
don't
big
think I have one,
big
man.
question. That's okay. When people
I
ask
just
me,
enjoy music, man. I enjoy all types of music.
word dog, have you seen this Discord? As do I. I've got 50 different genres of music down there. If you click the chat, every single one will give you the top 100 artists of that genre of all time. I love music myself. All right, well, name a few bands you like. I'll name them. Do you like the Beatles?
Beatles are alright.
All right, do you like the Rolling Stones?
Yeah, Rolling Stones are good. Yeah.
Do you like U2?
Yeah, they're alright.
Do you like Coldplay?
Yeah.
Do you like the Backstreet Boys?
Not really.
There you go. Threw a little curveball there for you. Okay, so do you like classic rock?
Yeah.
Like if I'm looking at your iPod when iPods are a thing, would it be mostly classic rock, mostly rap, mostly reggae, mostly classical? What am I gonna find?
Probably a mix up between classic rock and hip hop.
Okay, do you like country music?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
Okay, cool. Is there any kind of music you don't like?
Opera.
Okay, I'll live with that. Makes sense. It's not usually in a native tongue, so I get that. Do you like any opera songs?
No,
Okay. Not even that one Grand Theft Auto opera song? Do you know what I'm referencing?
I don't.
That's okay.
But yeah, definitely not an opera fan.
All right. Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto?
Yes.
Are you a fan?
I mean,
When Grand Theft
Rockstar
Auto
is
6,
disappointing as a game developer. So
you were disappointed as a game developer?
yeah, Rockstar are the ones that make Grand Theft Auto.
Yes, you were disappointed in them?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they would always say that they're gonna put this in the game and put that in the game, and they'd like give you a time frame I've even got it.
So you're talking mostly
so-
Grand Theft Auto Online?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm on board with that. So you used to play Grand Theft Auto Online on here while streaming. I gotcha. All right, so
Well,
you're
I used to play GTA RP while streaming. I don't think I ever really played much GTA Online.
so what would you do when you would role play?
What's that?
Who would you be? Like, what kind of person when you role play?
My character's name was Mad Dog.
And what would he do?
Pretty much just rob banks and shit.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Mad Dog kicks
Sell
ass.
drugs.
Was he successful at it?
Oh yeah, I had lots of money.
Hell yeah. I've never played. I've played Grand Theft Auto Online, but I've never played the role playing one. It seems like it would be a lot of fun. I see some people playing it, and it seems cool. Okay, so are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6? No. You're about a year away of it. So you mean, God willing, in a year or in a little bit, I won't be able to see you be playing Grand Theft Auto 6. You're not going to have it.
No.
Is that a guarantee? Are you going to be anti Grand Theft Auto 6?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't play games anymore. So.
But what if it's a phenomenon?
I might watch somebody play it, but I won't play it.
I got you. Okay. Very well. Any games? I know you don't play games, but like, is there any game out there that you would really play in the future if they made it? Virtual reality fishing.
See, I've had the Oculus Rift, and my son's got the Quest 2 and all that shit.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I've had the PS4 VR headset. It's just, I don't know, something I can't get into, man.
Okay, all right. So you're all in when it comes to that stuff. Wow. So you've never just had a time where you put on one of those things and then 8 hours went by?
No.
All right. Well, to each their own. Do you golf?
No. Never golfed in my life.
Are you anti-golf?
I mean, that's for old people, right?
You're getting older every single day, so pretty soon you better get that swing going. You better get that swing going, dog. Do you think we'll ever see you out on the course?
No.
No. Maybe, no, maybe not. But you never know.
I think Fried Egg would disagree with us, though. I think Fried Egg likes to play golf, right? Fried Egg? I don't know if he's out there, but
Fried Egg might get you on the links.
I know lots of people, younger people that play golf, so.
All right.
Never had an interest in it.
Do you play cards?
It's been a long time.
When you would play cards, what would you play?
Whatever.
Okay. Also, I can realize that it's just annoying to get a bunch of questions. So if I'm annoying you, let me know.
No, you're good, man.
Excellent. Okay. So, do you play any board games? No. Okay. So, not really into cards, not really into board games. Oh, do you play any instruments?
No.
Okay. Are you into? No talents. Okay. No, you definitely do have talents. You're a very courageous individual, and you may not see it that way, but the future of people will see it that way. You are willing to be an advocate for cannabis and 420 culture publicly, and you may not see that as a big thing because it's just you living your life, but just know people are going to watch this stream in the future and watch your streams in the future and recognize that, in a lot of ways, even though it's like a Schedule 3, it's still not legal fully, and you're just an advocate. You are essentially a leader in this. So just know that, like, you're a brave person in my mind.
Hell yeah.
Definitely. And
everybody got quiet out here. Where'd everybody go? Wake up, guys.
Wake up. Do you like alligators and crocodiles?
What's that?
Do you like alligators and crocodiles? All right. Any other animals that you like?
Animals, I guess, man.
Okay, so you like animals. Cool. You like nature and stuff. If you were to look at my, like, Instagram feed or Reddit feed, I don't know, something about nature. I like, if you ever see on Reddit, the Nature is Fucking Lit channel. Sometimes nature just does some wild stuff out there. Love to see that shit. Right. You like dogs? Okay. And I know you have a cat. What's your cat's name?
Her name is MJ.
MJ, like Michael Jordan?
Mary Jane.
Oh, perfect. Very appropriate. How old is Mary Jane? How old is MJ?
7 months maybe.
Oh, wow. She's very young. Wow. Well, shout out to MJ. What a beautiful name.
Yeah, she's a very big cat. She's a Maine Coon. So she's gonna be huge.
Oh, wow. You got that right. And she's up in the cat tree, right? I see her, I think. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She is going to be huge. Isn't that the biggest kind of cat that there is? Aside from like tigers and shit?
I mean, if you look up on Google, like
They're huge. I've seen them. Like,
the biggest house cat, yeah, that's what they classify.
that's what I
But there's
think.
a couple that do get bigger, like the Norwegian forest cat. I think there's one other one.
Now, why did you choose? It's a Maine Coon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Why did you choose that breed?
That's what my wife wanted.
There you go. Hey, do as the boss says. I understand. Well, so your wife got to choose the cat, but the cat hangs out in your room?
Oh yeah, definitely my cat.
Oh, very cool. So you're both a cat person and a dog person?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, MJ seems like MJ's got a perfect little spot. You got that set up very nice for MJ. Does MJ know MJ's name?
Yeah.
Very nice. I don't know if you had the opportunity to see, but Joe Rogan recently had on the first Neuralink patient named Nolan Arbaugh, and this person is basically a quadriplegic person who has this brain computer interface. Did you have a chance to see this interview?
No.
Pretty wild what they're doing. I did not know this is one of the goals of Neuralink, but imagine we broke your back in two, basically, so that you couldn't walk anymore. One of the things that we're going to be able to do with Neuralink, perhaps, is take one Neuralink and put it at the very base of your spine of the top half, and another Neuralink at the very part of the break in the bottom half of your body, and those two Neuralinks can communicate, and perhaps you can walk again. And it's all on Bluetooth.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. There's some really interesting things in that interview, and just the possibilities. Like, he's been able to play the game Civilization. If you know that game, Sid Meier's Civilization,
Yep.
using Neuralink, he's been able to, and like, they do all this testing with him. Wow, what's happening? So big things are happening there. And he seemed like a really nice guy, really down to earth. He was an athlete. He just had kind of a freak accident when he was swimming, and it broke his back apparently. And I really want to see this guy walk again. I mean, that's why when I saw him, I'm like, I'm gonna do my best to remember this person's name. Normally, I don't do that. Okay, Joe Rogan has a random person on, who cares? But I was like, you know what? This guy's almost like the first cyborg. He's close to it. I mean, I don't know. This person is the first person to have a workable brain computer interface. It's wild. Do you like sports?
Not a big fan.
If you had to play a sport, what would it be?
I played football as a kid.
Hell yeah. Who's your NFL team?
The Bills.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, so I don't know how old you are, but are you a child of the 90s?
What's that?
Are you a child of the 90s?
Yeah, I was born in '82.
Oh, hell yeah. So you definitely know the Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Bruce
Yeah,
Smith,
yeah, yeah.
Andre Reed years, the the Marv Levy years, right? What's going on, Pavan? Pavan, Pavan, did you get a a corporation name yet? Did you think one up? Let me explain. Hey, how are you? Did you pick up a corporation and do that social media?
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but
So let me explain who Pavan is.
Hi, Joel. Good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm born from India. Or
Yo,
Good,
dog.
man. How you doing?
Hollywood, but you know what? I recently lost $800 on stake. It's a very huge amount in India, bro.
Damn, that sucks, man.
Pavan, you know better than to come into this VC when I've given you ways to make thousands of dollars to go asking people for money. Come on. Pavan.
So, like, I'm just 18 years old. That's it.
So Pavan sent me a DM saying like he was $800 in student loan debt, and I was like, hey, come on into my VC, and I'll tell you how you can make $1,000. And I did. I told him you create a Fiverr account. Then you create your social media and you can do graphic design. You can also do social media for different organizations and they'll pay you. It's at least an honest way to do it as opposed to having to beg for it. Pavan, did you make the social media accounts?
So let's go, man.
Pavan, did you make your Fiverr account? I know you downloaded it. Did you make the account?
Yeah, I downloaded the account, bro.
Okay, did you make an account?
No, I didn't sign up yet.
All right, you have to sign up. Go see what it is. You can advertise your craft. But I know Straight Savage, and I know he's not going to give you $800, and I know I'm not going to give you $800. So I'm just going to cut you off at the pass and make you aware that we're all out. If we had it, we'd give it to you, but we don't. So now I'm going to give you ways that you can generate your own income.
Okay, but
Pavan, create your Fiverr account. You already downloaded it, so now create your account.
wait,
Pavan, if you create your account now, you can start making money in 15 minutes.
bro, give me some time. Give me some time.
Take your time, my man. Absolutely. We're very patient. Take your time. If you have questions, we're here for you. Straight Savage, have you ever used Fiverr?
No,
Do you know what it is?
no.
It's basically a website where independent contractors can advertise their crafts and people can pay them, but it starts $5, so it's very affordable. And like, let's say you needed a banner made for your social media and you didn't want to do it or you didn't know how to do it. A graphic designer say, I'll do it for you for $5 and they can put it together for you. And whenever any of these people comes to me for money, I tell them I'll teach you how to do this. And I now have about 4 people in a village in Nigeria who are graphic designers now because they've used this method. And I'm not saying that they're completely financially independent based off of it, but it certainly helps their supplemental income. I like to help people if, I can. And
Money's going good so far, man. How about yours?
Hello?
yo, Pavan, I'm here. How can I help you?
How can I already told you now, bro.
Okay, take your time. Straight Savage, what is your soda? What is your soft drink of choice? Water. Very cool. Very cool. Very smart. Do you have a favorite?
Water or chocolate milk, man?
Oh, dude, both both are winning combinations. Um, do you have a favorite type of water, brand of water?
I don't care.
Okay. When it comes to your chocolate milk, do you like the chocolate milk that is in the jug that you buy at the store, Do you like to do that Hershey's syrup kind of deal? How do you get your chocolate milk?
Already made in a jug.
Gotcha, like Nesquik. Do you like strawberry milk?
Yeah, I prefer chocolate milk.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, the cat was on some shit this morning. Clocked out at 7:15, so it's great now. Fuck yeah, man. Motivated gas. You tire yourself out.
Strange habits. Do you like coffee?
I used to drink coffee. I don't drink caffeine anymore.
Wow, you're all natural. Good on you. Do you like candy?
So I got, I do dabs, flour, okay?
Do you have a volcano vaporizer?
I got Puffco, bro.
Very nice. Beautiful. Do you ever smoke? Oh, what is that called? Shard? What's it? Is it called shard?
Nah, I never heard of it.
Hold on, I'll look it up. It's like
Only drink one at work. Coffee?
shatter. Do you ever try marijuana shatter?
Yeah, it's just wax.
Exactly. Do you ever dabble with butter? Marijuana butter?
I've had butter.
Very good. So you do dabs? Do you do vaporizers like cartridges ever?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
I don't know where mine is. Beer or water after work. Normally some chocolate milk and water.
Do you like chocolate shakes?
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I'm a fat guy. We love cake.
Apologies. I said chocolate shakes.
Oh, shakes? Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. So you like chocolate cake and chocolate shakes?
That's right.
I
Yep.
do too. Word. In fact, I think chocolate is so popular that if you were to ask the average person, do you like vanilla or chocolate, and you want to appease the most amount of people in a crowd, more people like chocolate than vanilla. Yet everybody still goes with vanilla as like the idea that it's kind of the neutral color. I think chocolate's the neutral color. More people like chocolate than anything. But I am biased. I do like chocolate. What are your feelings on Yoo-hoo?
No,
No?
chocolate
The,
syrup and water is not good.
dude, I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna drink a Yoo-hoo in front of you. I have a weird talent that I can drink Yoo-hoo faster than like anyone on earth. Just one moment, straight savage. We're gonna get to see this up close and personal.
Drink Yoo-hoo faster than anybody else on earth, huh?
Just about.
I'm talking to Rabbi Rick.
Straight Savage, you there? Here we go. So if you're like, Rabbi, how fast can you crush a beer? You're like, I can pound a beer probably better than 50% of people. And if you were to say, like, how about water? Maybe like 50% of people. But Yoo-hoo, for some reason, I'm in like the top 5 or top 1%. You ready for this, Straight Savage? I'm waiting for you. Okay, hold on one second because I have to say, hey, quick prayer before I say it. Done. Killed it. I don't know what it is, but I can drink Yoo-hoo pretty quickly.
Here we go. Cheers, everybody.
You ever do LSD?
No. No.
Psilocybin?
No.
Do you ever smoke cigars?
No.
How about spliffs? Hybrid marijuana tobacco? No. So you stick with cigarettes or you stick with a joint, but never. Oh, okay. I got you.
No.
No mixing.
No mixing them. No.
How about a blunt?
I'm not a blunt fan.
Okay.
Give me a headache.
Okay. So if people are passing around a blunt, you prefer not to. You'd rather have a joint.
I'd rather have a joint.
Do you like the raw cones?
Yep.
Hell yeah, good on you. That's the way to go. Well, also, have you seen the Randy's papers with the little metal in them?
I have seen.
I like those as well. Both of those are the ways to go. If you give me just some zigzags, I can make it work, but I like a little bit bigger joint generally. And the raw cones are the way to go. Have you ever met an unkind person on Kick?
A couple.
A couple of them? Okay. That's honest. Uh, I don't mean necessarily people in the chat, because I can understand trolls and stuff. Have you ever seen or interacted with an unkind creator on Kick?
Yes.
Okay. They're out there. Good to know. This one person who I met recently, their name is Exodus Apollo, I believe. And they have an interesting thing. Every night they have and if I see you online, I'll make you aware of it. They have a Discord, but the people in the Discord are all creators as well on Kick. So he's got like 6 or 7 Kick creators at the same time. It's a neat thing to see when everybody's online. And again, his name is Exodus Apollo. He's a nice guy. That's the guy who found out about me from my Reddit AMA. Do you go on Reddit much?
No.
Reddit's where it's at, man. You want cool shit? That's like the front page of the internet. That's its phrase. It's pretty sweet. I understand you do Kick. Do you do Instagram, TikTok, that shit?
I mean, only once in a while I post on. I don't post on them very often.
I gotcha. And you're a parent, so you don't have time to do all that stuff. What are your thoughts on the event that occurred on Saturday?
What's that?
The assassination attempt?
Yeah, I know that's some crazy shit, man.
Wild shit, man. No school, I take it.
No, summertime, man.
I take it it's the like best time of their life, where they get to sleep in for no school. It's the summer. Dad's home. That's got to be pretty cool. They got a cat, MJ. Can't beat that. Innocence. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Crown Lord? This person came in yesterday. They didn't say anything. Are you there? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you.
Didn't say anything, huh?
There they are. Hello. Hello, how are you? I'm well. Hard to hear you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How was your day?
My day was good. What about yours?
Excellent. Amazing. Couldn't be any better. Now that you're here, I'm so glad to have you here. How did you find out about this Discord, if I may ask?
I'm not sure. I clicked the link, and next thing I knew, I was in the Discord.
Dog, you're in the right place. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and this is Straight Savage. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Straight Savage is a Kick streamer, big time. You can find him at kick.com/x STR8X SAVAGEX. He's amazing. Check him out. I'm always live. Have you ever seen that movie, The Truman Show, starring Jim Carrey from the 1990s?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's what this is. Essentially, my entire life is recorded just like Jim Carrey's is. And you can watch me from 8 different angles, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This is the biggest event in global history because I have more data uploaded to YouTube than anyone. This goes back for 3 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And we're really happy to have you here.
So it's your life 24/7.
100%. You got it.
Is your life interesting?
Hell yeah. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've been to Disneyland. I've been to Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica. I generally like to stream from at any given time on 8 different YouTube streams. So you can see me live on YouTube. I'm also live on 33 other platforms, including TikTok, multiple Instagrams, Trovo, DLive, Africa.tv, Bilibili.tv, you name it. Chances are I'm probably on it.
Is there anyone watching?
Yeah, I mean, Straight Savage was. And on any given time, I'm pretty popular, at least 2 or 3 people on every stream.
Are you a rabbi?
I am.
Are
Rabbi,
you a Rothschild?
I am.
Do you have proof?
Yeah, my ID is currently on my YouTube.
Are you a direct descendant?
Of my family? Absolutely. A direct descendant of whom? Because if you know anything about the Rothschild family, the banking dynasty, they changed their name in the 18th century to Rothschild from Bauer. So if anything, they joined my family.
How far removed are you from Mayor Rothschild?
Oh, a distant relative.
Oh,
How about you? Are you related to him?
no.
No, that's okay. So you were just
Part of a tribe.
you were it randomly in Discord and you saw the link that I had sent and you joined?
I was randomly online.
You were randomly in Discord or where?
On Bing.com.
Oh, you were randomly on Bing?
And somehow I just ended up in here.
No way. Very cool, dog. This person has heard about me from Bing. Amazing. Well, phenomenal. I'm here live 24/7 whenever you want to talk. I'm live on 8 different streams on YouTube right now. I also have robots. You want to see my robots?
Okay.
Okay, just a moment. You know what Kick is? Kick.com?
I've heard of Kick.
Excellent. So what I've done is taken over Kick. If you're like, how did you take over Kick, Rabbi? I have robots that automatically create accounts for me. So I'll show you right now. This one currently just got created. What it's going to do is select some text. Then what it's going to do is go to the front page of Kick. It's going to adjust the zoom level. It is going to find the phrase just chatting. And everyone who is in this category on the platform is now going to have three things happen to them. The first thing that's going to happen is that they are going to get a follow from one of my bots. And my bots just don't have any kind of random name. They have joined Rabbi's Discord. Welcome. How are you, Hang? How you doing today? Hang's my friend. What up, buddy? I'm explaining to Crown Lord here how my bots work. So the first thing you're going to see is this bot is going to recognize where the follow button is and press it. It has image identification software. So it actually knows where pictures are. Now what it's doing is it's going to create a clip down here in the corner, and it's going to spam my Discord channel as the name of the clip. So it'll say Rabbi Rothschild : discord.me/rabbi. That's the link to get in here. Then what it's going to do, I did make this. I made 4 of them. 4 of them are going at any given time. Then I use a macro software.
Are you initiated?
As a Freemason?
No. Well, you're a rabbi, so Kabbalah.
I am, and I'm also a Freemason. What you're going to see here, what degree? 3rd degree.
And you're initiated in the Sephardim?
Initiated in the Sephardim. You mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Explain.
The tree of life?
I am Ashkenazi. If you're saying Sephardim, that is a bloodline within Judaism. Kabbalistic is for people over 40 years old, and I'm 38. So I have some knowledge of what you referenced, but honestly, I do my best to completely separate myself from Kabbalah and from anything perhaps mystic until I'm 40. I do have a section of it in my Discord below where I do address it, but as of right now, I do my best to just learn modern Orthodoxy and stay away from Kabbalah. Now, I'm familiar with the Tree of Life, at least its shape, but I would advise you to go to a rabbi who's over 40 years old. And if you say to them, hey, I met a rabbi who said he couldn't teach me about it because he wasn't yet 40, they'll know exactly why I couldn't. You have to be 40 years old. Additionally, you should have had children and been married. And none of those things have happened. So I stay away from that.
What about astrology?
Yeah, so generally astrology isn't something mainstream to Judaism. Now, it is something that certainly is interesting to me from a secular standpoint, but any kind of soothsaying or astrology or star gazing is generally something that we refrain from
What about numerology?
doing. So there's gematria. So certainly we believe that words have perhaps numerological importance, and specifically in my world, the number 666 is very important. It's a triangular number, and if you're familiar with triangular numbers, they're very beautiful. They have a geometric shape, and their organization is apparent. If you're familiar, you can take 666 balls, and they'll create a perfect equilateral triangle, as will 6 balls, as will 3 balls. These are what are known as triangular numbers, 10 balls. So basically, 666 is just a triangular number in which I personally find a lot of joy when some people fear it. And certainly there are other examples of this, but generally, when it comes to numerology, gematria is what we study.
Uh, have you seen an angel?
I wish. No.
No.
I can tell you the closest that I've ever seen to anything paranormal like that was about 14 years ago, and I reported it to MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. You can find it at MUFON.com. But basically, what I saw was a glowing ball, like a plasma ball, that was flying over my car and went into a subdivision, and I felt that it was very intelligent. But do I think it was an angel? No. Do I think it was like your traditional flying saucer? No, it was a plasma ball. And uh, since then, I've seen many of these plasma balls that have been captured on film, and generally these things are considered like paranormal anomalies. People don't know what they are. That's the closest I've ever had to anything paranormal. Have you ever had anything paranormal happen?
Yeah.
Can you please tell me about it?
My freshman year of college, I invited someone to my dorm, and the person started telling me details of my life that they shouldn't know about. And I just met them.
And I'm sure
And
you were
then
like, how did this happen?
when I asked them to explain how they knew what they just said in great detail that I've never told anyone, they told me they forgot what they said and they couldn't remember what happened.
That's wild. Apologies. Let me kill this microphone. There we go. Wow. You're a freshman in college. You meet someone for the first time. They could tell you all this in-depth stuff about yourself. And then when you ask them, how did you know all this about me? They said, I don't even remember what I just said. That is wild. How in-depth was this stuff? Is there anything you'd be willing to share?
It was very detailed.
Wow.
It was a moment of my life, and I was doing something I shouldn't have done. And they said who I was with, where I was, what I was doing, and great things.
No way. That's freaky. Wow. Okay.
And I haven't told even one person.
Wow. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. Okay, so have you ever seen any kind of craft?
I've seen orbs, but that's it.
Oh, you've seen orbs too?
Yeah.
What color was yours? Mine was like an orange. Oh, interesting. Where did you see it? Tell me about it.
I was on the 8th floor of a brick building, and I was talking to these people. They were explaining what deliverance was.
Like the movie?
So, It's deliverance is the practice, I guess, to expel lesser spirits.
Interesting.
So I was curious, so I said, do it to me. And then I started seeing blue orbs in the room, and the room got cold.
No way. In the 8th floor of a brick office building?
That was more like a kitchen.
Interesting.
My spine got all tingly. The room got very cold, even though apparently it was very warm.
Do you believe in aliens?
I believe there's things. I'm not sure what to call them.
Okay. Well, just you believe in that there are other civilizations out there.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Because I know there's the Sea Kingdom, and then there's kingdoms beneath the earth.
Like the Hollow Earth theory?
I don't know what they are or what they're doing. I just know they're there.
Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah.
Do you like the Joe Rogan podcast?
I don't listen to him, but I like clips sometimes.
Very cool. Well, I want you to know something, and I mean this. I'm always live, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can always come here and talk and learn. I watch podcasts 24 hours unless we're talking, and so there's always something to learn. Additionally, I do this for world peace. I don't just do it to annoy people. I want everyone in the world to recognize that we could be working on a common goal, and that is world peace. I would like to align people on that. And other things that I like to discuss on here that aren't normally discussed in society are really big ideas, such as mind uploading technology, where, Crown Lord, we scan your brain into a computer, upload it into a computer for later download into a clone, a cybernetic being, a robot, an avatar, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. And also, we talk about life extension technology. We talk about anti-gravity and antimatter. We talk about time travel, force fields, fusion power, fission power, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. Sure. We talk about alien disclosure. Oh, one moment. Hold on one second. In addition to alien disclosure, we talk about. Okay, can you hear me now? We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, upload it into a computer for later download into a cybernetic being, into a cyborg, into a robot, into an avatar, into an ethereal being, into a clone of yourself, whatever you want. Basically, what we're talking about is digital immortality, where you don't die if you want. If that's a future for you, it's transhumanism. I talk a lot about transhumanism. Other things about which we discussed that are really big ideas, in addition to transhumanism and mind uploading technology, are life extension technology through stem cells and human growth hormone, cryogenics. We talk about.
I work in tech.
Very cool.
And transhumanism is two sides. One believes that they become immortal, they become like God. Another believes that it's a war against God, and they fight against it.
That's fascinating. Are you an advocate of transhumanism?
I look at both sides. I'm not sure which way I
I understand. Well, those are things that we discuss. Additionally, we discussed faster than light travel. We discussed fusion power, fission power, the hydrogen car, space elevators. We talk about space tourism. We talk about the CRISPR program. We talk about Dyson spheres.
Genetic testing.
Exactly. Look, gene editing. It's wild stuff. So, as you can see, we talk about a lot of really interesting things on this. And the reason why it's going to become...
I've worked on the Cas9 system before.
How was that?
Well, it looks like right now it can only be done on base. And it seems like only those who can afford it will be able to have access. So it's going to create a very large divide because we'll be able to heighten the memory and the intelligence of some who can afford, and those who can't will fall behind. You
could absolutely be right. Well, you should know that in addition to streaming our life all the time, we have these other interests, and we're really doing our best to change the world. We don't want war anymore. If you ask me, what is the end goal of this? It's world peace. And I think I can get everybody on board for that.
What is peace?
That's a great question. We'll have to decide what that is. Essentially, the way that I define it is nothing that you do affects me without my consent, and nothing that I do affects you without your consent.
How do you enforce it?
Am I what?
How do you enforce this peace?
Likely the United Nations peacekeeping force.
What if someone goes against this?
And they will have to deal with the United Nations peacekeeping force.
Will there be punishment?
If I had it my way, we should be able to find enough land for you to be able to live independently. So I would be fine with you just doing your own thing, or we just not messing around with you. But the United Nations is going to be so nice, and they're going to make you follow them protocols.
What about on an individual aspect?
Well, I'm a libertarian at heart, so what does that mean? I'm for personal rights, personal freedoms, and you don't bother me, and I won't bother you.
So what if someone goes against you, or you go against them? Should you both be punished?
Well, then most likely in the future, the United Nations will intervene.
But when it comes to everyday citizens, individuals, the United Nations, will they have officers to deal with them?
Yes. So what I think will happen is similar to what is supposed to happen with NATO, is every country volunteers a certain amount of money and perhaps even people to create a force. So just like there are NATO forces, you have United Nations forces.
So, you believe in globalism?
I'll tell you this. I fought globalism harder than any motherfucker out there, and I recognize that it's a winless war. Basically, given enough time, the entire world will become globalist, that nationalism is essentially impossible. Long term.
You want one giant world power.
Yeah, if that means peaceful,
one
world order, and a new world order, you got it.
And what about differences?
Well, do our best. We'll do our best to ensure that they're preserved. So there'll be different ethnic groups, perhaps with different traditions, perhaps in different areas that won't necessarily be affected as much. What do I mean? Like the people in North Sentinel Island, they'll just be kept there as basically a preservation of what humankind once was.
What about the economy and wealth dispense?
Excellent questions. Let me just say this. Chandler, you ask excellent questions. So here's the answer to that. It's going to be socialism in the future with a UBI, a universal basic income.
Who controls it?
Who's chosen?
Who controls it?
Elite group at the top.
Who chooses the elite?
They've already been chosen. I'll tell you their names right now. Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Lee, Merovingian bloodline, Reynolds, Russell, Rothschild, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Van Dunn, Warburg, and the House of Windsor. That core group controls the world.
Can you explain why them, one by one?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Okay, so you have the Astor family. But if I were going to really start with this, I probably would start with the Merovingian bloodline. So what's the Merovingian bloodline? This is basically like the houses of Europe that essentially emerged out of the period as the royalty that would eventually make small enclaves like Monaco and San Marino and all those different places. So those groups essentially can trace their bloodlines back to medieval royalty. When it comes to the Windsors, their last name is truthfully like Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. It's a German family. It's not a British family, and that goes back to the Holy Roman Empire, which was not holy nor Roman nor necessarily an empire, but nevertheless is given that misnomer. Now let's get into the families, because those are the two big ones. Okay, then we have the Astor family. The way that they made their wealth is through the fur industry. So basically, when we had the founding colonialists in the United States, they were reserved basically to east of the Appalachian Mountains. But eventually, especially because the demand in Europe for furs became very high because it was very cold in especially northern areas of Europe, that the desire for pelts of animals became very high for warmth. And so the Astor family basically told all of the frontiersmen of the United States that they would pay them for every animal pelt that they were able to get. So they basically eradicated major swaths of animals from basically the Appalachian Mountains to the Pacific coast. The longest permanently inhabited settlement and the first permanently inhabited settlement on the Pacific, I should say, the longest permanently. How do I want to put it? There's a certain name for it. It's Astoria, Oregon. I believe that's permanently inhabited by non-Spanish Europeans, something like that, because there were Spanish cities, perhaps on the Pacific. Nevertheless, Astoria, Oregon became like the fur trapper capital of the world. And so all of these frontiersmen would kill these animals and their pelts for their pelts, and then take all of those animals to they the asked to pay people for these animal skins, and in exchange, they created much of the way that people in Europe were able to keep warm during the winters of the 18th and 19th centuries. Okay, then we have the Bundys and the Collinses. Generally, these families are old, wealth, European houses that moved to the United States. Um, we also have them being interrelated with real estate. Some of the families that I didn't name that are very related to this are families like Drexel, particularly with real estate in New York City. The next family that I mentioned was Carnegie. Carnegie made their money through steel. So basically, all the skyscrapers that you see in any major city in the world, at one time, if the skyscrapers were like pre 1950, let's say, they were made with Carnegie steel. So basically, the steel industry was dominated by that family. The DuPont family is a very famous family in chemicals. So you may have heard of DuPont chemicals, but in reality, where they make a lot of money is in gunpowder and the arms industry. A lot of bomb making early came from the DuPont family. We then have the Lee family, and there are other families in here to be named, but these aren't the top core. The ones I've named here are the top core. But other ones that could be named are the Guggenheim family, are the Pillsbury family, are the Disney families. All of these could be named. Okay, then we have the Lees, L-I. This is an Asian family, which is quite interesting. The most well-known member of this family, perhaps ever, is a man named Li Ka-shing. He was a Shanghai billionaire, essentially. But if you know the Lees, they basically run the underground clandestine Chinese government. Then you have the Reynolds family, which became the aluminum arm of this octopus. Essentially, if you've ever heard of Reynolds wrap, it's like a type of aluminum foil, and Reynolds was the family for that. We have the Rothschild family. That's my family. Essentially, we came to power following the Battle of Waterloo and have made money through the finance world. The Rockefeller family was able to dominate the petroleum industry. So if you, at least like in the United States, for instance, you might get your gasoline at Chevron, at BP, at Sunoco, at Mobile, at Phillips 66, at Exxon. All of these used to be the same company. They were known as Standard Oil, and Standard Oil was owned by none other than John Davison Rockefeller. Additionally, you have the Russell family that has the Russell Trust. This family goes back to like pre-colonial United States, or I should say pre-revolutionary United States, as one of the old money families of the United States, specifically with Yale University. If you've ever heard of Skull and Bones, Crown Lord, have you ever heard of Skull and Bones?
The Germanic Death Cult?
Yeah, based out of Yale University.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are two of them. There's the Germanic Death Cult, but then there's like the version of that that's at Yale University where George W. Bush was a member and John Kerry was a member. Did you hear about this?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Russell Trust is the family that owns the it's called Russell Island, and it's an island where the Russell Trust owns this island It's not Russell Island, but they own an island in upstate New York, and all of the people from Skull and Bones every year go there, and essentially the Russell family has made the Russell Trust has something that once you are a member of Skull and Bones and you graduate from Yale University, everybody gets $1 million. So every graduate gets $1 million, something like that. Then you have the House of, well, we talked about the House of Windsor, basically in Saxford, Coburg, Gotha. Then you have the Warburgs. Warburgs essentially made their money through finance as well, through the Federal Reserve System generally. And then you have the Vanderbilts, and the Vanderbilts controlled the rails. So basically, as you see, like every family in this had an arm in the global domination of the world, whether it was Astor from furs, or Russell from, or Reynolds from aluminum, or Vanderbilt from rail, or Carnegie from steel, or Rockefeller from oil. Everybody had their own role to play. And I used to get pissed off about this, Crown Lord, but then I started talking to people, and they somewhat changed my, well, they didn't change my mind on this, but the statistics did. So I learned that if you ran the Earth as a simulation 1,000 times, every single time a small group of people would take over the majority of people, every single time. With human nature being what it is, times, whether the last names were Astor, Bundy, Collins, Carnegie, or whether they were Smith, Jones, Jackson, Washington, it doesn't matter. A small group of people will eventually take over the larger group. I was always of the thought that you could have like peace and equality and an equilibrium where everybody's shared. But it turns out that that's impossible. You can't have that equilibrium because every time the equilibrium is achieved, someone will end up shaking up the system, and then eventually you will have the equilibrium break up, and a small minority will end up controlling the majority. So I'm just a person who recognized that I, being from a special family, could perhaps take over not just the important people with my last name, but of all the world. And I recognized that I had what all of those companies and people don't have, or I could, and that is content. I read in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that content was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, air, shelter, anything. And I recognize that if I were able to create more content than any person in global history, I may be more wealthy than every Reynolds and Russell and Rothschild and Rockefeller and Bundy and Astor and Collins and DuPont and Lee and Warburg and Vanderbilt and Van Dun and House of Windsor and House of Merovingian bloodline. I'll have more money than all of them put together.
Let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
So, you believe in all for one?
What does that
What
mean?
does that mean? Well, you can have one for all, where there's one person who, in a way, sacrifices for everyone else, or you can have all for one, which is just the inverse, where one person takes control because they believe they know what is best.
I know that phrase from Three Musketeers, and I see it as this. At our heart, every person is selfish and doing everything they can to preserve themselves. So like human nature is inherently selfish. Therefore, I think it's less all for one and one for all because everybody wants a piece of that. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish people, or at least I wish I thought people were inherently good, but I don't think they are. I think in the end, it depends how you define good and bad. But basically, what I'm saying is this: if you tell someone, "Hey, there's a candy bar in the drawer, don't eat it," and then you leave, given enough time, the person's gonna fucking eat it. They're just curious. They're gonna wonder what's going on. Basically, if they don't think anybody's watching them, they might take advantage of a situation. But I don't blame them for that. They are a self-surviving entity. They're doing everything that they can to survive. So they're just following their natural instincts.
Do you hold the belief of the Goyim from the Babylonian Talmud?
Yeah, whether there are two types of people in this world, Jews and non-Jews, I can tell you that I'm doing my best to modernize the Babylonian Talmud to today's day and age. Do I think that there are people in this world who are lesser than other people? I don't judge people. Do I hold people differently in this world between Jews and non-Jews? There are some things that Jews can do that non-Jews can't. There are some things, arguably, that non-Jews do that Jews can't. Do I think that even the best guy should be killed, as the Talmud says? I'd like to find a way that we could perhaps have a global conversion so that everyone is included, and we don't have to have a world between Jews and non-Jews.
What can they do and what can't they?
Well, for instance, like a non-Jew can't appear as a witness against a Jew in a court. Generally, there's some prohibitions of having non-Jews fully prepare a meal. Usually a Jew should be present, or at least like overseeing. There can be an issue when it comes to who a Jew can marry. And so, in order to be a member of the tribe, you have to be a Jew. And if you're not, then generally a conversion is necessary. So, to answer your question, I certainly know the world of the Babylonian Talmud, and I'd like to modernize it, and I'd like it to be so that everyone in the world who wants to participate in Judaism can, and should they wish to not, they don't have to. I don't want to force it on anyone.
Do you believe in there are some who give and there are some who take?
I probably think that most everyone in their primal state is a taker, 100%. Do I think that people give? Yes, but sometimes they give just to subconsciously feel better about themselves, and so even that is arguably selfish. Like, what do I mean? Sometimes people will give someone a gift, and they say something like, I like to give because it makes me feel good when I give to others. Well, that's actually a selfish saying. Thus, I think that you can't really do anything completely selflessly, because in the end you're gonna get a little bit of joy out of it yourself.
Do you think we should hold back the primal urge?
To some extent, yeah. Because I think if you take primal urges too far, then it can turn into anarchy where people don't necessarily have any rules.
Do you think you should give?
Do I think you should give? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Yeah. But I would probably describe it as this. When you give to someone, not only are you going to feel good about it, but also occasionally it can help to build the bigger community, and the power of many is always generally more powerful than one. So I would explain to, let's say, a child may say, Rabbi, what are the benefits of giving if you're just having to sacrifice something of your own? And you can explain that many times when you give, it makes you feel good, it makes the other person feel good, but even separate from how it's going to make the other person feel, there's the idea that you help to build the community when you do that. And the power of the community is superior to the power of one. Not that the power of one isn't important, but when you can multiply that, it's much more powerful.
So should you act on selflessness or selfishness?
Both. I think that one person's selfishness is another person's selflessness. And let's talk about that. Let's say someone who sacrifices their own life for their child may be seen as a very selfless individual because they gave their life for someone else. But an argument could be made that in the same way, that's a selfish act because they were just trying to preserve their bloodline so that they sacrificed themselves for their descendants.
If there, let's say hypothetically, there's two types of people in the world. Let's say 60% of people are selflessly inclined and 40% are selfishly inclined. Would it be better to be part of the 40% or the 60%?
It's the selfish people.
The 40%.
Because they're more aggressive. They're probably more hip to be square. They know what's up. They're not going to get taken advantage of as easily. Those people who are really, really selfless are great, but they're like non-playable characters. They're cool, and they help to build the community, and that's important. But at the end of the day, they don't have that killer instinct like the selfish people do. Meaning, if I have to take one person from the 40% group of selfish people and one person from the 60% selfless people, and I say, here is the great outdoors, you need to survive, chances are that the selfish person will survive longer and make it out, or at least have a better opportunity than the selfless person. And what do we mean by that? Or why is that? Because the selfish person is going to take advantage of every opportunity that they have to survive. Basically, to me, the selfish gene or the selfish instinct is the thing that allows them to survive. It's a survival instinct.
Do you believe in source? Source, God?
I believe that God is a subjective understanding that we all generally know to be energy. When people say God, I think of all the energy in the world, but it doesn't mean it has a big white beard and sits in the sky. It means it's like all the energy that is in all of the universe. That to me is what I can get on board with when people talk about God.
So, if we're viewing God as a source, like a point, if we get closer to Him, how much selfishness?
You can't get closer to Him. He's everywhere, or it's everywhere. So what do I mean by that? I mean like, hold on one second. Hey, how you doing, Titus? God, you're a pimp. I know you from yesterday. Because I recognize that pimp-like voice. Cherry Cat. I got you. I feel that. I just, well, I'm happy you got that talk to you, ready to take your day. Hell yeah. That's all I was last night. What do you need next? What about you? Any ladies? Right? Okay. Well, I don't want to be warning. And give it to them. Word. Absolutely. That's one of the things. Word, dog. I know. And thank you for the opportunity. Word. That's not true. A lot of people have. A lot of people have that. Dude, I can name off the top of my head. We've got Orlando and um, I'm amazing. Hey, just one moment. Dog, you know I'm 250 of those. You know I'm 250 of your followers. Yeah, baby. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Perhaps, can you count them for me? Okay, how many of mine are your followers? Sure. No, I'm just saying that I followed you with a lot of accounts. I'm saying that I have followed you with a lot of my accounts. Damn, you a good looking motherfucker. You know you love it. You know you love it. Look at this guy. People, hey, get that mug back on this screen so that I can get more followers. Look at this. My YouTube is blowing up, son. World peace. World peace, my friend. I do. Dog, I was just sitting here making my own content. You love it. You love it. Conscious, you love this. Dog, have you ever heard the phrase living rent free in your mind? Well, I'm doing both, dog. Watch me. Watch me. Dog. Dog. I know. And I crawled up your back, and I'm gonna pass that finish line right before you guys. You love it, man. Conscious is the man. Dog, get this. He invented empire. I've got Julius Caesar here. Dog, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna take you to the promised land. I have more content than anyone. Yes, I do. I have 3 years, 24/7. I've done shout outs to every major creator on Kick, at least if they're in the top 100. You could go to my social media and check it out right now. It's at Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. know. I know. Everywhere. I love you. Dude, Conscious is the man. Shout out to my man Conscious. You are an amazing individual. Because I love you. No, dude, I want world peace. So we talk about world peace. So seriously, let me talk about world peace for a second. I want to stop world hunger through vertical farming, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding. I want to stop world thirst through life straws, digging of wells, and through desalination plants, taking water from the world's oceans into a desalination plant and making it potable. I want to help the people of the world. These are good ideas. Other things that we talk about that are really good ideas are things like life extension technology, mind uploading technology, where we upload your brain from a scan into a computer for later download as an avatar, a cybernetic being, a robot, anything that you want. You could be a clone of yourself, you could be an ethereal being. But basically, what I'm talking about is digital immortality. And if you don't jive with that, I completely understand. There are other things that we talk about on this that are really important. He's a genius. He'll be seen as like Mozart in the future. My man is legendary. That I'm starting to grow up. You know about me, and you didn't know about me 3 years ago. Not live streaming 24/7. But were you live streaming 24/7? Okay. All right. I just want to be OG Junior. I'm gonna be Conscience Junior. That's pretty wild. Remember when the internet was started? Dog, when I came on the bitch, the internet wasn't even started yet. Okay. You're the man. You're the man. You're the man. Conscious, I love you. You're amazing. Right, but I told you life extension technology, my man. Dog, I make content 24/7. My whole life is content. Okay, dog, I love you. I love you. I love your spirit. I love your energy. It's wonderful. Yes, you are. You're right. You're right. Thank you. Thank you for being my content. Dog, thank you so much for being my content. Oh, easily. You might have 100 times more. Dude, that's cool. They know who I am now. It made you my fan. It made you my fan. That's all I wanted. Ask anyone. You're my best friend. You're the head of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. I've seen it. I looked at the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. It said president, conscious. Word. No, thank you for the content. This is free content. And me too. They already are. I got 3 of them watching me right now. Yeah. Yeah, dude, tell them they can watch Rabbi Rothschild 24/7, 365. They can check me out. Rabbi.me forward slash, just go to discord.me forward slash rabbi. Yeah, go to discord.me forward slash me. Conscious. Conscious is the man. Everybody subscribe to Conscious. Conscious. Everybody subscribe to Conscious. He's the most amazing streamer on Kick. I'm gonna give him his. If you aren't subscribed to Conscious right now, go fuck yourself. Conscious is one of the greatest people of all time, one of the greatest streamers of all time. Conscious is energy. Conscious is life. Follow Conscious right now. Like, subscribe, tell everybody you know about Conscious. No, I'm just giving you your flowers. Shout outs. Shout outs to Conscious. Well, peace. Go, dog. Dog, you know who's in love with me? Do you ever look at your clips? Do you ever watch them? They're good. I clip good shit. Conscious, you're hilarious. It's content. Your content, baby. Dog, you're amazing. I love you. And I love that you're such a big fan. Thank you for starting the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. Welcome, welcome. Look who it is, Brad Richardson. Pimp of the year. How you doing, Brad Richardson? Dog, Brad Richardson, have you met the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club, Conscious? He is the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. Dog, I'm a huge fan. No, definitely. I think it's mutual. Oh, I'm a huge fan. It's so fire. I was telling everybody about it this morning. Look at that beautiful mug. Dog, I am content. You're making my content. Brad Richardson, have you met President of the Rabbi Rothschild Fan Club Conscious? Dog, Brad Richardson, let me give you a tour. I live rent-free in Conscious's head all day, every day. I love you, Conscious. Conscious, I love you. I think you're an amazing individual. Conscious, everyone loves you. We love you. Conscious, I love you. Thank you for being president of my Conscious is president of my fan club. Conscious, can I just tell you one thing? Conscious, can I just tell you one thing? Can I tell you one thing? Can I just tell you one thing? Thank you for being president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan. I love you. I love Conscious. He's amazing. Brad's amazing. Does anybody know that? I appreciate that. Hey, Conscious, did you know that Pepsi, when it was started, it was known as Brad's drink? Brad, did you know that the original name for Pepsi was Brad's drink? Did you know that the original name for Pepsi was Brad's drink? Conscious, did you know that? Hey, Conscious, are you going to run for another term as president of the Rebel Rothschild Fan Club? Hell yeah. Brad's going to run for president of the Rebel Rothschild Fan Club. Conscious, I love you, and I love your stream. I love your content. I love everything about you. You're amazing, and I want you to know. Yeah, I do. I know that you are the president of the Rabbi Rothschild Fan Club, and I want you to know I really appreciate that. That's a lot of your time and dedication. Oh, no, I wish I took some. I don't take any. I wish I took some. You got it, Brad. I wish I did. But I'll tell you the drugs I've taken in the past. Doug, that's true. Yeah, I did. I actually did. I made 60 cents on a platform known as Rumble. Well, I also talk about the fan club. You're amazing. Oh my word. I knew you were president of my fan club, but I didn't know you were so die-hard conscious. You're right. Dude, Brad, do you like Joe Rogan? Hell yeah, Brad is amazing. Absolutely. 100%. I'm just going right down the line. Yeah. I love Joe Rogan. It's just content, so it's always playing. I also love Joey Diaz. I'm a certified project management professional. No, I'm a certified project management professional. I wish. She wouldn't have me. Good on you. Dude, no. Conscious. Good on you for buying your own house at 21. That's amazing. Oh, okay. All right. Well, shout out to the people who gifted it to you that were looking out for your future. That's cool. Shout you out, guys. Hey, can I talk to you about that for a second? There's a type of technology known as revivification technology, where you can take someone, if you have their DNA, you can. You got it. Just a moment. No, Joe Rogan's not playing. Someone else is playing. Okay, so there's a type of technology known as revivification technology, where you can take someone who has passed, died, use their DNA and pictures of them, and basically create a revivified version of them. If you just wanted to. Let me say this. I told it to someone earlier today about their mom, and they were very enthused about it. I'm saying that not only might living forever be a thing, but also being able to revivify people who have previously died. I want you to know that if there were ever anybody in your life who had died, who you previously wanted to bring back, that might be a technology that we might be able to utilize in the future. Absolutely not. No, I don't say that word. I don't say that word. God, I love you, Patrick. You wish. All right. So you think I'm Asian? I love it. No, they're actually pretty new. Someone gave it to me like a month ago. It's only a month old. No, 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 you have to understand. I have two sets. Like two sets. I love you, Doug. Hey, we're gonna watch Joe Rogan. Dude, it's my girl. Hey, what's going on, little girl? This is my girl. This is my future ex-wife, and everybody knows it. She welcomed me with, "Hey, you little bitch," last night. Right. E-girl, tell everybody what's up, that you are my future ex-wife, and everyone knows it. E-girl knows she's Rabbi's future ex-wife. Sergeant, how you living, baby? Sergeant, are you coming to E-girl and Rabbi Rothschild's future wedding? Conscious is the best man. life 24/7 for working. I don't want more anymore. Word, dog. No, I don't want more anymore. No, I don't want to go to work. Right, I want to avoid it at all costs. Hey, Sergeant, did you know that Conscious is the official president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club? Hey, Brad, what's your favorite Joe Rogan episode? Okay, that's cool. You guys can just watch me. That's cool. That's cool. I'm just gonna chill.
Brian has an iPhone 15, but you have an iPhone 10. You look like a loser. Oh, look at that stupid old camera. Oh my god. What do you do with that? You need the best one. 2007 car, and your friend pulled up in a 2024 car. What was the new one? The new one was different. The old one. Oh. And so what does that do? It pushes innovation. It promotes innovation. Materialism fuels innovation because we're always buying new stuff. If everybody stopped buying things, if everybody looked at their phone and said, "Oh, this phone's perfect. I don't need a phone," I could have that phone forever. You don't need a new iPhone. You could have like that phone forever. They would stop innovating. They would stop making things. It would just stop, and then nothing would get done. But because of materialism, because of this keeping up with the Joneses thing, where everybody wants the latest thing in their driveway to impress their neighbor, you want to pull up to the fucking diner and show all your friends. All that stuff just fuels the creation of new and better things, and we're all part of it. And every year, it's like a thing you didn't know. Like, I just got this phone. Check this out. This phone, I can make a circle on things, and it Googles it instantly. This phone transcribes all of my voice notes and then summarizes them for me. This phone, this Galaxy S24 AI, it has AI in it.
It will summarize your notes, like condensed Wikipedia of you.
It does it with web pages. This is the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. This thing, it can transcribe your thoughts, but even better, it can translate conversations. Spanish, and I can be speaking English. It'll have a split screen. So it'll show, like, I'll put the phone down.
In almost
yes. So on your half of the phone, facing you, speaking in Spanish, translate my words into Spanish. On my side, translating your Spanish into English. Then if you have the Galaxy earbuds, it'll do it in real time, in your ear. So you can talk to me in Spanish, and I can hear you in English. This is just beginning. Immediately, it goes to Google and shows you.
Now, when you say ideas are life, so interesting. Haven't heard that. Do you are you talking about maybe consciousness?
Yes.
So this then, what are your thoughts on how individual people are
Say my name, Joe Rogan Pop. Guess my name. All day.
I think he could be.
He's RK2. Yeah.
I meant figuratively.
I was like, how does that have anything to do with the boycott of Starbucks and McDonald's and Sirhan? Like, what? Trapped. I like being trapped in this application.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Trend by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Hold on, West Side.
Yeah. No. It's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah, you too. I have a feeling if there's a movie that they do in the future of how the world changed in 2024, you're going to be in that movie. Yeah, that's where's the different I probably don't need people like that. They probably just do movies with AI. Probably like take a really great novel like The Great Gatsby, run it through an AI video creator, and it would just make the most amazing version of The Great Gatsby. Yeah, that's true. Probably. Yeah, that's true. But if we're talking about historical moments in human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first human patient. Yeah, I guess so. No, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it like, BCI has been around for a while. So like, what is BCI? Brain computer interface. So like, just implants that they've done in people, different ways they've found. They've given people the ability to like control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple of things out there that you can tolerate. Brown came out with something, where basically they go through the um, artery in the neck, and that they kind of thread something up into the brain. It expands in a vein up there and an artery up there, and then they can control the brain through that. So these guys have been around for decades, 90s. So I always say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants, but I know Neuralink has done a league of its own, and I know that Elon's name attached to it, it's going to blow up way more. But I think this is the beginning. I think everyone else that comes after this basically is going to be pulled up by the progress Neuralink's making, and the fact that they're trying to open source basically all of it. I think the whole field is just going to grow exponentially at this point. Well, we can only hope so. That really is fascinating, and it really is fascinating how many different ways and strategies they've employed to try to connect computers to human beings, brains. So, what do you know? What first one was? 98. Oh man. Wow. Yeah, I think so. I think that was the called. And that just was. It looks like a chip with like little bits. Like threads on it. They were small, and it just sat.
Oh, that is so fucking funny. Shit's hilarious, yo.
They're doing. They think they're going to be able to record dreams eventually, and what they're able to do now is get like an approximation of what someone's seeing, thinking.
Can you find that, Jim? Figure out exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Here it is. Scientists dream. Brains. One.
That's crazy. I mean, I've always heard that scientists really don't know what dreams are, like what is going on or why we do it. I've heard plenty of people say, like, yeah, we still don't know why you sleep. Or, like, what's going on in a dream? I don't know if that's changed recently, but dreams are an interesting thing.
MRI scans reveal what we see in dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dream vision with 60% accuracy. Innovative MRI scans at pivotal study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science.
Wow.
Wild stuff. AI.
I think we're close. I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now. Less so than it seemed 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now it seems likely. I think it's all interconnected in some very bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection with all this technology and all these new innovations and all the greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these different, as they build all this stuff, I think it's going to become more and more like that this whole thing somehow real, but not real at the same time. Neither a simulation nor like actual reality, like a hybrid of these things.
Oh yeah. That'd be crazy. That's one of the things I'm really excited about with how much we're going to learn just about the brain. The amount of data they're collecting. I mean, like the fact that all the stuff with the thread going on in my brain. One of the reasons that it can happen is because I don't know. Have you heard about like the thread? Yeah. So basically, there are 64 threads with 16 electrodes on them. And over the course of a month, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting my brain. And they can't see that brain scan. So, like the threads are so small. The size of your hair. In order to get a scan of them, you have to have such a big machine that it would probably be flat. They can't just go out and kill it with that. So a lot of the data that we have shows the movement of the brain was literally just whether or not the electrons and thread were sending signals if they were making spikes. So a lot of the threads were getting pulled out, and that led to high performance. So now they fix that way. But some of the reason that happened is because the brain moves more than we thought it would, which is so bizarre. And I don't know how the brain moves. It feels like that should have been something that was solved ages ago. I know. With like your brain, with your heart. Like as your heart pulses and stuff, your brain pulses as well. Because there's blood running through it. So it's pulsing. And they thought that pulses about 1 millimeter rate. So that's how much moves per millimeter. And they found that my brain was almost 3x times the blood. Made the whole threads and to be able to understand. So they think that has something to do with it.
Was that a normal thing that like does the brain have a range?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's gonna we'll know more.
Stiffness pulsation of the human brain detected by non-invasive time. The human brain pulsates every time the heart beats. Scientists have used a tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about our neurons. Neuroscientists try that.
You motherfucker! Say something, bitch!
Shower. He'd uncovered
this is what he wanted, bro. Exodus. I hope you know Exodus on my life, Exodus. You are the reason this nigga is in here.
I just have one thing that I'd like to say to Conscious. from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. Rabbi appreciates the fact that you are the president of the fan club very much. Thank you, Conscious.
That's how fucked up this dude is. He's Exodus Apollo. Exodus Apollo. The person that is in this bro, you are let me tell him the Exodus. You are the reason this nigga's in here. You are the reason this nigga has clout. You are the reason this nigga has notoriety. You, bro, you are the plane. If no one else on Kick was giving this nigga attention but you, bro. Exodus. I don't fuck with that, bro. You gave this nigga the light bulb that he wanted. Why? Look at this nigga. Look at him. He sleeps in Sonic bed sheets and fuck on children. Look at this nigga.
No, I don't do that.
Like, look at him. He's so excited. He sleeps in Sonic bed sheets in his mama house. Look how excited he is. Exodus, this is all your fault, bro.
If I hadn't said it before, I'll say it again. Conscious, thank you so much for being the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club. From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely appreciate it.
You're only supporter. You're only supporter. There's no one watches you, bro. I have more motion than you, and I don't have as many followers as you do. You're on every single platform on the internet, and you don't get 10 viewers in your shit. You're a piece of shit, nigga. You don't get 10 viewers in none of your chats and none of your fucking lives. You are a nobody on the internet. Your data doesn't mean anything. You're gonna die alone. Conscious.
Thank you so much for all of your kind words. You should know from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate, Conscious, your efforts to ensure that I am able to live rent-free in your head for as long as possible. I appreciate it. Word, you know that I am just posted up in your.
I promise you, I would never ever block you. Never ever say your name in my chat.
All right, dude. Well, I love you.
My homie gave you recognition, not me.
Conscious,
you're in my DC. My homie Exodus gave you recognition for us to talk to you.
Conscious, you're an amazing person.
No. He's the only one picking sucking your dick. No one else. And I'll let that know in his DC. Exodus, you're a dick sucking rabbi. Pop it out, buddy.
Conscious, have I thanked you for being the president of the Rabbi Rothschild fan club?
You're a pedophile. I don't have anything. You like children, my nigga. And I can see it. I can tell. You like kids. You look like the urgent version of Sony.
Appreciate it.
On my soul. Do you know who Sony is? I bet you don't, nigga.
Who's Sony?
Shut your bitch ass up. Sony Skrillex. You look like the Down syndrome version of fucking Skrillex.
Tight, man. I appreciate it.
Like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Hey, in answer to your question, Brad, no, I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Shut your bitch ass up. Fucking hate you, Rabbi.
Thanks,
Suck
Brad.
my dick.
Thank you.
That nigga look like the bangarang bait. Nigga, you look like the scissors in the dustbin. Like, what the fuck? I don't care about bro. Bro, Rabbi, bro. Honestly, bro.
Dude's on repeat. He only got so many words he can say.
And I'm in the
He's gonna come back and say, "You're president,
Apollo. You don't fuck with me.
and we're here for world peace."
But you don't fuck with me because I said it. I honestly, I love you for who you are, not who you bring in here. So if you don't fuck with me based off what the fuck I'm gonna say, it wasn't genuine. But the person brought in here, my niggas, for you to bring content in here, my niggas, was the wrong person to bring content. This nigga is literally a fucking bleed, a vampire, a fucking mosquito. You don't have to allow niggas like this in your BC. You're not supposed to allow somebody like this to have this much control on kids where everybody know who his name is.
He's actually
Bro, you are not supposed to allow somebody that everybody know who his name is on kick. He literally raised everybody on kick, and you allow him to come in your DC to have a voice to talk to us, to me, and I've been doing this for a year. Nigga, fuck rabbis. Nigga, I don't give a fuck how long you been doing this. Nigga, what are you saying? Nigga, fuck that nigga. That nigga uses us for content, and you allow him in this DC for him to have a voice, for him to talk to me, for him to talk to anybody in this DC, as long as they've been working on this kick shit. Nigga, fuck that nigga. What is wrong with you?
Gotcha. Hear me out. Hey, hear me out.
You're right. But what are you doing? Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
I'm saying you're right, bro. Like, don't. At the end of the day, bro. Like, I'm not telling you to calm. I'm not pulling that bullshit. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, fuck these motherfuckers, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Don't give somebody like that a voice.
They ain't worth your time, bro.
I understand. If they were on Monkey, a random monkey, bro.
They're not worth your time, bro.
This isn't a random monkey person. Somebody that's in our live, in our chat, for months. Why did you give him a voice? Why? Why did you give him a voice, bro? Why? He's allowed in here to talk? Why?
I fucking love you, Brad. I just want to say, can I get a W fucking Brad Rich?
I will never understand it. I don't give a fuck. Exodus, bro. I love you, and I swear to God, I'm in your BC saying this, bro. You can ban me. You can ban me after this. I don't give a fuck. On my life, I don't care. You can ban me. You can ban me after this. After tonight, you can ban me. I don't give a fuck. But the fact that you allow somebody like him, Exodus, the fact that you allow
CLB wants to get in here.
bro, CLB,
Yeah. He said, "Whose Discord is this?"
he's trying to join.
You want me to get CLB?
What is it in the chat?
Say less. I'll send him the BC. Send him the BC. Bro, Exodus, the fact that you allow him to have a fucking voice in this fucking chat, the fact that he is literally sitting in our shit right now, makes me feel some type of way, bro. Simple as that. This is a person that literally leeches off our content. Like, leeches. I understand it's content for you. It might be content for you, but bro, I don't fuck with it.